Yo. See if I can get this stream open. I don't even see the screen while it's like this. What's up? I'm trying to play a different song. Hold up. Well, you didn't have the song open because I just got the idea. Let me see. Oh, there's somebody else in cap. How y'all doing? We about to have a good show. I'm just leaving out a King's Monologue show where he got me juiced. What's the song I wanted to play off of here? Oh, that's from an old album. Since we talking about the Medu Netcher, I just thought about it, man. Cats supposed to have a language that they could talk like in all instances of discretion. Right? I know it's plenty of languages, but I don't know plenty of languages. I do know the ancient Egyptian language, right? And I'm starting to think, man, we supposed to learn that and get functional with it. And so we're going to talk about it a little bit today. This is a follow-up to a show the King's Monologue was just doing. So I'm going to hold off, try to promote the show. Hopefully a few people get in here and we about to have it popping. I'm going to play this old school joint and then play a new school joint on the same vibe.
You feel me? Yeah. New part-time that I kept a rule, metet, try never cock him. Hotel. Never I buy a new session. My heart is happy. Never I buy a new session. That I write for God. Never I buy a new session. They say my heart is happy. And I praise God every day. To a new Kemetology. To honor kept a room I try. A metet never cop him. Rena, Shenu, pass I ride the Sue Biddy. He too witty, never menta. Kept a rule, suiting at the rule. To a ride, side. Jedi, Medu, Netcher, the fair. Yeah, Jedi, Ray and Kim, the fair. Heard him, my mentor, I Saru. Neb, Key, Ray, my Akaru. Directly to the center of the cipher of the soul. I don't really know how to say that though. It go Aria, Heru, Wet Wawet, Immasar, Imra, Harakti, Ta Ankh, my Ankh Jet, Tuara, Neb, Heru, Jedi, Ankh Keparu, Tuara, M Jet, Ankh Wasaneb, Tuara, Neb, Gert, Newton, Geb, Tuara, M Dahudi, M, my Saneb, Anouk, Nefer, Earth, Netta.
Let's look at this date on this song. Look. July 2011. July 4th, 2011. That's why you hear a little mistake. Even when I did this song, I knew Suitin and Nisu. I said them both in the song on purpose. Right? That was 2011. Damn, that's hella long ago. I'll be wondering why I remember metanetic words and stuff, because that's been hella long we've been reading and doing this. It's been about 20 years, family. Stop playing with us. Because this wasn't when I started. You could tell I didn't start right then. That's 2011. But then I did an updated one, and so the deal, the ambition, how I just got inspired. I already know the history of how powerful reviving people's ancient language is. You can look at the history of what's going on in Israel and everything, you know what I'm saying? And I already know they revived that language, but I don't even want to go there. I've seen people ambitions to try to make the Medu Netcher functional or whatever, to say, yo, how could you just be like, y'all want to go, let's go to the stuff and all these other things. But I know the key to that is a grand understanding of the grammar. And one thing we noticed, again, I'm not picking up a lost dog bone. It was true everything Wu said about how important the grammar is to understanding the language, but more important, the grammar is intrinsic to the functionality. It's why we don't understand how to form certain sentences, even though we think we can read the metet Netcher. If I say, how you say this, it ain't gonna come to us naturally. So obviously being an artist and being, a lot of my learning, you know what I'm saying? You got a canvas where you learn, so to speak. Everybody got their different ways they get it in. If I want to like go into, not the lab, but if I want to test my functionality at it like that, I would do it with music. And I often done that, like you heard that first song we just listened to. But then this song I'm about to play, then we're going to get into it. This song I'm about to play is a short song where I was testing exactly that. I didn't write this, right? So I was kind of testing to see if I could just say the normal things I want to say in the metet Netcher, in the sense of if we was in the car talking and we got pulled over on the police and we just switched languages just to say something real quick. And that we will understand each other in that language, I mean, like they do to us all the time. Now, don't get it twisted. There's plenty of useful, functional African languages we can do that with already. But it's not going to entail the effort of reviving that and bringing that back to your people. You ain't going to bring Swahili back to your people. That's already functional. You feel me? And so, yeah, and this song, I was like, let me just say practical stuff and see if I could bust them bars real quick. We can stop and analyze it, but it's all facts. This is just how that should go. Now, again, the same way they had issues with the pronunciation of Hebrew, and then some priests came up with the Masoretic, right? I was going to say Messianic. Came up with the Masoretic text or what have you, and, you know, showing how to, break it down with the vowels. They chose that because they was at the same phenomenon that their former language that they was trying to revive didn't have vowels. So now they say shalom. Yeah, Masoretic text. Now they say shalom because they chose those vowels. That it's still salam. You feel me? So I don't think nothing's wrong with that. And now this is when we talk about going into other African languages and learning that palette, learn that people wasn't forming constructs that didn't even roll off your tongue. Things happen naturally. So honestly, if I was investigating it, I would be looking for the most natural vowels that fit in between things, even though that doesn't mandate that you're correct either with the pronunciation. You got the consonants, and with the vowels, you have to either use Egyptology speak or go into other African languages and search for cognates. Now, I'm gonna start at a small, I ain't gonna start way down the street, but let me play this real quick.
I fell in love with a woman that's in the king's harem, and he don't even share them. The ring, she don't wear them. I'm the cupbearer. That mean the drinks I prepare them, so nobody can poison the king or come near him. Need such a method, that means I ain't hear him. Suit in a box, that means the servant is right with him. Jet of any sin, that mean he said to go get him. Me, magi, me shot, and I sent him. Now that mean the overseer of the army wasn't with him. Mac way, he said, that mean look how I did him. Suck at the egg. I hit him, then my archers entered in the palace. Now the king wanna challenge me to a battle. I replied, let's do it. I'm a fluid magician, let's get to it. You, him at that. My wife is your servant, That's when the Pharaoh had started getting nervous. I don't cry. He started conjuring spells. That's when his face turned pale. I had put something in his L. I'm the cupbearer. Now I can marry my girl. Sometimes the vice ruler is more important than the.
I ain't on it like that. So again, I appreciate you. I could have made that joint longer, but I just was going with my short album vibe. Like a nice little taste. I got this new album coming out next month. But anyway, if we're talking about the Medu Netcher, let's go back and analyze this real quick.
In the king's harem, and he don't even share 'em. The ring, she don't wear 'em. I'm the cupbearer. That mean the drinks I prepare 'em, so nobody can poison the king or come near 'em. Knee such a left.
Knee. Let's open up J Sesh. Knee Sechem F. Now, I made it hard because I chose to pronounce negation as ni instead of nin. But if we go, oh, you know what? See, them taught me a different way. Let me try that. Let's see. Let's see what happens. And put that over this end. That's negation. It's negation when found in the most often in the first position. Now, again, right now, I hope people, I asking people to come here because we will start a beginner's lessons, and I think I want to do one of the most massive, I want to get the most black men knowing the Medu Netcher, right? And so I don't even tripping. I'm trying to do some 1,000 people. Like, come on. And then we got to be functional. You're not an archer. I mean, you're an archer, but you got to be functional. Meaning that the aspiration is for us, you to say something out your mouth and I understand it one day. And nobody else do. That's a clean ass goal. Come on now. So this is negation. Now, one thing, now I'm leaning on Daniel Selden to give me license to go. I don't even know why I gotta lean on him to give license to go in my African mind to explain these things to y'all like an African. Because cats gonna be like, that ain't how you learn it. Well, I'm telling you in ways that's gonna make it easier, gonna resonate with you more. No one is gonna say this. Now watch this. Look at those. You don't even know what that top symbol is, some of us. It is two arms, and that's what we're here for. It is two arms outstretched. So do this right now. Take your arms and stick them mugs out, just like the photo. Now you see the mountain shoulders, you just don't see the head. Now, what gesture is that? If you ever was doing that in your life, what is that gesture? Take both your hands and stick them out like that dude doing right now. And recall the moments when you've been in that body language. And tell me what you were saying when you was in that body. Thank you. Exactly what that person doing in the emoji, y'all. It is, I don't know, really, right? But hold on, don't lose it now. This is the determinative used in the word for a lack of knowledge. See? Exactly, and you said nothing too, that works too. Because actually this is negation, right? So negation means negative. See? And so you can literally take the word don't out of this. You can take all negating words out of this when it's in the front position. But here go how that African-American vernacular English kick in. If you ever stuck out your arms to the side and lifted up your damn shoulders, the sound you made was two N's. I don't care what you say. If you ever stuck out your arms like that and lifted up your shoulders, you probably went, mm-hmm. See? Or you said, I don't know, without saying it. It's still mandated that you said two ends. Now, again, I told you I'm teaching in my ways that a black, that's going to, you remember that forever. Just if you like me, if you not from that culture, you won't remember it like that. So now you see them arms doing what they doing now that you're like, okay, he doing the same thing the emoji doing. But it's going further and it's used in a more, basically this is negation. So I said knee sejum. I said knee sejum F, and I'm gonna put an F under there. Oops, it shouldn't have went down there. It should have went right here. Knee, but now I told you I took liberties when doing that song and I pronounced nin. We see two N's. So here is what you do to be academically correct without my conjecture. And it's not conjecture, it's just, it is what it is. I can show you that in books. But here, you do only have the consonants right. So you have two N's. Now, if you think that someone was, here's another thing about vowels. We can't make we can't think, vowels were not invented. Vowels are natural. Here's something you'll notice about language and linguistics. You can't, unless you're dealing with particular consonant, it's called a consonant cluster. If you try to pronounce two consonants by themselves, you will naturally inject a vowel. With the palate, consonants don't connect. They don't. Try it in your own brain right now. You cannot connect two consonants without making the sound of a vowel, and that's what a vowel is. It is the sounds that connect consonants. So try to say two N's without, I'm not saying N. You're still saying E-N. Inin. You won't be able to get away with it. Try to say, now again, the ones that allow you to say them together, particular to certain African languages and the Medu Netcher, you get things like DJ. Notice the Greek languages can't even deal with it, and they tell you one of them is silent every time. When they get the PT consonant cluster, they brain fry and say ta. Don't call ta. You're not Greek. So, excuse me. I'm turning my phone off, man. I'll be doing too much. And again, so now, if that be said, if we know that the vowels are natural, then that's why in this reconstruction of the language, we must opt to what's natural. Yep, he said nah, exactly. You might say nah, but what are you getting from that root consonant N, no matter how the black person explains it? So, okay, I might be going too fast for someone because they asked me to slow down, and that person knows what's going on, so I'm going to take a pause for you to digest something. Yeah, P is pronounced, not in Greek. That's what I said. Star, my star, green star. P is pronounced in ancient Egyptian. But when you get to pronounce things in the Greek, you don't say Ptah. You say the ancient Egyptian god Ptah. That's my point. Let me know if we got that so I can speed back up. We're going to take a break for my homie to catch up. Thank you. Appreciate you. So I'm saying this. We do have something about negation attached to the end still. Because even in English, we say no. But anyway, ni sejamef was this. So if sejam, you hear this ear right here, that is sejam. It means to hear. If you suffix a F on sejam, you get, if you suffix a F, shout out to Star. I don't even know what name to call you, so I'm going to say Green Star in the building. Shout out for making me clear that up for people. It's gravity. It's all good. If you, hold on, salute, brothers. Shout out for representing that that album and saying that that's straight fire. I appreciate that. If Sajam means to hear and you see a F snake suffix on it, it means he hears. Right? If you see Nin in front of it, he has not heard. He didn't hear. So when we come right here,
the king could come near him. Ni such a meth, that means I ain't hear him. So
then I said, Nisut Hena Bak. See, we gonna get it like that in the classes we doing. We not, you ain't gotta do nothing. If I say Nisut Hena Bak and we in the party, you need to know what that means. Because it might be going down. Wait, let me go back and see what I said.
That means I ain't hear him.
Nisut Hena Bak. What somebody say that mean in the chat? Nisut Hena, I can write it in the glyphs. Bak But I'm like, do that mean what I say? No, I want to hear it. Sorry, you ain't even got an answer.
King could come near him. Ni such a meth, that means I ain't hear him. That means the servant is right with him.
Yeah, I knew that wasn't negated. All right, go ahead. I gave it away for y'all. So let me just teach on that. Nisut Hena Bak that means the servant was with him. Do y'all agree? That means the servant was with the king. Right? Yep, there you go, Kim White. Come on, Kim. No, you had that right. You had that right. The servant, it said the king is with the servant. Yep. And you said that right, Shizmu. So we would be able to show some functionality, right? We would be able to speak and be like, I know what he said. How you say he ain't with her? Huh? Somebody write, you know what I'm saying? Just say he's not with her in the Medu Netcher real quick. We know he is, all right, let me show you this. So if we're going to manifest, this is why the grammar going to work. We're going to manifest this as a statement of fact, right? And again, this is abstract, and later, when anybody who came to this video to say they want to learn Medu Netter, know that we're going to show you how to get to this level. This is not something you need to understand right now. But even if you, the type of person like me who can digest highly specialized material, you should be able to see this. Oh yeah, let me see. So, dang, I forgot. Oh. I just read the comment of Sarmaine and I thought you was talking to me. Then I realized you was talking to somebody who erased the text. And me thinking about that made me forget what I was about to demonstrate. Well, that's my little transparency real quick. My bad, y'all. What was we about to do right here? On Nisud Hinabak forget it then. We chilling. When a bird fly, a thought be like a bird on my shoulder, and if it fly away, then that's what it is.
That means the servant is right with him. Shut up any sin, mean he said to go get him.
Oh, I asked a question about the Medu Netter. I asked y'all, how would you say? Yeah, she's not with him yet. Yeah, Nin Henna S is good. But you left out the it's gotta be a state negate. You're right. I just don't see him right there. And I don't think there's a Nin IU. I would say, I don't know if it's a bad construct, but IUF Nin Henna S. IUF Henna S. Man, we gotta have something to make this catch on to black culture. We might need to do a hood movie where they speak in the Medu Netter whenever the popo coming and they be outsmart. It's called Outsmart the Popos, right? And they literally outsmart the popos with knowledge. Come on, G. That's why you gotta be a creative person. Y'all know that'll go. So, because the Medu Netter we need to get it into everybody needs to get that. The servant is with him is, well, if the servant is with the king, Nisut Henna, Nisut is the king, Henna means together with or with. Bak is a humble servant. Nisut Henna Bak that's what I said. Let's listen. Nisut Henna Bak
mean he said to go get him. Ni Magi, Misha, Henna sin.
Ni Magi, Misha, Henna sin. Ni, I say it better. Nin Now the archers know what this means, y'all. That's why we fucks with it. So now I'm going into some ancient language in the cosmos, in my brain. I'm putting it in the ancient languages. I'm saying it on the internet, and only certain people qualify to know what the hell I'm saying. Ooh, that's hot. Talk about black superhero. This the closest you're going to be able to get. We got to get on that Medu Netcher, bro. I'm trying to tell you. Nisut Henna Bak. Wait, what was that last sentence? It was a long sentence, but we're going to work it out because y'all know this. Look. It's hella easy. Ni Magi Misha Henna sin. Ni. I'm going to write that sentence out. Nin. I should have said nin. I should have said. Hold up. Why was I doing that? I should have said. Nin. Let me hear what I said again. Oh, now it's hella ways I can write this. Now here's the thing. What I'm going to write to get this code to pop on the screen, notice this. I'm going to put IMI. Watch what pops up. See? Now that's an Emmy, but look, I can do this. No, that ain't the one. You don't want to confuse yourself. So I'm going to go Emmy. I don't want. So what I'm going to do is different. I'm going to put the abbreviation MER, and I'm going to write what people think means a more. So you take an M and put it over an R. That's Ni MER. Now I said Magi Misha. So I would go M and then a DJ. But they ain't giving me my jingle right. So let me see how they want to do this. Oh, DJ A. Bow. Ni MER Magi. So we got Ni, negation. Right? And then you got MER. It means the overseer. Now the way you're going to remember this, even if it's folk etymology, some says it's not. MER is just like the word Amir. Right? And it holds the same position. So maybe they got that from the Emmy when they seen the Emmy coming through. They was like, Emmy I'm here, Emmy you know how that works. But anyway, Nin Mer or Emmy I said Mija, Misha. So Mija. But since I wanna I might just go and then go. So we're gonna start talking about some determinatives. A1 with. It needs to be with. Right? And then put them over C3, right? But the C3 needs to be different. How long does Z3 need to be different? They messed that up. All right, let me come in here. Let's see why they did that. Maybe I should say Z2. Oh, yeah, Z2. All right, here we go. Now check it out. The code that I'm referring to is another code you'll learn when you want to start putting glyphs on the computer. When you hear me like Z3, Z2, that's called manual decodage. Man, take liberties to learn any of this stuff. However it suits you. You will, when we do a course, we're gonna lay out the order that make it hella easy. He said they did get it from Emmy Thank you. Well, I just learned how to match cognates, and I see the biconsonantal root, and then I see the meaning. Shout out to brother Flag for the contribution to the show. It's much appreciated. It's because of your contributions that this show is becoming more and more successful each day. So I appreciate that. They want me to celebrate your 5th super on a live stream, Brother Flag. Then we're going to celebrate that with a hotel. Peace. Now let me see. So, Nin, Emi, Mija. Now you know we talking about people. So some might say Maja'u. But I said Misha after that. Now this is a word that you probably won't see spelled out much. So this is how you're going to notice it. And then you're going to notice how important the tribe that I chose to make sure our people knew about, the Magi Archers, will start to learn how important they were. I'm going to put a M, a S, and a capital A. Well, no, I did that wrong. I need to put a M, a capital S, and an A. Nope, see, I had an extra M there. So if I put an M, a capital S, and an A, let's see what comes. There you go. Now, this is what I want you to say, and this is the type of shit I need you to see. This word that I just put in here, this is a whole word. They have to ever spell it all the way out. The word is mesha. Now, what do you notice about this glyph? Why do they be lying? Do you know that the standard hieroglyph for an Egyptian soldier is not an Egyptian soldier? Hey, match that energy. Come on, y'all. We can all match that energy right there. I get the teaching on the corner. Wow. Shout out. Thank you, Shaz Mupata. I appreciate that, Ja. Appreciate that. For real. Now look. The standard hieroglyph for an Egyptian soldier is not an Egyptian soldier. Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm confusing you. I should say that much better. The way I should say that is the standard hieroglyph for an Egyptian soldier are only the members of their southern contingency. You see that? Now, why did I clean up what I said? Because I was about to say the standard hieroglyph for an Egyptian soldier is a Nubian. But that would have created some false line in the, it ain't a theology, in the, in the saying, man. I was trying to put an adjective on that saying and it betrayed me. In the saying. You feel me? So I type MSA, it is just an army man. What they're telling you is this glyph lines up perfectly. Well, they're not telling you this, but this is just something to know. But it's just a phenomenon that's happening right now. This glyph lines up perfectly with this glyph. Now, what's this grammatical construct? So it's a negated sentence, but let me see. Because now all we so Emi is an overseer, a title. It means the overseer. Mijah is Maja'u are the people from the land of Mijah. Misha means the army. Now you got two nouns next together, and normally we got a few things that could be happening here. We would have either what connection, apposition, or the final noun owns the first noun. They just normally work out like that, and that's an easy way to see it. So you would ask yourself, what's this construct? Does this army own? Yeah, it's the army of, okay, yeah, it's the army belonging to, well, that's backwards because Mijah is in front, right? So that ain't working. So there is, so we got Nin, Emi, me overseer of the Magi army. So some could have said you should say Emi Misha Ni Mija'u, which would switch around the grammatical scripts around these two, and it would say overseer of the army belonging to Magi, Mijah, which kind of takes the army out of Egypt a little bit. And so I just said it this way, but I would like to hear from others what they thought about that. I ain't going to go through this whole song. I'm going to pull up a functional video for some people to follow.
Now that mean the overseer of the army wasn't with him. McWay said that mean look how I did him.
McWay said, wait. Let me hear. McWay, okay. Look how. So let me ask y'all who know the grammar.
Army wasn't with him. McWay said that mean look how I did him.
Let me rewind that.
Overseer of the army wasn't with him. McWay said that mean look.
Oh, damn. Yep, I did say that right. McWay sin. Damn, your boy hard. McWay. Now, the grammar people, y'all would tell me this. And when we reconstitute the language, we would want to know that by looking at the primary text to know what they did. Now check this out, y'all. I'm going to tell you something. When the Egyptologists from the 1800s tried translating the African language that was a black African language, they was messing up because they didn't associate it to anything black African. Now, they had success in translating a lot of other black African. Harris Duncan making it one of them shows. Shout out to y'all for the contributions. Now, they failed because, like, they were successful with other black African languages because they told themselves these are black African languages. But when they got to the Medu Netcher, they denied that, and so they had a failure in making certain connections, and it was E.A. Wallace Budge who pointed that out to them. He said if we don't start looking into African languages, we ain't going to understand this Medu Netcher. Now, I'm not just citing a person who keeps saying that I'm got to show you stuff because people just be thinking I'm saying stuff. So I'm pulling the screen up to pull up a book. It is Daniel Selden, Hieroglyphic Egyptian. Let's see if Internet Archive is back up because it was down for a minute. Oh my gosh, it's still down. What's up with Internet Archive being down? Again, oh, Indigenous African. Dang, this. You know what? I be watching people who get support like y'all giving me now, and sometimes I be thinking I don't get it. And now I'm slapping myself. I do get it. And y'all doing that right in my face. Yep, I do get it. I do have some of them shows where you see the contributions on the top, like the other shows we have, and I be wondering what's going on. Am I not giving you value? Y'all let me know. I appreciate that. Like, I mean, hey, you can hear my cheeks way up by my eyes, bro. Listen. I know you hear that. Shout out to y'all. So I'm looking for this book, and I encourage, hey, babe, don't go. I'm looking for this book, and I encourage you to get the book. I know I've downloaded it, right, but it seems like Internet Archive is not working right now, so maybe I should have downloaded it. The book is Hieroglyphic Egyptian, an introduction to the language and literature of the Middle Kingdom. It is written by a white man named Daniel Selden. The reason why I said white man is because some of y'all so Afrocentric it make a difference. I'm so Afrocentric that it don't. Now check it out. Now deal with that. Now, professor of literature at UC Davis has produced a new and thorough introduction to Middle Egyptian, the version of Egyptian hieroglyphic language that was popular from Dynasty 9 to the First Intermediate Period, from Dynasty 18 to the New Kingdom. This is a good resource for you. I need to be able to show you particular pages in this book right now. You would never believe it. And it's possibly here. And if I know it's going to be on Scribd or something. Now, is this it? Yep, 560 pages. This is it. Now check this work out. Why should this be in your repertoire of ancient Egyptian? Because he make too many admissions in this book. This ain't an old book. This is a scholar we could bring on the show. And to shock you, just to shock you, for shock value. Hold on, man. Somebody just, hold on, man. I'm going to play the song real quick. Not even this song. Yeah, this song, and then we're going to come back with the shock value because somebody just tripping. Hold on.
I fell in love with a woman that's in the king's harem. And he don't even share them. The ring, she don't wear them. I'm the cupbearer. That mean the drinks, I prepare them. So nobody can poison the king or come near him. Me such a meth, that means I ain't hear him. Suit in a box, that means the servant is right with him. Shut up any sin, that mean he said to go get him. Me and me magi, me shot and I sent him. Now that mean the overseer of the army wasn't with him. Mac way, said that mean look how I did him. Suck at the E. I hit him, then my archers entered in the palace. Now the king wanna challenge me to a battle. I replied, let's do it. I'm a fluid magician, let's get to it. You him at that. My wife is your servant. That's when the pharaoh had started getting nervous. I knew Kra. He started conjuring spells. That's when his face turned pale. I had put something in his L. I'm the cupbearer. Now I can marry my girl. Sometimes the vice rule.
Now look, for the shock value, I'm about to go to search in this book and type a particular term. You see, we looking at a hieroglyphic Egyptian book. Guess what I'm about to type in here? You might not think it's just shocking that you see this term in this book. BABYDADDY. Baby daddy. Do you know that saying baby daddy matches the grammatical structure of ancient Egyptian? We're not speaking proper King's English when we take two nouns and place them together without anything in between them. Normally we say, you say my babies. No one says that's my baby's daddy. That's my baby daddy. Now when I click this word, watch what happens. He's going to explain this phenomenon to you in this ancient Egyptian book. And I hope they don't make me look for it. Yeah, they're going to try to make me look for it the hard way. Don't trip. It's going to say baby daddy right in the book. All right, well, now I got to find it the hard way. I think they was talking about Marcus. Marcus. Watch this. I'm just thinking of words that'll get me to a particular teaching in the book, and I'm not finding it. So I'm just going to have to find it the hard way. So another way to find it is that wasn't a way to find it. AAVE, where he's talking about, here we go. Where he talks about how African American vernacular English is the only type of language, one of the only surviving languages that uses this type of A-B sentence. So when we talk about AAVE, AAVE. Pu is an ancient Egyptian word. It can mean this. In an AAVE construct, A and B are both nouns. So all you got is a noun, pu, and another noun. In an AAVE construct, we don't translate this as we won't understand it. We translate that is. So the A noun is going to be the B noun when we see that. Now we got to understand that because we're talking about nonverbal sentences right here. So he's going to break this down. Watch this. Nominal sentences are sentences whose subject and predicates are both made up of nominal expressions. Colloquial standard English actually makes consistent use of a nominal sentence of this sort for conversational purposes, as does African American vernacular English. But wait till he start telling you the difference what conversational English doesn't do and what African American vernacular English does do. Right? Now look at this. Nominal. It's a nominal sentence. The noun is Gladys plus a right lady, comma, that one. So we got a noun and a noun phrase. The noun is Gladys. The noun phrase is a right lady, comma, that one. Right? Now check this out. Adverbial will go there. A series of stripes is the noun phrase. On the road, adverb. Like a bow, adverb. Plus, an arch, very, very far away. Now the adverb. We're just looking at how these sentences work. Now look. Nominal. Let me see. Just one second. It says nominal, she, my sister. Notice this. It says she, my sister. That's African American vernacular English. That don't work in the King's English. You have to say she is my sister. But if y'all, I'm gonna make the book bigger because some probably like he making that up. Nope, let me go down. It's harder to do the whole lesson when the book is big, but you can see it. She, my sister. Nominal. Now, adjectival and Alvin, he kind of big. You know. Now, the last two sentences were, and then we're talking about, and Alvin, he kind of big as the pronoun. and the adjective, I mean big, obviously, and you know. Now, he gonna break this down. You know only people speak like she, my sister, and Alvin, he kind of big, you know. He talking about the African-American vernacular English. But let's look at this. The pauses in the utterance in colloquial standard English in both idiomatic and marked eclipses that, in standard English at least, a writer can easily fill in to turn them into complete sentences. Acceptable to the Queen's English. For example, Gladys, well, she, the right lady, that one, or there, you can see a series of stripes on the road very far away. Now let's listen to this, see if I made it up. In African American vernacular English and in Middle Egyptian, by contrast, nonverbal sentences are not colloquialisms but count amongst the core sentence pattern in the language. Now let me make that big on the screen. For cats who didn't know that they cleaned up a lot of this mess. And they starting to say, man, it's weird that the only language groups that's matching up like that nowadays is Middle Egyptian and the way that African Americans express the English language. I'm going to read that again. In African American vernacular English and in Middle Egyptian, by contrast, nonverbal sentences are not colloquialisms but count amongst the core sentence pattern of the language. The absence of a verb or copula is not elliptical. In written Egyptian, nonverbal sentences are already whole, complete sentences in their own right. You feel me? Like their African American counterparts. So why did he say that Medu sentences got African American counterparts? Oh man, you wouldn't even think somebody wrote this book, huh? And it make all the people who say that African Americans shouldn't be studying Netcher feel stupid, because we got the man giving it up right here. The absence of a verbal or copula is not elliptical. In written Egyptian, nonverbal sentences are already whole, complete sentences. In written Egyptian, nonverbal sentences are already whole, complete sentences in their own right. Like their African American counterparts, they should not be thought of as a lacunose, as lacking other verbal material that needs to be mentally slotted to make them proper. That's what I said. This statement does not lack other mental material to make it be mentally slotted as proper. You could just say, I be chilling. And it gives the complete expression of what you're talking about. But that's African American vernacular English. It's also the way you state the same statement in Medu Netcher. I exist in a state of chill. You can take chilling and make it stative. So you say, so you would say, Web Hui. That's literally I'll be chilling, I'll be cooling. This is why we gotta learn the grammar. Web Hui is different. Now some would say Quebeb is to cool. And in all senses of the metaphor of heat and coolness, cold weather and things like that goes with a calmer attitude in our mental schemata, not in reality. And hot weather goes with, heat, I shouldn't say hot weather, but heat goes with, like you say, you blowing steam out of your ears. You metaphorically attach heat and hot water to what? Anger and things of that nature. So we can ask how these concepts develop to where man say, oh, you cool, man. Oh, he hella cool. And cool goes with low temperature And how did that turn out to be a good quality in man? You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't want to get pseudo, but I bet you it's going to go back to us being half water, made up, consistent of water, 70%. And that's why you blowing steam out your ears, because you 70% water and you hot. See? But we don't know how the brain makes these mental connections to allow these metaphors to develop. How come in the black community, in being in hot water is being in trouble? Who developed that metaphor? Don't think it come from being scorched in slavery. You're going to be wrong. I can show you that because I can show you the opposite in the ancient Egyptian Medu Netter, where being cool is also equated to being cool. Like, he hella cool, bruh. And being angry and hot is equated to being isfet and setish. But let's get back to this AAVE and have some fun. This is kind of like advanced, I know, but we can all digest it. So sometimes I like getting it advanced even when I don't know it yet, because you know that what you're hearing will be useful at one day. So let's continue. So he clearly called the African American vernacular English a counterpart to the ancient Egyptian language. Did we see that or not? Do I have to read that again? Because they'll be ignoring that and say, you didn't read that right. In written Egyptian, nonverbal sentences are already whole, complete sentences in their own right. Like their African American counterparts, they should not be thought of as lacunose, as lacking other verbal material that needs to be mentally slotted to make them proper. In this lesson, we only deal with sentences that do not have nominalized verb forms as one of their components. And trust me, if we knowing this about like the back of our hand is the key. This leaves us with sentences of three types: A-B sentences, A-poo sentences, and A-poo-B sentences. I know y'all heard me talk about A-poo-B. I just was talking about it earlier. I could bring us a heightened understanding of this, because he's trying to explain an African phenomenon. And I'm African. So let's go. Now it says here, A-B sentences. In sentences expressing identity between two entities or ideas, he is Ra, she is Isis. This is Cornelius. It is I. Egyptians simply place the words in direct juxtaposition. For example, she Isis. Told you. He trying to tell you, nah, the way that black people talk is how the ancient Egyptians talk. You not about to be like, she is Isis. You lightweight gonna say, she Isis, bruh. And you gonna see that in the glyphs so many times, and you like, I'm taught not to translate it like this. And your natural intuition gonna be like, look, it clearly say, she Isis. But he's explaining the grammatical phenomenon. So it says, Egyptian simply places the words in direct juxtaposition. For example, she Isis. There is no word in Egyptian corresponding to the copula in English. That is, let me see. That is no form of the verb to be. Right? I told you, James. So is there no form of the verb to be that is used in sentences that express identity? In Egyptian, the words placed in juxtaposition may be nouns, proper names, noun phrases, or pronouns, which are not preceded by any particle or other syntactic marker. This is another salient example of the Middle Egyptian textile linguistic propensity for paratactic continu. Oh, I messed that word up. Continuity. No, I'm not about to mess that up like that. Hold on. I know what it looked like and say, but if I said that, y'all was gonna be like, ha ha, that's a screenshot. I was gonna be like, contiguity.
Contiguity.
Yeah, I messed up contiguity. And conjunction. Right? Now let's look at it. He said contiguity. He said contiguity. I was gonna be a what you call it. Now look. Yeah, so when you go into the Medu Netter and see V and thou, feel free to translate that away. That's not going right. They trying to take something African American, I mean, not even African American, an ancient Egyptian would not have said, and force it into the King's English. All right, noun plus noun. In these examples, the A part of the sentence is underscored. B is not. So he's underscoring the A part of the sentence, right? So you see the line under that. Now, if you read this, Aret Ra Tefnut. Aret Ra Tefnut. The eye of Ra is Tefnut. Aret Ra. Now I'm just going to come to this and tell you how many different ways you could get lost for not knowing this grammar. And this is why the grammar works. Because Aret, you could possibly think that this word Aret is not the actual I. Because if it's in the verbal position, but this is a nominal sentence. It's a non-verbal sentence. And we would have to understand, like, do you see a verb? The eye of Ra is tefnu. So it's non-verbal. So if we would address this word in the beginning as a verb, it means to do. Now try to read this as a verbal sentence. Doing, you got to make it a verb. Doing, Ra, Tefnu. You'd be like, Ra was doing Tefnu? Understanding that this is a nonverbal sentence helps us to understand, okay, we got two nouns in juxtaposition. So in this instance, the first noun is the second noun. And it won't betray you. All right? So now, the eye of Ra, Tefnut, the eye of Ra is Tefnut. Because the eye of Ra, you taking that as he said, the A part, the first noun. That's one thing. See, a eye is a noun and Ra is a noun, but the eye of Ra is just one noun. Right? So you take that as your A noun. And so now we notice that the eye of Ra is Tefnut. Let's do the next one. It won't betray us. You see moot, but they did this one different. They're using a genitival adjective in the middle called net. Net grows from knee. Net is the feminine knee. If it's feminine, it's going to end with a T. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so this is moot, net, hair, as in Horus, and you see the Netcher divinity behind him. And then you see a throne here. Why are we reading this as Aset and not Osiris when we read the throne? See the throne. Because it got an egg right there. That lets you know it's feminine. And we wouldn't confuse this Netcher before that to be the Netcher was seer. This is a determinative for Heru right here. So we got Mut, the mother, belonging to Heru is Aset. So notice, because he's showing you the whole A, And this is something we need to learn when we go back. And so we learned it in the Discord, the Magi Discord. We're going to fire up the real classes. And I want to take on, in my lifetime, at least teaching 1,000 black men the Medu Netcher, right? It's nothing, because that's a small feat. I need to hit. And so, yeah, that's going to happen too. So if y'all interested, get in that Magi Discord, and we going, because we really be building in there, so try that. So notice one thing that he's letting us know is that the A in an AAVE construct can be a what? What is this called? Somebody want to say what this type of construct is called right here? Well, it's just a genitival construct where, so it's kind of different than the whole thing. What we're talking about is juxtaposition. When you put two nouns together, right, and you don't separate them by anything, the first noun is the second noun. But if you separate them by a net or a knee or a few things, it's normally going to be a knee or a net. Knee is masculine, net is feminine. So some would see how they got this as it really says niet, because he kept the J there to let us know that this was a knee. If you separate them by that, the A noun belongs to the B noun. It is not the B noun. It belongs to the B noun. And y'all can go and put the Discord link. However, Sadiq is my man right there. I don't know how. Yeah, there you go. He handles that, so I don't know how we do it, because we be trying to make sure we got all the good people in there. So go through my man Sadiq right there. And please don't let that extra step discourage you. Like, we making sure it's people just like you in there, so we take that extra step. It's just sending the email. So notice this. What's the difference between two nouns together and two nouns separated by the genitival adjective ni? So we got them both in this sentence. Let me show you. And I'm going to make this so big so we can focus. Oh, that's as big as it could get? All right, well, this big as it could get. Look, you got moot. That means mother. It's represented in the glyphs by this vulture and the T. That's moot. That is a noun, mother. Now we got ni, but since moot is feminine, ni changed to niet or neat, however you say it, N-I-T or N-Y-T, N-Y-E-T, niet, however you say it. Now, whore, we look right there, that's heru. So that's another noun. So we got a noun separated by a genitival adjective and a noun. Well, guess what we got at the end? Another noun. So we recognize that in the first construct, which is still the A part of the sentence, we got a genitival adjective, so this means that A belongs to B. So the mother of Horus. Now in the second construct, A is B. So the mother of Horus is Aset. Feel me? So then when we see this, that, knowing the grammar takes out all the fumbling and bumbling. You can read the glyphs because we be in dictionaries all day. But if I say read this, you can't form a sentence. Feel me? And that's the reason why. And so this is, again, why I urge us to stay in these grammar books. And this is just Daniel Selden. And remember, we're learning about how this compares to African American vernacular English. I ain't even got to the part in the book where he talking about Marcus' baby daddy. Marcus her baby daddy. Like, he really going in this book. And he's a professor at UC Santa Cruz. Here we have two Jed pillars. Let's see if I can make that bigger. So this is going to be fun right here. We got two Jed pillars, a reed leaf, a papyrus roll, and a man. that will make the first word, basically. All right, if you want to call that a phrase, you can. But that's the first word, really. Now, what is this right here? Jed, you see right here? Jedi. Jedi. Now, here's the thing. You watch somebody like Billy Carson, and they'll be like, the Jedi came from Egypt. Because of words like this right here. Actually, because of this exact word. But if we learn how to read the glyphs, you can clearly read that Jedi. But that don't mean you talk about Star Wars. See? Or that they ever talked about anything magical when they referred to a person simply named Jedi. Now, what is Jedi in this sentence? Jedi is this is a nominal sentence. It don't got a verb. So if you know the word order, you know verb, subject, object, verb. That'll be your standard verbal word order. Well, you don't see that here. And so you know this is possibly not a verbal sentence. Jedi is the name of the scribe. How did they get that? Because Jedi is the first noun. The second noun is a name. And the third noun, now this was make it more complicated, right? Because you got three nouns. Jedi, name, scribe. Where the same thing just keeps happening. You got the A part, and the name of the scribe is one thing. Think about it. Just because the name is a noun and the scribe is a noun, if you connect them together, the name of a scribe is one thing. But this ain't a poo. There's no poo here yet. That's good, Shazmu. But we didn't say poo. You don't see poo here. You see Jedi, Ren, Sesh. Look at the glyphs. Jedi, Ren, Sesh. So Jedi, don't we know A is B? If we see juxtaposition. So Jedi is name. Now this is the scribe name. So Jedi is the scribe's name. Right? Or you can say Jedi is the name of the scribe. Feel me? Name, scribe. Jedi is the second noun. And this second noun is the name of the scribe. So how does the second noun attach to scribe? Because you're not going to say the name is the scribe. It's the same phenomenon with the two nouns in juxtaposition. You're going to say the name of the scribe. And that ain't hard. Now watch him start getting it in. The house of Amen is the house of Ra. Y'all see this? Per, Amen, per Ra. How do you know this is not the house of Amen and the house of Ra? And which phenomenon is that? If it was called the house of Amen and the house of Ra. Well, you always have to, as he's about to teach, he should have to mention, you always have to consider that. And you're going to look, because when you see two nouns next to each other, there's also other phenomenons that could mandate that this is just an and connection, right? So we're going to open up some grammar books and talk about it, but I can't wait to go back to point A and start from point A. I'm going to hand out a tool for anybody who wants. I got one video. One video. You could listen to the video in your subconscious because that does work. But you should just listen to the video the regular way, right? And if you retain the information in that video, you be ready for an introduction to the Medu Netcher. If you don't, then it's gonna make it. We're gonna have to stretch it out a few more weeks teaching people hella basics that they should just come to the class already knowing. And you can learn that in one video I'm just about to share for anybody, whether you think about a class or not. I ain't even tripping. We gonna have it popping. But let me see. The house of Amen is the house of Ra. All right, now let's see what he's talking about. Independent pronouns and a noun. When one wants to use a pronoun in a nominal sentence, only one of the independent pronouns can stand as the subject or predicate of an AAVE sentence. Let's digest that. When one wants to use a pronoun in a nominal sentence, only one of the independent pronouns can stand as the subject or predicate, okay, of an AAVE sentence. So Anuk is the pronoun, right? Because it's saying I am, right? Is that not the pronoun? Isis is the real who she is. You tell me. I am Isis. Yeah, it's working the same way here. Natef Nater A'a. He is the great God. Okay. So it says, no, I messed that up. So what did I say? Yeah, this is the pronoun. I didn't mess it up. But what I didn't say was that it was an independent pronoun. Independent pronouns are independent. They don't have to be amended to a root. I'm going to share the link in a minute. Shout out to you. Independent pronouns don't need to be amended to the root. They don't need to be in suffix. They can stand independently. So Anuk, I am. Aset. Netef, he is. Neter, Netcher, great. And I'm starting to read the transliteration. That's a bad habit. Netek, Nehi, Jed. Netek is you are eternity forever. You are eternity and everlasting. So we would say you're eternal. I mean, you know, however that fit into your African American vernacular English, feel qualified to say it. You are eternity and everlasting doesn't. You probably say you forever and ever. You feel me? That translates perfectly. So then we say Netes, she is. Notice all of these are starting with a net. Y'all see what's going on? Net F is he is. Net Et is you are. Net S is she is. These are the independent pronouns that we learn once we cooking. Join the Discord now so it can be functional. Like, don't wait and don't put it off. Nates Nabet Nebu. I'm sorry. Nates Nabet Nebu. Now, she is Nebet, the master. They call it the owner. The Lord of gold. So since this is probably about a common person, she's probably not really the Lord of gold. So they translated Nebet as an owner. Right? Now, independent pronoun plus independent pronoun. I know we way too far into a teaching, but still. No, I'm going to get to where, no, instead of doing that, I'm going to get to where he's talking about what I want him to say, because we can do this for real in the class. Now, here it go right here. Verbs, an introduction. So far, we have considered only nonverbal sentences in Middle Egyptian, which predicate of their subject a quality adjectival synthesis, which predicate of their subject a quality. I've just read that wrong, and he wrote it hard. But which predicate of subject the subject a quality adjectival synthesis and identity nominal synthesis are a circumstance adverbal synthesis. It's just when he said which predicate of. But all right. Verbs, however, are words that languages use to predicate of their subject and action. Okay. So which predicate of their subject a quality. So now I understand this, so I'm going to start over. So far, we have considered only nonverbal sentences in Middle Egyptian which predicate of their subject a quality. Adjectival sentences and identity nominal sentences are a circumstance, adverbal sentences. Verbs, however, are words that languages use to predicate of their subject and action. To throw, an occurrence, to explode, or a state of being, and we should remember that because that's going to be called the state of verb. So when we say I be chilling, we're going to understand that later, but he'll explain it next. It says, as with nonverbal sentences, the subject of a verbal sentence, that is, that which is being talked about, will be a noun, a pronoun, or a nominalized verb form, while the verb itself will attribute an action, occurrence, or a state of being. Remember, a verb can attribute a state of being. This is very important for understanding the Medu Netcher. We see verbs and always think running. Well, we see, or say you see the verb to run. No, I don't even want to mix that up. I'm going to go back to the one I used earlier because you won't see running in the state of too much. You might see something turned into the verb, right? And then it'll be like too cool. Now it is one who is cool because you made it a participle. And then what happens? You will say that you exist in a state of being one that is cool. And that will translate to I'll be chilling. But ain't nobody, well, Daniel Selden would definitely second what I'm saying. So I'm going to get my next discourse like I did with Jonathan Winterman. My next discourse is going to be with him. I'm about to schedule one and see when he has time available. Hopefully he'll avail me for that. So let's keep going. Our state of being. Verbs are one of the most complex aspects of any language, in part because a single verb generally assumes many different forms. In standard English, for example, the verbs do have 5 simple forms: do, does, did, done, and doing, as well as various compound forms: will do, should do, has done, had done, is doing, will be doing, should have been doing, were to have been doing, and so forth. Now check this out. In African American vernacular English, moreover, the tense structure is even more nuanced. African American vernacular English does not necessarily feature the preterite marker found in other varieties of English, that is, the ed of worked. But it does utilize a tense system with 4 different past tenses. Now listen, pre-recent, I've been flown it. I told y'all, dude, I gotta make this bigger. Does this say I've been flown it? And he's not even using the best examples. Because it ain't much that we fly drones and stuff, but you can't really get an example of black person saying, I've been flown it. But nevertheless, he's showing you the tenses in our 4 different past tenses in African American vernacular English. Pre-recent is called I've been flown it. Recent is I done fly it. Now he messed that up. I done fly it. I don't know about that. I never heard nobody say I done fly it. Nevertheless, he is breaking it down. Pre-present, I did fly it. And the past inceptive is I do fly it. Yeah, somebody will say I've flown it before, and still they will tell us that's not in the proper King's English. I flew that before. You feel me? I flew there. Now, we can change it to a location. It still works. I flew there. We will say I flew there. Not even flown. He messed up. We don't say flown. We say flew, bruh. But you might try to think you're speaking English, King's English and say, I've flown. Yes, I would say that. But I know that I'm trying to be, it ain't rolling off my tongue naturally. I flew there before. Most natural is I flew there before. But he's breaking it down, the similarities, in a book of ancient Egyptian. Bro, I've been flew there. I've been flew there. I've been did that. Thank you. He is qualifying the things that we say naturally, and he's telling us the people who built the pyramids was walking around talking like that. Likewise, Egyptian verb forms have their own complexities. Hence, it will take most of the next 11 lessons to explain the basic verb forms of Middle Egyptian. It would. But I just wanted us to see where he was breaking down all of these similarities to AAVE. I'm going to see if I can put... Now, here's the same thing I was talking about just a minute ago. To be cool or what have you, but... I hope we're seeing that. So... All right, I'm about to start a little bit of this video. I'm going to share the video, too. And James, I think I'm going to play this video, but I might be streaming for a minute, though. So I'm going to open it up. Let me see. Hopefully you still be around. Let me see. I'm going to pull it up right now. Hold up. I might have to look for it for a minute. Not that long. I recommend this video because you can look all over and over for videos on ancient Egyptian and get led in different directions. Dang, man, I just was... Here we go. Right here.
And
this right here is one of the best introductory videos on YouTube. Let me see. About the Medu Netcher. Again, thanks for all the contributions I got to the channel today. Y'all, dang. Let me see. And I'm going to set this tool on you, and I'm going to see how many people actually, if y'all step to the class or whatever, don't even trip. You can ask questions about this, but you should already know this stuff. You feel me? Oh, I gotta do verifications and everything else. Just give me a second. All right. And then take a quick break. I've been flew out there, bro. Trying to share this link. That's a link to the video I'm about to play. And I'm not going to play it all. I'm just going to play a little bit of it. This is from the Institute for Study of Ancient Cultures. This scholar, I don't think this is my man. Let me see. Is this my man? I might be wrong, but they're gonna introduce who this is in here. So I'll play a little bit of this. And what I'm saying is this is a 1 hour and 12-minute video. Learning this video is very close to reading a 150-page book, maybe 100-page book on the Medu Netcher. He doesn't say many things incorrect in this video. Now, the work you have to do besides just learning what he says in the video, which takes longer, and it doesn't take that long, is learning the material in the video. And when I say that, and you can just use the screenshots because this all in one place. I'm telling you, this is hella useful. I wish I had this video when I was learning the glyphs. And so, because he won't lead you wrong. And so, like, he got the diagrams, the logograms, and the recommendations. I'm going to recommend a few tools and we'll come back. One tool that everyone should have, it should be, like, throw out the budge stuff. That'll have you getting beat in too many debates. Like, don't rely on budge as a primary instruction in the Medu Netcher. You can use that as reference material. To start with the old best, I'm going to recommend the old best. Get the digital copy of Sir Alan Gardner's Egyptian Grammar. Right? You gotta have that. It's gonna be too many because he made up the sign list. So you need the book with the whole sign list in it to be able to expound on what particular glyphs mean or what they say they mean. Then I would say support it with J.P. Allen, Middle Egyptian, and J.E. Hoke. Ain't they funny that they're both J.E.s? I think they're both J.E.s. J.P. Allen and J.E. Hoke. H-O-C-H. Middle Egyptian. One is like 2014, one is like 1996. And then supplement that, the dictionaries you use online. One is called Mark Vigas's Dictionary Online, which is a digital copy of Raymond Faulkner's dictionary. You can supplement that with any of our books from Raketi Amin, Ankh-Mi Ra. Those are supplemental. But what I'm trying to make sure is that if you get on the stage against somebody, an opponent of some other persuasion, that you know all they tricks first. You feel me? Then you can feel comfortable in expressing it how we culturally feel so to do. But I'm going to start this video, take me a sip of water, and come right back. I ain't going to play the whole thing. I'll be back to expound on some of the things he says. But this video that I just shared, you should probably save it if you're trying to learn the Medu Netcher. Here we go.
Hi everyone, my name's Foy Scalf. I work here at the Oriental Institute and I run the Research Archives Library here, and I'm also an Egyptologist, and I'd like to welcome you to our first from home Egyptology language seminar. This will be kicking off a series of weeks of seminars where various scholars who work here at the Oriental Institute will give you overviews of the various languages we study. So I'm going to be talking to you today about the ancient Egyptian language and the hieroglyphic writing system that's used to write, or at least one of the writing systems. So the first thing that we should begin thinking about is what's the goals for this short 30-minute or so seminar here. And what I'm trying to do is just give you a rough overview of Egyptian language and writing. We're not digging too deep. We're not trying to learn hieroglyphs in 30 minutes. This is just sort of an overview of what the language is like and the writing system is like, and some of the paths that you go down in studying it. So we'll be looking at basic fundamental frameworks, not learning hieroglyphs per se, but sort of looking at how the system works. Try to introduce you to sort of important and interesting tidbits as we go along, and maybe offer some new perspectives if you haven't looked too deeply into this material, and in certain cases provide you with hard to find information, which we're happy at the end of this, when you see this posted, feel free to comment on the OI social media channels and ask questions, and somebody from our team will definitely get in touch with you, or maybe I'll answer the questions myself if I see them as well. So feel free to get in touch with us about that. And we'll leave resources for learning more on those
Channels,
on those social media channels. So the first thing to think about when we're talking about ancient Egyptian is the difference between the language itself and then the writing system. So language, on the one hand, is something that humans have as part of their biological endowment. You develop it naturally when you're born. You actually don't have to be taught it. You sort of learn it with stimulus and input from your parents and the people around you. And it has certain properties. You often think of language as being externalized through the spoken variety, through your voice, but you can also externalize language in a number of other ways, including things like sign language is an alternative way to externalize this symbolic system that we use for expressing our thoughts. On the other hand, writing is something that you have to learn, right? We all spend a lot of time as children usually learning how to read and write, and it's more painful for some of us than others. And basically the writing system is just this graphic system for representing the language as produced in human speech. And in this definition, I'm just adopting a very simple one that was used in our visible language catalog, edited by our director, Christopher Woods, that you can download online from the OI website. So we'll be looking at both the Egyptian language and then the systems used to write it. Now, the ancient Egyptian language is usually put into this broader category that nowadays is often referred to as Afro-Asiatic, meaning it has features that are associated with other languages like Semitic languages, so languages from Asia, that gives it the Asiatic part of that, as well as from Africa. So that's why it's often called Afro-Asiatic, and it used to be called this larger family Hamito-Semitic. So Egyptian forms its own branch of that larger Afro-Asiatic family. When we say its own branch, what we're really talking about is that Egyptians separated, so people living apart from these other language systems, developed this version, right? Their own language is the Egyptian language, so long ago that Egyptian is not directly related, at least in any of the historically attested varieties that we know, to these languages, but they all go back at some point to some kind of common ancestor if you trace it back far enough in history. So Egyptian has features of the Semitic languages, things like languages like Akkadian, Aramaic, Hebrew, Arabic, etc., but then also features of some of these African languages in the various families like Cushitic, Chadic, Berber, and Amadic. And this is actually to be expected when you think about Egypt's geographical location in the northeast corner of Africa with a land bridge to the Middle East. It makes sense that the Egyptian language would have features from all of these areas sort of combined together. So this is how it's generally categorized in terms of its linguistic family. It's part of this larger Afro-Asiatic family. And we'll talk a little bit more about some of those features as we go on. Now, the language itself, most scholars divide it up into grammatical phases based on the different grammatical forms you find at different time periods. And so these numbers and these phases are very rough and in general arbitrary. Language changes. It develops continuously over time. So when you put these boundaries on any certain period or time, it's bound to be slightly artificial, but these give us decent categories to sort of work with, and they do represent some changes over time in the language. So the earliest Egyptian is written down around 3250 BC. We find that on these ivory tags from the site of a...
Now I'm going to stop this right here, and this is why I like scholars like him, because he's so honest. And this is what you get. And let me show you the difference between real scholarship in the university and wiki. Note what it says right here. Demotic, 700 BC. Now let me come to the wiki and watch how they do the trickmanship. And we only can notice this when we get on a level of even noticing what they're doing. I'm going to say Wikipedia, Demotic. Watch what they say. And you don't know why they do this. Or I'll ask the question to see who knows why they do this. What does it say here? Script type. Logographic with consonants. Time period 650 BC to the 5th century AD. Now, why would the scholar teaching and the university teach us 50 years before Wikipedia? Please, somebody just think about everything and answer this question. I'm going to kick it. I wish I had some do. Somebody don't know why? Answer the question. I got to give y'all time to answer. But we're going to talk about this for a second. Y'all clear? Let me go back to Wiki and show you again for your own eyes. Where the Wiki go? I got off the Wiki. Let me close this. Oh, well, I closed it out. Forget it. I ain't going back to the Wiki. Y'all just seen when I went to the Wiki. It was there. Yurik is on it because I know Yurik, you be on it. Guess why they did that? They don't want to give Nubians credit for coming up with the Demotic script. See, who was ruling Egypt at 700 BC? See? That's the problem. So what they do is they push it back on Wiki instead. Thank you. Somebody said Pianki. So the Demotic, and that's close. It might be Pianki, but he might be a little bit earlier than that. But it was during the time of what they call the Nubian rulers that this new script called Demotic came out. Now, what did Diodorus Siculus tell us? See, he said the Nubians was better with the glyphs than the Egyptians. If you think about his time period, he might have ran into indeed some real Nubians and some fake Egyptians. 1st century? Or what? What is that? What's Diodorus Siculus? He ain't nobody ancient. So you feel me? But I'm going to let this play. But we do need to note that this is the true teaching on the Demotic. And this is an academic lesson. So I don't think he's going to go too far off. But keep realizing this ain't, you know, he ain't giving a community teaching. He's probably thinking he's talking to students who paid a high tuition. And so this is why it's good for us to look at information like this, whether we agree or not. I can tell you everything he's saying is pretty much sound. He even went back to 3200 BC and didn't stop at the 3100. But he could go further to 3600, as Brother Reggie showed us. I'll let him continue.
Phytos, and then the other phases, Old Egyptian, Middle Egyptian, Late Egyptian, Demotic, and Coptic. A lot of these are generally again, just by convention, associated with periods. So Old Egyptian is often associated with the Egyptian Old Kingdom. Middle Egyptian is often associated with the Middle Kingdom. Late Egyptian with the New Kingdom. And then Demotic with the Saite period and later. And then Coptic often, although we'll talk about why it's complicated, associated with the Christian period in Egypt, starting in, let's say, the 4th century, roughly, AD. But again, those are just conventions. Scholars and academics have broken Egyptian up into these phases, basically to make it easier to study. So you can look at individual grammatical forms in a shorter time period rather than over the entire history of Egyptian, since it has such a long history. And we should also say that there are some dramatic changes in the grammar of the language over that time. Now, this chart shows you a very complicated view of how all these phases sort of cross history. One thing to keep in mind when you're looking at a chart like this is that just because we often associate, for example, Old Egyptian with the Old Kingdom, it doesn't mean that in later periods, Old Egyptian disappears completely. What I mean is that, of course, in the sort of spoken language, the language is developing all the time. Old Egyptian develops over time into what we're calling Middle Egyptian. But what I mean is that Old Egyptian inscriptions, so texts written in Old Egyptian, continue to be copied throughout Egyptian history. So when you're learning Egyptian, depending on what time period and what type of text you're looking at, you could encounter grammatical features from any of these phases. So just to give you a couple of examples of that, here's an example on the left side of the screen. You're looking at copies of texts from the Pyramid of Unas, so from the late 5th dynasty. And on the right, you're looking at a papyrus that has those same spells copied out in hieratic from the Roman period, so the 1st or 2nd century AD. So over 2,000 years later, they're still writing out text in Old Egyptian, and this one in hieratic. Here's another example of that. In this example, they're copying out these pyramid texts into Demotic, again in a papyrus from the 1st or 2nd century AD, this time in Demotic rather than in hieratic. So you can encounter any of these phases in later periods of Egyptian history when you're dealing with their text, and it makes it fruitful, or you might say it inspires a lot of commentary from scholars who then debate about whether, for example, if you see Old Egyptian grammatical features in a text from a much later period of Egyptian history, does that mean that that text had been copied over all those centuries, or could this be scribes from a later period trying to imitate earlier phases of the language? And there's a lot of discussion in the secondary literature about these kinds of hypotheses. Now, the primary scripts that Egyptian language is written in is hieroglyphic, the most famous, hieratic, so a more cursive form.
Again, I reiterate, if you want to come into a Medu Netcher class and skip the I'm telling you, you don't need to I'm not skip, but this is the introduction, and then when you're ready to start learning, all you need to supplement this with is learning the, I don't want to say the alphabet, learning the phonemes, learning the glyphs that make sounds. And that's not hard. It's not hard. You can supplement, like you can put 30 minutes a day to looking at the ones that correspond with the sounds that we make in our language, looking at that, and memorizing them, like, okay, when I see an owl, I should make the M sound. When I see water rippers, I should make the N sound. If you got that memorized and got this memorized, you ready to dance. By the end of that first class, you could be reading Stella completely. Let's go.
Form often used, not only often used, for example, writing in ink on papyrus, Demotic, a slightly more cursive script that comes into use in the 8th century BC, and then Coptic, which we'll talk more about, but in terms of associating it with the Coptic Christian text, that becomes more popular in the 4th century AD. So we'll look at how some of these scripts are structured. And just to give you some examples, here is literary hieratic of the 12th dynasty.
Now look, we are all at different rates now because we ain't had a workshop in a minute. We are all learning hieratic as well. So it won't stop at us. It just depends on how far you want to go. But it won't stop at us learning how to read the glyphs of the wall. We need to be able to go into some of the daily texts and religious texts and see what's right. And so that's what it is. It was Jed. Jed was teaching a class in the Magi group for a minute. But we're going to just revive it as a workshop where we all using these instructional books and keep teaching each other and, compete with progress and that type of fun stuff. Not really if people don't want to compete, then yeah, they got to compete. But sometimes having a contest to translate something is inspiring people.
This comes right out of Alan Gardner's very famous Egyptian grammar, which several generations of Egyptologists had learned from until more recent grammars were written, although I still highly recommend Gardner's grammar. It's still one of the best reference grammars we have, even if parts of it are outdated. So you can see at the top here the cursive hieratic forms and then a hieroglyphic transcription below. So below, Gardner has given you the hieroglyphic equivalents of these hieratic signs.
Now let's stop, because notice there's no translation on the screen. But a lot of us in the chat are to the level where we can start telling what this says, and it's not hard. I mean, I don't even. It's at a level where I could tell you what this is Patah Hotel, but this is the overseer of the city, the visor, Patah Hotel. The noble says, he says, and then he's starting to speak his maxims. So anybody, I know you don't see where it showed that this is Patah Hotel on the screen, but now that we can, and I don't think he said it, but now that we can start to make our way through it, and we can read it in the Medu Netcher too. Emi Niu Tati Patah Hotel Shemesh, maybe? How do you say noble one? Shemesh Jedef. I forgot noble one. But anyway.
Above. The same in this case, but with New Kingdom. So rather than Middle Kingdom hieratic, New Kingdom hieratic, you can see there's, even if you don't recognize all the squiggles, when you look at this, you can tell that there's been some development. It's a little bit more cursive. In this particular official hieratic, you can see there's certain types of ligatures where the signs are connected together that you see that's sort of distinctive for this New Kingdom hieratic. And then a fairly early Demotic text here showing you further that in Demotic, the script is even more cursive, and it's more difficult to recognize the hieroglyphic equivalents of the Demotic signs. So when you look at something like this, it may be much harder to recognize the hieroglyphs than even from the hieratic squiggles that you were previously looking at. And if you compare these together, you can see the sort of, again, this is just a rough approximation, but you can sort of get an idea of how the script from the top one, where some of the signs you can sort of recognize. You might recognize the crocodiles in the top line, or human figures, and then when you get down to the bottom in the Demotic, it's much more cursive and harder to recognize the original forms. To look at a couple of these, some of these, the Demotic is not very far from the hieratic examples. So in this case, you're looking at the verb jed, which just means to say or speak. And in the hieratic, you can see in the middle, very similar to what you find.
Now let me stop. An elementary mistake that people who love talking about the Medu Netter but don't necessarily study it has been dispelled if we are grasping what he's saying. None of us will no longer think that hieratic and Demotic is different languages. Right? I hope he broke that down good, that these are just different scripts. So you can take my words, I am smash, and keep it in English, but write it into a different script. You can write I am smash into the ancient Egyptian language. Dude, while I'm trying to explain that and make sure that we don't make the mistake, I accidentally made the mistake. I meant to say into the ancient Egyptian script. So I apologize. Right? You can take, and it'll make a person reading the ancient Egyptian script pronounce I am smash, even though they won't know what it means, because it's another language in that script. And so I know we know this, but some people watching this the first time, cool. Shout out to y'all.
In a lot of the Demotic writings beneath it. However, other groups, like this group, Para'a, the word for pharaoh, you can see in the hieratic looks somewhat similar to, pretty close to its hieroglyphic equivalents, but then when you look at the Demotic, it's been quite changed and wouldn't necessarily be immediately recognizable if you didn't know what this word already was. So what this shows you is that in Demotic, there's not, and in hieratic as well, but more so for Demotic, there's less often a one-to-one correspondence between a Demotic sign and a hieroglyphic equivalent. There's more ligatures, there's more independent development of the signs, and they're not always a one-to-one corresponding to some hieroglyphic equivalent. And we really probably shouldn't be thinking in those terms anyway, since Demotic is, as a script, and hieratic even too, is sort of developing its own styles and features that we should keep in mind. Now, when scholars and academics and students study Egyptian inscriptions, they have a series of conventions that they typically use in publishing or editing text so that other people can understand what the person editing the text believe they're reading. So usually this is divided into a couple of different categories. So for example, here you're looking at a picture of the biography of Ahmose, son of Abana, a very famous text that discusses the battles against the Hyksos. And what scholars tend to do will be to transcribe the hieroglyphic characters into a sort of font, or nowadays we tend to use a font, but in previous generations they would draw these hieroglyphs out by hand so that you sort of had a generic version of the hieroglyphs, a little bit easier to read than the actual hieroglyphs that are written, let's say, on the wall in this case. Then those hieroglyphic characters, they are given a transliteration. And what the transliteration is converting those hieroglyphic characters into Roman characters that stand for the sound values of the hieroglyphs. So a lot of popular myths, often, people have the misinterpretation that hieroglyphs is still some kind of allegorical script. But the hieroglyphs stand for sounds, just like the letters in our Roman alphabet we use for English. The hieroglyphs largely stand for sounds, and so we give characters to those sounds, most of them, as you can see on the screen in the transliteration, familiar to you from the Roman alphabet, but then some other characters that have diacritics, like an H with a dot under it or an H with a flat line, etc., which stand for sounds that might not be common in our general scripts. And a lot of these characters were adopted over from scholars studying Semitic languages, back in the 1880s, at the sort of beginning of the real opening up of Egyptian language study. So you have this transcription into hieroglyphic characters, and I will say, when you read the word transcription, some people use it differently, but this is how we tend to use it. We have this transliteration into Roman characters standing for the sounds of those hieroglyphs so that you can break them up into words, and then we translate those. This is very common and is helpful for colleagues, students, and other scholars so that they can see what you're interpreting when you have read the text. If you go back to much earlier works, maybe they only give a transcription or only a translation, and it's harder to know in certain cases exactly how the editor understood the text. So this is really a convention that's supposed to help our colleagues interpret this material, because obviously sometimes Egyptian inscriptions can be quite difficult.
So what he mean is, let's say you are very interested in ancient Egypt and you want to go to every resource you can, and you only know English, then obviously you only can read secondary sources in English. You can't read primary sources because they did not write in English. Now, let's say the secondary source that you go to only provides you with the translation. Then first of all, you don't know any reference point, to the original text. You can't even see what word they translated for God, or what word they translated for speed. And then you enter a debate with somebody and say, look, it say right here on this secondary source, a person who say they can read the glyphs, that this means speed. You just set yourself up. Obviously, everybody can see the pitfalls of doing that, so I don't even need to elaborate.
Now, for the Egyptians, they referred to the hieroglyphic script as the words of God. So the Medu, Netcher, and so you can see here the transliteration on the left, and then in the middle I give you just this sort of rough way to sound it out. This does not reflect any actual pronunciation of Egyptian. As you'll see in a minute, the hieroglyphic script did not write vowels, so in general we don't really know all that much about what it sounds like. There's more details there, but for the most part we don't know exactly how the pronunciations sounded, but this will give you a rough version that you can use just to sound out these words. So the Medu, Netcher, literally this means the words of God, and you can see this on a very famous example in the Oriental Institute, the panel of Nefermat, where he says, Sut irer Netcheruef im sesh in sinef. He is the one who makes his gods in writing that cannot be erased. And this middle section, the three flags that you see.
Y'all want to read that? The Medu Sut this is to make. He makes his gods. Sut Netteruef im sesh in sinef. All right. And so nin sinef must be he cannot erase. Because we see the negation arms again. Remember we talked about that in the beginning of the video? And we'll familiarize ourselves with these symbols in under a year's time.
See in the hieroglyphic script, Netcheru here probably referring to the Medu Netcher, the words of gods, or the divine things, the divine writing, the images that he's writing on his stela. And the reference at the end to writing that cannot be erased was
all right, that's 2 hours. I'm going to open up the chat and we can build on
style that Nefermat and his wife Etet had in their tomb at Medu, where they filled in cavities with this colored paste in their inscriptions. And a lot of the colored paste tended to fall out, so it actually didn't work as well as Nefermat probably intended, but you can see the results here in the panel. And so the Netcheru probably refers to the Medu Netcher, the words of God. So when you come to a place like a museum like the Oriental Institute or many of the other museums in America that have Egyptian collections, you can obviously see lots of examples of hieroglyphic script on stela like these from the Oriental Institute, the one of Uha on the left, and this third intermediate stela that we'll look more closely at in a few minutes on the right. Now, when you're looking at these stela and you want to know which direction that you're supposed to read the hieroglyphic script, the general rule is that you read into the face of the signs. So when you're looking at these texts and you see that the little bird signs, for example, are facing to the left, that means you start at the left. So the signs will face the beginning of the inscription. So in the top example, you would start on the left and read from left to right, but hieroglyphs can run both left to right and right to left. So in the second example, you see the signs are facing to the right. So you would start at the right and read to the left. And in general, when you read, whether it's right to left, left to right, you're then reading top to bottom. So notice the numbers along with the signs, so that they're basically going left to right, top to bottom, or right to left, top to bottom. And then the same thing when the hieroglyphs are used in vertical columns. You can see below on the left-hand side, the signs are facing to the left. So you're going to start at the left and work your way left to right, top to bottom. And on the bottom right, you're going to start at the top right and work your way right to left, top to bottom. So this is how you know where to begin to read a hieroglyphic inscription in general. There are exceptions to these rules, as there always are, but this is just some general ways that you can identify the direction that you need to read the hieroglyphic script. So here's a couple of other examples. Notice that the signs on the left.
Now, I think this is in J.P. Allen's book. Peace, Joey. Yeah, no recording, but Patah, thank you for that.
What's up, Smash?
Peace, how you doing?
Cool. I was just making a funny observation the other day. I was watching the debate between Jabari and Dr. Reggie, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were arguing about a set's virginity. And Jabari said in one of the texts, it said she got clapped by thunder, right? And I said, that sounds familiar. That sounds like something we use to describe those sort of actions in 2024. Then Reggie hit me with the real interesting thing. He said, the copulate means neck. I said, what? You hear what I say, Smash?
Mm-hmm.
You hear me?
Yeah.
So I said, so we really just naturally using these terms, not understanding that they have some ancient origin, and it really means the same thing?
There's a lot of overlap, definitely. I see it and I'll be like, damn, is this what we talk about today?
So that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just and I just happened to be watching that, and this is the topic that we're talking about.
Oh, I got inspired by watching the King's monologue video, an introductory lesson to Medu Netcher. But
Look at that.
I was like, since I am focusing on making it more functional for my art, I'm like, man, I think it would be cool if we worked on the functionality of Medu Netcher, but it would take us to understand the grammar so that we can start. And then, see, when the first people speaking it understand the grammar and they say things right, the kids and everything else is just going to pick up on the grammar by the way that, learning the way that you said something. So one body of people will have to go set forward how things are to be stated and then start stating them in that way. Like, you know, all we've been getting is catchphrases from our people who so-called read the Medu Netcher. They might say Ankh Ujasaneb or, but ain't nobody said, come on, let's get up out of here. Somebody in here, we don't want to hear this information. How do you say that in Medu Netcher and then have all the people understand it and then there don't be nothing else you need to say? You know what I'm saying? It's the grammar.
I don't know. I just fell off there suddenly, man.
It's all good.
But I think it's really interesting how when you look throughout the Caribbean and places like that, we really maintain the kind of, what's the word, boy? The syntax of the language? Is that the word, or am I using the wrong linguistic
I
term?
don't know about the syntax.
No, I might be using the wrong word. Maybe I should say continuity of the language about how we speak. Like if you're Jamaican speaker, you hear people from Ghana speak the language. It sounds similar. It sounds very similar.
Mm-hmm.
So I might be using the wrong word.
Peace, Brother Flag. What's up?
Hotel
What's
family.
going on? What's going on, Baba Flag?
Hotel. Hey man, the universe has expanded. I've had my just welcome in my 23rd grandchild. My I don't know what son he is, and I'm gonna step away for a minute because they're gonna come by in a few minutes. They're not coming in. I'm just gonna ride the car to see him. I think he's 3 days old now.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, man. But this is one of the most exciting classes I've attended. Smash, I mean, and especially to hear you actually say that you want to have 1,000 students and teachers with it and have us, you know, functionally reading within next year, man. That's been a desire of mine for I can't tell you for how long. I'm gonna have to ask you for forgiveness because we are also in the middle of past the middle of the ASCAD conference for the Western region that I had spoken to you about earlier and had asked you if you were going to be in town, could you participate?
Mm-hmm.
And now we have it. I have to ask my queen how much structure is already set in place, but it's the first weekend in December. And if you're available, even if you don't do anything more than just express your desire to and openness and willingness to bring in more people to your class, man, I think this would be a wonderful opportunity for you, and it's definitely a wonderful opportunity for the expansion of the organization, this outreach. And thank you so much for what you're doing between what you do and my Tuesday morning classes with Dr. Mario Beatty. They're here? Yeah. Okay. So let me step out and I'll get back to you guys.
Yeah, congratulations. Go see that beautiful new one, and congratulations on that. We'll be right here.
Okay, thank you so much.
Word up. You there, Joey? Y'all feel free to hit the link if y'all got any questions at any level. Don't even trip. We be chilling. And don't feel free. Mistakes is how we learn over here. So what's up?
You know what? I was feeling bad a little bit because I was saying, I'm not doing too well. Then I tuned in and I said, well, for someone who just studied for a few months, I'm not doing too bad.
Oh, what? You already right. You showed me that you got the propensity to learn the language, and that is a hoop to hop. A lot of people
Well, I'm
stay in this tradition and teach it for years and never learn the language.
but you see the problem with me is I never develop a passion for reading. So I'm one who's gonna look at something, read it, break it down in my head, so I can repeat it verbatim. Then I will move on to the next thing. Just like I was reading the Ibana document. I was reading that, and I kind of tried to memorize it a little bit. So I was just looking at everything to try and memorize it. And as soon as you put it up on the screen, I knew exactly what it was. I recognized it immediately. And I was also looking at something on Facebook with one of the pharaohs, and I have to apologize because it was a dynastic pharaoh, and he was holding two merholes, and it looked like one of his titles was the Valiant Bull. If I'm reading it right, I think it said Valiant Bull.
Yeah, you'll see them
So they had a
holding
bull,
you'll see them holding merholes often.
and I think one of his title was the Valiant or Brave Bull because they had the hand holding like a cone or something like that. So I'm not sure. So I think it was like the Valiant Bull in the form of a man, if I was reading it correct. Does that sound correct or
Um,
no?
they put the powerful bull after a lot of kings.
Right.
Um,
But does it
nah,
but does it say in the form of a man? Or did I
nah,
just make it?
nah.
I made
Unless
that
it
up.
says in the form of a man, is a way to say that.
Because it has like a S on it
Hmm.
and then like three lines. So I don't know if I'm tripping. If I'm reading something wrong.
No, I don't think you're tripping at all.
So
You
because it
might
looked like
be
said.
making. I
No,
mean,
no,
it
no, no,
could be a
no.
mistake you're making, but you're trying to
You know
learn
I
it.
said it?
So I
No,
can't help you right now, but I don't think you're tripping. You'll figure it out.
you know, I said it because it has the tooth and then it has like the message.
I can't really visualize what you're saying, but
Oh, boy. And I think if I could share my screen, I might have it in my images. I think I might have it in my images.
if what
Would I
if
be able to share my screen in short?
say what?
I think I might have it in my images. I'm not sure.
You may.
So let me go out and see if I see it in my images. I will see if I can share it.
All right, I'll be right here. Shout out to Indigenous. Oh, shout out to Indigenous. He said he threw 20 in the atmosphere for the newborn. We should have gave you brother, what's the name, Cash App, but this newborn's floating around all over. Shout out to you, Indigenous.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I have it in yeah. I have it in my photos. So I should be able to share it, right?
um, what is
I'm on
it?
my phone. So it's a photo of King Tutankhamun.
Hold up,
So I don't know if I could if I press share, will I be able to share?
hold up. Peace to everybody who just joined. Yeah, you can share now.
Peace.
Oh,
Peace, peace, peace.
okay.
Hey, Zoo,
I've
are
never
you
done this.
Zoo? You not Kim White?
Yeah, I'm Kenway. I'm about to change
Oh,
my
I
stuff
was
right now.
about to
So.
say. I was like, it's a dude. I've been thinking that was you, bro.
Right though.
Yeah, yeah.
Now,
Keep it
now,
consistent.
now,
That's
now
all.
question. Question is if I go to the photo and I press share, I will be able to share it on the screen, right? Or do I have to press share and then go to the photo?
Man, I'm not about to do that. All right, go to the bottom of the screen and click share. I
Right.
thought you knew how to share. I don't
No,
know. Just click
you never
share.
saw me
It's
say
all
anything on
good.
here
It's
before.
all good. Click
You
share
never
at
saw
the
me.
bottom, and then make sure you don't share too much. You can either share the entire screen or that particular screen that you're intending to share.
I'm going
Yeah.
to album, right? The
Shout out to Indigenous again for the contribution.
Here
I was giving some love for people who gave our love. You feel me?
we go. That's it here. Are you seeing it? That's it there.
We about
The one
to.
at the bottom. The one at the bottom. You see it?
Okay, yes, we do see this here. Now,
So
so I'll allow you to read this first, and then because I don't want to mess up nothing for you. So go ahead. What you think it say?
I will translate it in Valiant Bull.
But before you translate it, read it in the Medu Netcher.
Sadly, I can't.
So then you
It
ain't
would be like-
translating it really to keep it a
Okay.
buck.
That would be like Kemi. The person
I
would
can
come like
help
Kemi,
you.
right?
I can help you, but I don't want you to be confused that the process that you was about to do was reading it. You see what I mean? You just remembered what they said it said, and then was about to repeat that.
So the first one would be something like Kemi, right?
Naked. You could say ka, but what they want you to take from that bull you're talking about.
Yeah.
What they want you to take from that would probably be naked. Some would say ka, some would say ka naked. I think since you see the power hand under it, they want you to take strength from that. So you could indeed say what you were about to say, the valiant bull, but some will just say, yeah, the strength. Okay, go right ahead. It references strength, and I don't know if strength is referenced in valiant, but I have seen that translation. But you can continue. No, you gotta read it, family. Nah, you an archer. So throw out what you was about to do and just read it. You got the naked.
Naked, tooth, mess.
Hold on.
Then sock,
Yeah, you did read naked to mess. And now what do you see?
sati.
Huh?
Satiu?
Okay. But
Or is that wrong?
no, that's not wrong.
So,
But
so
it
that would
could
mean like
so let's just slow down a minute.
that mean like in the image of a man.
The reason why I want to slow down, where do you see the image of the man? I see the image with two.
Right.
Where's the man?
Born into the image.
All right, born in the image, but where's the man?
Satiu does it mean man?
No, so here's where I think the confusion. Sa is a man. If you put a T on it, you're going to get set, which would be a woman. But here's the more ultimate confusion. If your translation says born in the image of a man, they're possibly going, you see that mess to the right? They're probably saying that S is the final consonant of the word mess, and then we have mess too. I'm just giving you the options, and this is how we would probably, if you think that the translation is indeed all the way. Now, what if I wanted to disregard it? This is not about a woman or about women, correct? Because you can't get men out of sets at the bottom. You got to get something feminine out of that. So if they say it's about a man, the only thing that would represent a man would, in this instance, would be now you can help me with this, Chris. The dependent pronoun, which appears to say to at the end, because we see the three strokes, but that ain't how they write that pronoun, and so I don't see how they came with that. Nevertheless, I do see that born in the image. You know what I'm saying? So if they want to say that was Satu, yeah, I mean, I can see one born in the image of the bull, of a strong bull. Anybody else want to try to parse that bottom section and see what you rendered?
All right. I'm at the loss. I do know the image of, because that's part of his name. So that is how I know.
I think Chris was about to go. He's the real expert, and so let's hear what he got to say.
Yeah, I was going to agree with the brother. Literal translation would be tut mesut, like one who is born or born in image. And then what that really sums up to is personified. So he's like the mighty bull personified.
So you are seeing tricon. MST.
Yeah, mesut or meset. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Born.
Would it be
Well,
Meswet? Meswet or no?
No,
At the bottom is part of the masut.
The two.
yeah. So the three strokes there. So this word mesut is kind of being turned into like a participle. It's been nominalized. So it's like one. It can mean child, or it can mean to birth. So it's like one born. So like the image, the image, birthed, or again, that whole thing together can allude to something like personified.
Cool.
okay, so I wasn't too far off there.
The personified image of the bull.
Right, or
Born-
literally,
Or
right,
the strong one.
But literally born
Okay.
into that image, though. Correct.
right, yep. Yeah,
But it's
born,
not like a
manifested.
king. It's not king or one. That's not how they write two at the end. That's just an error. Mesuits. But then, can I ask you a question?
Mhm.
Should we say mess wet?
Meswet. Well, the verb is messi. So if you want to nominalize the verb messi, write that u at the end, or that mesut. So the verb, so you want it to match the gender of tut.
But when
So you
we
got
got
two-
a U and a T, what do
Right.
we do? Put the U first?
Yeah, so yeah, the u comes first, because to turn a verb into a participle, you can also put the abstract w at the end too.
Oh,
so
okay.
Yeah, so then the T at the end is just matching the gender of the word that's before it.
So not
So-
mess wet. That W could just be a U, and you could say mess suits. Basically, it's
Yeah,
still
mess wet work too.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
mess
perfect.
wet work.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
I just was trying to clean it up. Cool. Yeah. So Joey, your translation, and your translation seems to be accurate. I don't know if you read it, but it seems like the way you seen it was on point.
Well, I can
So,
read the rest of it. No
The
problem.
only question is left. Would y'all say the volume bull?
Yeah, because normally when you see the bull with the arm like this, it's two words normally. Kad nechet.
So you say
Yeah.
car naked and not just naked.
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah.
So then we
Now-
gonna say car naked to mess wet.
Mm-hmm.
Now is that a Heru name? Or is that
Yeah, that's the golden horse name. Because you see on top of it, you got the golden horse on top of it, and horse on
Yeah, I
top
see
of the seref. Yep.
I see a Rob there too. Yeah. Golden horse. Yep.
Okay, well,
Well, you know what? So starting out our initial probe, thinking about whether there was a man in this text. I don't think that the original translation say, do the translate. Because remember, we first started wondering, how did man get into this? I don't know if you recall that, Joey.
yeah, but I was just off.
Oh, but
Not by much, but I was
no,
off.
that's fine. That's how we learn. But I'm saying, did the original translation actually say a man in the image of? You see what I mean?
Well,
You can't
according
remember.
to what Chris said, no.
No, I'm saying I'm saying that he said the right translation. I'm simply asking, did the source you have actually say the words "a man"? You can't remember. That's fine.
No, I didn't have a source. I just looked at it. I
Huh?
didn't translate it from anything. I just looked at the good.
All right, but
There is no source.
I'm with you on that. But
This
when
is
I
the source.
asked you in the beginning, you said you didn't read it. You don't remember?
Well, when I say I didn't read it, I mean like the first part. I just kind of would have remembered the symbols and know that it stood for that without like reading it, because we went through it already. So I would have been familiar with the glyph.
I understand. You just seen the
communication-
bull and remember volume bull, but didn't remember Karnaki, basically, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
I got you.
Like,
word
yeah.
up, word up. That's
Now, if you ask me to read what's next to it, I could read that.
Yeah, that's where I would say that's where you get your man from.
But I could see how someone could see the word set and probably, mistaking that for man. When
Yeah,
technically that
yeah. I was
set.
trying to clean that up, but it actually didn't occur. I don't think it occurred in the translation. It just was
Right.
a
Oh, okay.
misunderstanding. Yeah, I think. So you
Render.
can you read you did read it. You just didn't go through the process of translating. I mean, vocalizing the Medu Netcher. Then you just read it straight in the English when you read it.
Well, I could read the other part of it for sure.
Well, that's more advanced. It took me longer to be able to read straight into English the way that you said you read it and bypass the Medu Netcher. You see what I mean? And so that's not easy, simple. You know what I'm saying? Like that's good to be able to do. I remember when
Other
I
part
just
of it,
started practicing doing that live like last year. Like I'm not even gonna read the Medu Netcher. I'm just gonna read the English.
well, I could read the other part that says Mesut Beti Neb Tawi Neb Keperura Ang Bi. And I'm sure I got that right.
Yeah, I know you sure you got that right.
Now, let me ask you a question.
That's
Would it be
What
Unc D or D Unc?
de-unk.
Oh, am I reading it the wrong way?
What did you
Yeah.
say?
Well, yeah, Unc D
Oh,
Life
okay.
give or give life.
gives life.
Yeah.
Right. Now here's the question. What does Neb Keperura mean?
Well,
That's
you
what I
tell
would
us,
want.
and then I'll try to see what I can say. Then I'll ask for answers. Go ahead.
I could say I know Neb means Lord. Keper is the creation deity or manifestation, and Ra is the sun.
So what that mean?
The Lord of the Lord of creation manifesting as sun.
All
Or
right, now
am I
let me try. That sound good. I would probably say something similar to what you said. The master or the lord of the transformations of Ra, or the forms, if you want to be more general, because that could be a form too. So a master of the forms of Ra. Seeing that the other part of his name references the image, I'd probably say that not the transformation, not becoming. I'll probably say something like that. Now, can y'all correct that or tell me what y'all think? Shazmu or Chris or Zoo?
I like the Lord of the Transformations of Ra. I feel like it kind of keeps it open, and the way the brother interpreted, I like it too. And maybe that would be like a more in-depth kind of reading. You know what I mean? Like, and it's still yet to see if that, I guess, could apply to that scene, but it very well could.
Yeah, and I agree with all that. I was just thinking created ruler of Ra, something like that.
Nah.
Creating or created ruler, something like that. But
That is it there
Chris,
then. I know my text on it.
Yeah. I like all those, but I was thinking along the lines of, since his name is Tutankhamun, like the living image of of Amun. I thought more along the lines of the complete or the total transformation of Ra. But yeah, Lord, yeah,
Where did you
Lord
get
transformation
complete
of Ra.
from?
Neb total.
So you saying you don't? So all right, let's talk about that. So
That's
you
deep though. That's
well,
another year.
but we gotta. I got it's questions so that I can come to an understanding of how you arrived at that conclusion. I understand that you saying all and every, but I
Yeah,
understand you are also know honorific transposition. And then you will be saying that's not occurring in this instance. So you saying I'm saying the reason why the Neb bowl is in the position it's in is not because it needs to be looked at as an adjective, but because it's the only thing inside of the cartouche that's not a deity besides the three strokes of plurality. So it
right.
mandates mandates his position at the bottom, and you know what I'm saying. But so I'm trying to see how you see that.
Yeah, I didn't say Lord because normally when Neb is used as a noun for Lord, it normally comes before something, right? It's normally before. So
Mm-hmm.
Lord, Lord, transformations of Ra. Mm,
But you got to think about that.
yeah.
What consider the this transposition is Neb still Lord in names that are honorifically transposed? Like this is Neb Keperu Ra. Let's think of another instance. I know it's other Nebs, and see if
Nebmat Ra.
Neb Ma'at Ra is the Lord of. See, he's not he's not every Neb Ma'at Ra.
Yeah. Yeah. No, yeah, no, that makes sense because if you start in the middle, not the middle, but at the bottom, Neb, Keperu, Ra. Yeah. Yeah, that works. Yeah, Lord, the transformations of Ra.
I'm just trying to understand if there is an instance I need to ignore the honorific transposition and just say, no, this Neb is holding the ablative position. I just need to note that in my stuff.
Yeah, but even grammatically though, that makes sense too though. Lord, the transformations of Ra. Yeah.
I was trying to remember honorific transposition. The name of it, I was trying to remember that early on the King Monologue show, but I couldn't remember it enough.
It means, if I'm not mistaken, it means normally when they write the word, the deity would come first.
Well,
So this is Ra Keper Nebra, something like that.
when we read these glyphs, we always leave out some of the bigger images that are attached. Do you think we should be reading that Ra and that Heru with that crown above there, or should that be considered maybe possibly part of the vignette?
Well,
Yeah, I thought that might have been
everything should be written in the picture language.
Yeah, that's just another way of saying Heru. Yeah, because you'll see that in the glyphs. You'll see the glyph Heru with the Ra behind it. And normally you read it as Heru. Yeah, so this is Horus. That's his Horus name. All of that in the Surah is his Horus name.
So we should do, but I think what we do with Medu, that everything is, once it's a picture, everything is part of the idea.
Mm-hmm.
And let me ask this too. With the honorific transposition, I always thought it was with the deities. When I didn't know it was with in pronouns or adverbs or verbs. I thought it was just like which deity came first. Come. Right.
So all right, here we go. So let's think about the four glyphs, or the glyphs we see within the cartouche or the shinu. Now, of those, just think about it. How many of those are Netchers?
Yeah, two.
Well,
and
two,
so,
but yeah.
So one of them.
So you're saying the Kepler beetle would be a deity.
Yeah, definitely, right?
Yeah, it's a stage of Ra.
Oh, okay, that's all you was misunderstanding. Yeah, the Kappa is a deity as well. Kappa-Ru, the beetle. You ever seen the Netcher with the beetle head?
Oh yeah. The only one I ever kind of would think about Kepler would be what's the other one in the beginning? The one who created himself from himself.
Kepara.
Yeah. And so think about it. If it's two Netchers in the name and the last one represents a man, then you do got evidence that it might be honorifically transposed, that the man is holding the final position because the two Netchers are more relevant to him. And they're even, I kind of noticed, it seems that there is I don't want to say a hierarchy to honorific transposition, but I haven't figured it all the way out. So in names that got two supreme deities like Amen and Ra, but they're not talking about Amen Ra, let's say, I don't know if this name even exists, who holds the highest honorary position?
I'd say Ra in that case.
Well, I would have to learn it from, if I haven't scrutinized it, I don't know any reference point to go off, but what you say, what y'all say?
The reason why I would say Ra is because when you have names with Ra in it and other deities, it normally will put Ra first.
Well, what we do understand is that Ra normally be first in most all of these names, right? And then I don't know if I ever seen an Amen go before a Ra. And so it seemed that at least in the way that they honor them. I don't know if it works like that. It may be, but you're never going to see a Keper before the Ra, and when they are like, I mean,
Right.
it's said before it, but it doesn't appear before it.
And just
Right.
like with like Ma'at Ra, I always think Ra is the highest deity. And
Yeah.
Satep, you always getting on me. I know, bro. I'm with you. Just
but,
hit the chat.
but when you write it, that's the way that they write it. They put the raw first.
Well, let me ask you. All right. Somebody can. I'm gonna share the screen, and I'm not asking a trivial question. The reason why I'm asking the question is gonna help me with my understanding of some places when I get lost in my studies. And so, with certain transliterations of cartouches that got or shinus that got multiple deities in them, and you ain't got no training wheels, I'm gonna see who gonna mess up or who's gonna do it right. You see what I'm saying? And I know one I always used to stumble over, so I'm gonna pull it up. And I ain't
And
asking Chris to go first because I know you know, but
bet you any amount of money, I know which one you're gonna pull up.
with I don't think so.
Almost certain. Almost
And
certain
I
you can pull up
always
that rare 50 second.
But,
You gonna pull up
always
that
nah,
rare
it's
think
not that. It's not that. It's close. You can't. You do. You like actually like one pharaoh off, dog.
and I always think about the age of the Netcher, how far back
But
it
I ain't gonna
goes.
give it away because that'll give it away. So hold on. You always think about the age of the Netchers.
Right, like
Yeah.
which deities came, throughout the time periods.
All
The
right.
Kepara was the first.
So this is the phenomenon that I'm saying that knowing the order of honorific transposition, if there is one or not one, there has to be one because we got conflicts if we try to follow the same rules of not hierarchy, no hierarchy. Like tell me, not Chris, somebody else. Read the names in these cartouches.
Okay.
See what I mean? So, or if you don't want to really
Is
illustrate what problems
hold
this
on.
text present for you.
Is that would be Ra would be one, right?
Hold
And
on, are you
then
reading it or are you identifying the glyphs? Because when you read it, you're supposed to honorifically transpose it so that Ra is in the right position.
okay, Ra. I can't make out the second deity, beloved of Canoe. I can't make out the second deity.
So what are you using to try to make out the second deity? Which pieces of his what are you using? He got a double plume. Did you identify that on his head?
I did, but
And then he got what scepter he got? That should probably be,
that's a Wa.
anybody who is that right there?
Amen.
Yes, Amen.
Ra Amen.
So
I say Amen Ra, but go ahead.
No, there are two deities present. One is Ra and one is Amen.
all right, let's let you keep going. Two deities present. See, this is the phenomenon I asked about. Who's bigger in this person's life? Somebody else trying to come in.
So it
And
says,
so you can
Ra
continue.
Amen.
Continue though.
So it says Ra Amen, beloved of Canoe, or Canoe, beloved of Ra Amen.
What about
And
that other one though?
Nah, but real quick before you read it in the English, because English ain't showing honorific transposition. You got to read it in Medu Netcher so we know how his name supposedly sounded or whatever.
And I always, with those two deities, I always remember from Dr. Ben's teachings when he said Narmer united the two kingdoms. He allowed Ra to like with Amun Ra. Amun was the older deity or the higher deity, but he let the losers get their deity at the end. Or
Now,
or the
mhm.
opposite way around. I can't remember.
Now this
But
one
anyways,
is
it was
more.
Amun Ra.
This one is more complicated, but I pulled it out to illustrate the problem of not us. Well, to address whether there's a hierarchy in this or not, or how do you reconcile this conflict when you got that many Netchers and they both on the same level like that?
Let me give it a try
Go ahead.
in the Medu. I would believe it would say Amin Ra, Mary, and Canoe.
All right. Anybody else? You said Amin Ra, Mary, and
Yeah,
Canoe. So
yeah, I would.
basically, all right, go
Yeah.
ahead. Go ahead. You go
No,
ahead.
I would just say Canoe. I wouldn't. I would not put Canoe before Amon Ra. I would say Canoe or Mary and Canoe Amon Ra.
That's good. So and then anybody else want to go at that? And then I'm gonna give a clue to help us a little bit because I feel like unfair. Um, but anybody else want to go besides Chris?
I'm kind of with the Mary Canoe in Ra construction.
All right, so let me help us because right now what we see as canoe is not necessarily a netcher. I'm just gonna say that. So if you know another name for that animal that doesn't represent the netcher canoe, that is what that is right there. If we don't know it, I can just say it. But anybody, it's ba, it's ba, it's ba,
Ba?
it's ba,
Yeah.
Ba?
ba.
Mary and Ba in Ra.
Like B.A. Ba?
Yeah, this name is crazy.
I
So
almost thought it was
what's
like a different version of Amun.
guess what?
and what would
So
be the
I
meaning?
can read it the way I'm gonna read the first card to
Oh,
the way his name is read in history, and then we have to talk about this.
so the Ba would be spirit, maybe,
So no, this is.
or
I don't
body?
think this ain't the spirit box. Can y'all see my dictionary?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
No.
Oh, well, let me see. I must have shared the screen the wrong way. Let me show you. Share screen. Screen one. Y'all don't see the dictionary?
Nah,
It's coming
yeah,
up.
it's yeah.
Oh,
There you
okay.
go.
There it is.
All right, hold on. Now, notice this. First thing we notice as soon as I put ba in there, that this bird actually got the heads of a whatever that animal is. Y'all can notice that real quick. I need
Like
to
a
make
round
it
Yeah,
head.
bigger.
I
I'm
see
gonna
the
keep,
horns. Yeah.
but now look at what they got in the definition. A noun of divinity, uncertain, right? Uncertainty of that. But let's keep going so we can analyze this. We want to get to the ba that is that animal. I don't want to identify. Is it a who know what that is? Y'all can say it. Here it go right here. It's a sacred ram.
I want to say Abba could be a
That's what I
ram,
was gonna
another
say
name for
right
ram.
there.
All right, so instead of it just being canoe right there, that's the clue that is ba. Now if y'all want to try to say the name out, it's probably gonna come up if you work with these combinations. So
What I was going to mention is that Ra, Ba'u, and Ba, all of these are so Amun in the Hibbisheims. All of these are just manifestations of the god Amun. Because if you look at the Hibbisheims and look at how he manifests himself,
now
they call him the Ba'u.
put a name out, it's probably gonna. Oh, you gotta hit mute, Kupu.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I did.
What up, Kupu?
What's up, family? Hey, was that Cunham? That bird have Canoom's head on it?
No, that's not canoe. That is actually Bob. But what you were saying, he was in the middle of saying something.
Go ahead, God.
Yeah, no, I'll keep it short. And I'll just saying all of these are just manifestations of Ra, not Ra. Ra, and the word Ba'u means ram, but it also means souls. So Amun manifests in these various forms. That's why when the brother said Amun Ra, that's kind of like the first go-to, because you look over to the right, it even says Amun is personified or is as king, not the right, on the left. So that's kind of a hint to say, it's Amun Ra and not Ra Amun, if you were to read the name in the Shanu on the right side.
Yeah, and so what? Now this is why this would mess me up so much, is because this is Marin Patah, right? So that's another hit, but we got to work this out because his name is Ba in Ra Mary Amen. And
What?
exactly. And so, I mean, trust me, that's why I said let's go to this. It's very
I would have never
complicated.
read that.
And so his name is Ba-in-Ra Mary Amen. Now, again, Egyptologists told us this because when we look at the glyphs, it's mixed up like this. And the ancient Egyptians never transliterated for us. You see what I'm saying? So this may be one where we could say, hold on now. And I always tell you before you start doing that, oftentimes it's a fail. You gain more information and you see why the Egyptologists did it that way. So I'm just warning us now before we say, oh, they messed it up. Because all we left with is our tools of discernment and trying to go any other way. Was his name Martin Ba? Martin Ba Ra Amen? And so what they concluded is he's Ba in Ra Mary Amen. And then we're going to talk about this other cartouche.
Real
quick before you go there, Smash.
It's an indirect genitive.
Would Ba in be so of?
He about to break that down because the word he said was genitive is breaking down exactly. You just said what he said in a different way. You want to break that down, Chris?
Yeah. I was going to say, I remember It was saying that when reading names of Shanus, reading it from top, it forms a sentence. Normally, their names form a sentence or some kind of adjectival phrase or some kind of sentence. So reading it as the soul of the beloved Amun, that makes sense because Amun they manifest as souls of Amun, meaning the pharaoh, animals, etc.
Okay. I hear that Ba in Medu Amun.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. That's cool.
I got it different than that.
Who got it different?
It's a test.
All right. I know you, but I'm trying to understand your level of having it different. When we was building, remind me.
No, I'm just because the only thing he left out was Ra.
Ra, he said souls of Ra.
That's the only thing.
He said that.
Medu Amun.
No, he said that.
Souls of Ra, beloved of Amen.
Ba in Ra, Mary Amun. Ba in
Ra, beloved of Amen. It was just
Ba in Ra is the souls of Ra. That includes Ra.
Ba in Ra.
The soul of Ra, beloved of Amen.
Yeah.
Can anybody verify or dispute Ra's Patori system being Ra's spiritual system and translated from Latin?
Man, that's not gonna work.
I'm asking. That's what I'm doing.
I'm just gonna let you know the category of that is called like folk etymology. It's just like it sound like it, and so we go with it. And people I've heard that before. You're not the same. Just like I heard of that before. Basically, you're not the origin of it, but I don't think that's real etymology, or Okay. I mean? Think about it. But but anyway, somebody can say no, that's real.
Yeah, just let that ride. That's what I was saying.
Jay Mills said you're right. I'm just playing. He said yes. I don't know.
I don't know where I heard. I heard Latin was respiratory. That's where the word come from.
It might.
Respiratory.
I don't know. It sounds like folk etymology to me. If you want to pull up respiratory, you might want to look at it.
Okay.
In an etymological dictionary.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, would it be souls or soul? Since it's like it's one king's name.
It's singular. It's his name. So his name, basically.
Ba in Ra. It must be singular.
Soul of Ra, beloved of Amen. That's all.
Are you putting the S on that, or just leaving it as one singular soul?
Bruh, it's his name. That's his name. So it's him.
Yeah, but when it seems like everybody is saying souls with an S.
Well, it ain't souls because it's not plural.
Exactly.
It's no three strokes.
Okay.
All right, so let's move over to the next cartouche. Shinu. Don't say cartouche. Y'all know what I mean, though.
Yeah, we ain't got to be so aggressive.
I know one of the faces is blurred out, And so it's not fun going to the facsimiles, but I think we might want to reference that just so we can finish working with that. Unless it's
It
in
looks
here,
like hurry. Looks like hurry.
right?
Hottie. Hottie.
Is there a T there?
It looks like Hurry Moon.
Here we go. This the real way we want to do it. 'Cause
I see my eye. I see my eye.
Oh, so well, the one we
Don't
can't
cheat.
see.
That's not cheat.
All right, well,
Oh, okay.
it's not kind of fair because now people can't see some glyphs that others have seen already. So I'm gonna try to show it in a way that everybody have.
Oh,
a fair
okay.
share.
Cool.
Yeah, because
I
you
thought
can't
you
see
were
you can't see
saying
the
that.
hotep or something. Let's try this. Yeah,
Nah,
there
I
we
don't
go.
see no.
Oh yeah, this is better. I mean, if I can make this bigger. So we worked out the one on the left side this time. Yeah, people
see.
learning, you know, so
Yeah.
we worked out the ba in ra. Now nothing what I didn't know is when do I know to skip over this mer? Like how am I gonna systematically know it's time to skip over this mer and just go to ba in ra and then say Mary Amen. But let's
I
go.
think they knew that because they read more about it. They were able to decipher more from the other names, maybe other texts, or they saw
Well,
more
watch
than
them
we see.
contradict themselves. What's his name on the next text?
Hori Hotep
Yeah.
in Ra
What's his name?
Mary Amun. Hori Hotep in Ra
Hori.
Mary Amun.
Is that Amun? I don't know about that.
It looks like Amun, but
I don't see no double plume. I do see the wasp. Could that be?
No. That's that. No.
Wasir?
Is that no? Is that Amun?
It looked like Amun.
You sure? Because there's a double plume on that. So
Yeah, on his headdress.
The one on the left, you can see the two plumes.
Yep.
But it looked like they probably left it out on the one on the right.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm just guessing.
Looked like it,
I'm
anyway.
just guessing because most of them are named Mary Amun.
Nah, the one on the right, one on the right got on the skull cap of Patah. If y'all look closely, and he
I'm looking. I see it too.
He got Patah's po-chief.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you can see it.
I'm just saying that's what I think I see, and so I don't think they left the double plumes off more than it looked like that skull top.
Would that be Patah across from Ma'at?
But that's him. Now listen,
That's
remember.
Amun.
So let me slow down because you said something earlier, and I don't want to. I just want to know how you know, Joey, to determine a her from a hurry. You said hurry hotep. Anybody agree with that? And then I want to see if y'all saying Harry or her hotep.
Yeah, I say hair.
No.
I say hurry.
No.
I agree with it.
All right, so
I'm
y'all
wrong.
know what y'all
I'm
doing
wrong.
by saying the difference between her
Let
and
me amend
Harry.
it. I'm wrong.
But this is a show where people are learning from, so let's go a little slower.
Wrong.
Let's just go a little
I'm
slower.
wrong.
Okay, you wrong. We heard you. But let's just explain this phenomenon we talking about. Like, because I thought you knew what you was doing when you said the difference between a hare or a hairy, and how do we reconcile this or teach people what we talking about basically. And so
I'll tell you why I get the mistake. I can tell you why I get the mistake. And I get the mistake because of the single stroke. For some reason, I think, okay, the face is her, and then that stroke makes it hurry. And I could be corrected. So I can never get that wrong again.
No, the stroke don't do that. It is the way that it's changing word categories when you take it from her to hurry. But I would like to hear what others say, you know what I'm saying, about this.
Right, that single stroke is a
stroke just means
logographic
you
stroke.
read it for what it is.
I mean, her is her, which means a literal face.
Well, yeah.
So that single stroke there is a logographic stroke.
Upon or before. What's the difference between hurry and her?
So about the logographic stroke, are you saying that is the indication that there's no third week on there, or there's no I or whatever we would call that?
Right.
Yeah. So you saying that since we see the single stroke, we know we only dealing with the two consonants.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But in this case, it doesn't mean upon, it means a literal face. It's
Well,
like when you see and you put the stroke, it means the literal mouth and not the phonetic
so
sound.
that happens in some instances, but I don't think he's the is he the face? I mean, a peaceful face. Come on now.
Or
Yeah, I think
content.
it has to do more with the consonant reading than the uh than the actual meaning as far as the single stroke.
Yeah,
So
so the single stroke sometimes can be superfluous, but during this time though, if you see a single stroke, this one's likely is indicating the literal face, because the face of or content of face or something like that, resting, not resting, but content, stationary, peaceful, beautiful.
now watch this.
Could it be before the author?
We're gonna go look at their transliteration, how they got his name, and I don't remember it outright. What I do remember is we all remember his name is Mer in Patah, but they like to say Merneptah and throw it off, and this is why I hate Merneptah, because it doesn't translate what we're looking at. So if we identify the Mer, the N, and the Patah, we can at least eliminate those three. And we just did that. So next, we know Ma'at Hotep go together. You see what I'm saying? And so I'm saying, now if we go look at the transliteration, they're going to say, and this is just me going off memory, but I think I'm recalling this, they're going to say Mer in Patah, hair, just like you said, hair Ma'at Hotep. Now let's go look and see if that's how they transliterated it. But that's why I'm saying. So we're gonna come back and
That's
look,
messy.
and we have to ask ourselves what is going on with with what. I don't think they playing games, but let's see where they transliterate that at, so we can talk about it.
So if you put the grammar to it, you could you could teach us probably.
Well, this the reason why we're looking at this one, because remember earlier we was talking about easy instances of honorific transposition, and I'm pulling out one of the most complicated instances of it, and you know what I'm saying. And so I'm just trying to be clear on that. Like, this ain't like no starter. We sitting here trying to figure out how they reconcile that. But if I click into it, and one of these will show his longer name, and you will be able to see how they transliterated it.
Quick question to the panel. The face HR or har, how do we get the vowel? Like, how do we determine if it's an I, E, O, A in the middle of the HR?
Somebody, I'm about to do this. I can't. I'm sorry.
Anybody else?
One way they determine. Well, we're not gonna find out really what the vowels are exactly, right? But one way that they can do it is look at the cognates in different languages, and if the majority of them come up to a certain kind of pronunciation, you can be kind of sure that you wouldn't get too much of a deviation from that. And that's a simplification. That's a simplified way of explaining it. But
that's all I need. I like that.
Now check this out, and this gonna prove this gonna prove how Wiki don't even understand. They just be taking bits and pieces from books. They say his throne name was Ba in Ra Mary Neteru, but in the Mary Neteru is where we actually get his name Mer in Patah when we look at the glyphs. So what they did was, let's go back to this. They seen those two Neterus and didn't want to do the homework. And it was like, which one first? Let's just say Neteru.
They just Neterus.
Exactly, instead of putting them in some particular order. So when we come back to here, now what we trying to reconcile is indeed they are saying ba in. We see the ba, the N, and the Ra. So they're saying this one goes up from ba to the N to the Ra. But on this one, they say it go down from the Mer to the N and then back up to Patah. Now, they left out Ma'at Hotep, Hair Ma'at Hotep, but if I Google that, it'll pop up. That's how I know it's right. I'm going to say Ba in Ra Mariam. Y'all can go. I'll pull it up.
I'm learning.
Man, what's the last one I was about to add? I'll be forgetting.
Hatep,
Oh yeah,
hair.
thank you. Hair, Hatep. Yeah, hair, Hatep. Yeah, hair, my Hatep.
Also, can someone tell me what there was two different meanings. One, her hair, and hairy. What's the two different meanings?
Well, as nouns, hairy can be the vault of the sky.
Okay.
That little the vault glyph. Right. Or hairy can be an adverb. It can be like one who is over. It can be a person over something, or it can mean something to be above.
Doesn't it also mean something? Doesn't it also mean something like the head of a rowing team or something like that?
Look.
Yeah. That's how I was using it. Yeah, hairy can be used as a you can turn it into a Nisbe. So that would be so somebody who's pertaining to leading something,
like
somebody
overseer,
who's a leader. Yeah.
Now check it out. But they do got a version. That's why I said when you keep investigating further, there will be a humbling because the Egyptologists don't always mess up. Look, we find the version of Ba in Ra Mary Neteru, but it's not the version with Ma'at. So that still don't account for them leaving out Ma'at in their translation. That's on the other side. We asking what's up with this Ma'at Hotep hair thing. Now look at this. They said Hotep hair Ma'at. So if we want to go back and look at this one going up, they say Hotep hair Ma'at, which is probably pieces upon Ma'at.
Yeah, if used that way, yeah, that's the way it would.
I like that. I like
love
that.
the patah offering.
But I don't think they got this all the way.
Ma'at.
So we got some leeway because they showed that they breaking the system, meaning there's no consistency with their honorific transposition. It don't appear to, because why is this person not Mer in? If this is Mer in Patah, how come this isn't Mer in Amen? Or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the reason why I was saying,
you got to think that was their birth name, right? So that ain't even there. That's the name that was given to them. So it's basically saying Mer in Patah, beloved of Patah, and then it says my eye is pleased. So that's just their name. That's what somebody named it. We saying it in English though.
Yeah, I'm with that.
So they didn't name them. What would you say? Ma'at, beloved of Ma'at. They didn't say they was beloved of Ma'at. They were saying it was beloved of Patah.
No, that's not what I'm saying. So fill me on what I'm saying. We just talking about the way the glyphs change position, and then the way that Egyptologists tell us to refer back to those switched positions, and it's inconsistent. So we do know what you just said, that his name is Ba in Ra, right? So on this one, we went.
So what's that say though? What does that say in English?
How did that matter?
Because that's
soul of Ra. It says soul of Ra.
So they wasn't. So just check this out. They wasn't writing in English, and they honorifically transposed in Medu Netcher. So the question, what's it say in English, is irrelevant to what I'm trying to show you.
So listen. This one step that we leaving out right here, because I see you keep doing that.
Hold up, though. I'm gonna just drop this real quick, though.
Hold on. No, wait.
That's why. No. I'm not gonna say much. I'm not gonna be long. I'm gonna land right now. That's why it was a secret name. But go ahead.
Oh no, you getting too far off.
Yeah, no, this
when we because you can't get it.
Let's hear Sinculan Rock. Is that Sinculan Rock? Oh no, it says Setep in Ra. Okay.
I love the Ra.
So no, but I want to hear what you're saying about this on the screen.
Right. So that's what I'm about to say. You know, and I know, and Chris Weathers knows. We looking at the glyphs, and then you go to manual decodage, then English, right?
Yeah.
So if we go from the glyph to manual decodage, what's it saying?
It don't say nothing yet until you get it into, if you just go from the glyph.
You got to put it in order.
You just said it.
When I
got to figure out the order.
Hold on. Let me just dialogue with you.
If you say Mer in Patah, what is that?
Lover of heaven and earth.
Beloved of Patah.
That's manual decodage.
What are you talking about?
Manual decodage is a computer
Yeah,
transliteration
you
system.
tripping.
Yeah.
That's
Manual decodage is the way that you put glyphs into a computer.
right. That's just a transliteration system.
But that's what I'm saying. So when we go from transliteration to what next?
You throwing us off. That's not what we talking about. We talking about honorific transposition.
Bro,
Max, you have to Max, you
So
should
here,
explain
let
to
me
him what
just
that means.
explain something. Honorific transposition is a phenomenon that does not occur when you go into the other script.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the man's name is beloved of Ptah.
Okay.
Dang, that's what they named him.
We don't disagree on that.
Right, we don't disagree with that.
Yeah, we don't disagree on that.
But that's all I'm saying is like so when you be like, oh, well, how do we know it's this? How do we know it's that?
No, you're not addressing what we're talking about. That's irrelevant to what we just said. How do we know that these things are honorifically transposed and why it does not keep any consistency from Shinu to Shinu?
Because it's a name. That's all I'm saying.
So
No,
let me
that's
ask.
not-
Let me
that's
ask
not
this.
an
Let me
answer.
ask this
But how
question.
does that explain that
That's
though?
not an answer. Yeah, that's not
That
an
is the answer because a name you can't explain it. Jonathan, you know it's names that we read out of shit that you can't even you got to look at it and go back over. Like, oh yeah, that's his name because every name ain't in a Shinu.
So can the name Mary?
we talking
can
about the
Mary
ones that are
represent the
in the
word?
Shinu.
I think it's something you
besides
don't
beloved.
understand about the research question on hand right now. That's all. You're not saying like I'm not disagreeing with the majority of what you're saying. It may be a misunderstanding of what we're probing right now. We're not even probing what his name means or none of that. We trying to see why these glyphs are switched around in an order that is anomalous.
All right, let me ask you this then to answer this. Does this appear in any other time when you read the text?
Which one? What does what appear?
Any other, like if you read the Stele, if you read the book of Coming Forth by Day, and they're just talking about stuff, does glyphs do this?
Kind of. So let me give you some backdrop to my real quick. Let me answer the question. Let me give you some backdrop. So I know you read the glyphs in both Shinus. You see a mer, right? We start with two deities at the top, right? In both Shinus. Then we gonna go under real quick, and we both see a mer. And then we go under. We both see an N. Now the phenomenon that the person who wrote this, even though he know it's damn near symmetrical in the top pieces, we're trying to understand why he wanted us to switch things around when we read them, even though he wrote them symmetrically, basically. That's all. Not even the meanings. I mean, we do want to extract ultimately the meaning.
Extract the meanings.
Yeah, exactly. But right now,
don't leave the meaning out of the name.
so when you're investigating honorific transposition, the meaning is relevant because you want to know why they are honoring something. So when we say it sound big, but it's simple. Honorific, we honor something. Change position, transposition. We're gonna change the position of certain glyphs because we honoring something. And so now, if the consistency was true, it would appear that his name would have to. If his name is Mer in Ptah, in one instance, and I'm just with the research question is why do it then go to Ba in Ra and address the Mer in that's in the same position at another time in his name? It's just that's all we investigating.
Well, let's start.
Hey, wait. Wait. Hold up. Let me ask you this.
Hold on. Wait a minute, because you don't even know what to say. First of all, let's start here. Which one was his birth name?
I'm not sure.
Okay, Ba and Ra was his birth name.
Okay.
The other
How do you know that?
is after he came to the throne. So you got.
How do you know that?
You got to put that into account as well, J.O.
He did ask you, how do you know that?
3 times, and he didn't say nothing.
Because he is the son of I didn't even hear dude. I'm talking.
No, brother. No, brother.
You
That's
said
why
you
people
know
are-
that because he's
It's
the
a lot
son
of
of Ra.
ego.
Ain't
No, he's
gotta-
confusing
That's
people.
Jonathan know who I
He's
am, man. I learned how to read.
Brother,
Not all of
brother,
this is
you are
fine.
confusing people. You are confusing
Yeah, he don't
people.
care.
We just
Because
talked.
you're not reading the book. Somebody told you something. You went on Google.
Oh my
and now
God!
you're
I
messing
don't
it
even
up.
know who I am, bro. I got a
But
whole.
you messing it up, bro. I can tell you messing it up.
So Tapper
Yeah,
Rock,
you
it's
messing it
all
up.
good. It's all good. So
Yeah, but you told
maybe
him messing it
something
up
you
is not
seen
the
while
end
you
all.
was watching the presentation
let me tell
rubbed you
James.
wrong, and then it made it seem like you came in with a spirit.
Not
You
mad.
know,
Hold on. September Ra is my brother, and he is
I'm not mad.
a student of. He's a student of Ujaru, and he passed the class. He's very good. He's been reading and studying. I don't know
I
if he
got a
continued
whole
to study
YouTube page saying the
all right.
word
10
None
years.
of it. I don't
So,
understand. We off point. See, here's the thing, Stephen
Well,
Raw.
I don't
When
wonder
you
who
could
I am.
not stay along the course of analysis we are doing, you started citing who you are and where
Yeah, I know.
I'm
I didn't say
saying
who I
we're doing
was,
honorific transposition, right?
bro.
And,
I
and
ever
and the
said who I
research
was.
question is why we referring to certain glyphs in one cartouche away than we in another shinu than we doing in the other shinu. And so if you could address that and telling us what his birth name, how is that significant to the
indigenous
honorific?
Africans said that his birth name is
Why you just
Merkaba.
cut out? I wasn't finished talking. Like we
My
gotta
bad.
stop. I think we all feel important, but we should know to just wait till the last man stop talking and then start.
Y'all got it, man.
So we got it because I asked you to address this question directly. You bowing out gracefully?
All right, now I can talk. What's your question? Because I never. Hold on, wait a minute. First of all, let me address something. I never got on here talking about who I was. You asked who I was. I didn't say nothing.
No, I'm not. No, you all good with me, family. I know you. I was checking to see
Like, what
if
you
you
mean?
was
I
the
ain't got
one
no
I
issue.
knew.
Just
I
on
was
here.
checking to see if you was the person
Like,
I knew, family. But when after the questions got asked, you brought that back up. You start
no,
saying
I didn't bring nothing
the
back up.
pages you
I didn't
got
even
and
hear
stuff.
him.
It's all good. It's no problem. Let's get past that. I'm not. It's not a gotcha situation. If you
It ain't
simply,
no gotcha. It's
but
ego.
oh my God,
Like,
but we
y'all
all trying to figure something out humbly on YouTube. Ain't nobody was sitting here like I know the definite answer except you. You
And the
come
only
in like
problem, yeah,
you
that's the
know,
problem.
and then when
hold
I
on.
ask you questions, you don't know.
When did I say
You
any
came in with talking about, see, this what you failing to do, and all that other
ask
little
me a
nigga
question.
talk,
Just ask me a
the little
question.
side slights and shit that you act like
Man,
niggas don't hear.
he don't know how to read it anyway. And
Because he don't. I was
you
talking.
don't know. You don't know that. That's assuming the word ass. You're making an ass.
All right. Let me ask you this. Do you? All
That's
right.
not what we're here
What's your
for. We're
question?
here to
What's your
teach.
question?
But
Nah,
Satep and
what's your
Rod, we
question?
trying to teach and learn and build.
All
Like,
right.
come
What's
on,
your
fam.
question, bro?
It
What's
ain't
your
no conflict. So you helping us with this research. The research question is basically, why is they honorifically transposing these names different in these cartouches and not following no particular system? If you can see the system that they're following, then that's all we're trying to investigate. It's not even intense. Like, it's chill.
All right. So what's your question?
I could have swore I just said the question.
I have a question.
I said the research question is why these two shinus are honorifically transposed in different ways.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Now, you don't remember me saying earlier, I asked you a question, but I'm asking you because it's a name. I said this earlier. And then I asked you, Jonathan, do you find this in any other text when you read in the stele, anytime, do you see stuff out of order, out of place, unless it's dealing with a name? So my answer to your question is it's a name.
So
you don't find it anywhere other in the text, and I asked you the question.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
It
That's
is
wrong.
wrong, but I just want to explain how it's wrong.
That's totally wrong.
That
Can I explain
phenomenon.
it?
Go ahead, Joey. Yeah, break it down. You ready?
First of all, honorific transposition means you say the name one way, and when you write it, whoever is the most prominent deity would be mentioned first. If I'm wrong, you correct me, Smash.
That's right.
If I'm
Keep
wrong, correct me.
going. I'm gonna step
Right.
away, but keep going, y'all. Hold on. What happened?
What he's trying to explain is the rule that particular rule seems to be violated in this particular name. All names are honorifically transposed. Just like if you see King
Bro, you didn't say nothing.
Tutankhamun's name.
I said,
if you see Tutankhamun's
Let him
name,
finish,
you will see
fam.
Amun first.
Let him finish. Yeah,
You
we can
will see
host.
just like, hold on, just like you'll say Tutankhamun, but when you see it written, it'll be Amun Tutank. So all names are honorifically transposed. But what he's saying is, you would normally see Amun as a primary deity, and in this particular instance, you don't see that, and we're asking why. So whether it's a name or not,
I mean,
it doesn't change the rule.
That's very
That's what he's
close.
trying
That
to
was
say.
very close to what I'm saying. Thanks for understanding and making. Somebody said they're muted. Nah, say something, y'all.
Yeah,
Yo,
I'm
yo,
here.
Y'all shouldn't be muted. Maybe
can you? Hey,
Uh,
Step and Rock, can you hear me?
we all hear each other. I made Kim
Let-
Way
let-
the host for a minute, y'all. If y'all could, he got the controls. I'll be right back.
Can I
Okay,
respond?
Step and Rock, can you hear me? Yeah, you can respond after I ask Step and Rock. Can you hear me, Step and Rock?
Is that who was this? My respondent. Who is this that's talking?
Oh, this is Kufu.
Is that the one who just said I was wrong?
No, this is the
No.
one who was talking to you, asking you about the word, and I never got a chance to talk to you, really.
Okay. Well, can I address it real quick? I just want to say, bro, you didn't say. I said, does this happen outside of a name?
No, he's gone right now, brother.
Oh.
No, I'm right here. I'm listening to you.
No, Jonathan. I'm talking about.
I'm talking to Joey. I see it name now, Joey.
He's addressing me.
You didn't say nothing that I didn't say, but you said I was wrong. I said, does this honorific transposition happen outside of a name? Like it's Stella's about making wine. Okay,
but that's not all he said.
Wine.
Okay, are we gonna go into a long dialogue back and forth? So they all over that, or am I going to answer my question?
Go ahead.
I gave the mic up just so you could ask that.
Try to go one at a time, y'all.
Yeah.
People in the audience trying to learn from the discourse.
And me being a layman, I'm trying to ask Sep Tepera, who I believe is a well studied, in the Netcher, about a few words in the Netcher that could just sound like bear and bear. Like you got a bear that kills, and then you got a bear some type of burden. They sound the same, but they have total different meaning. So my question
let him
was,
finish. Well, let him finish his response first, Kufu, and then you can ask him the question.
Oh, okay, yes, sir.
He didn't finish responding. Let him respond.
I'm quiet.
No, go ahead. That's a step in right.
All right. Was you asking a question, Kufu?
To you, yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I was going to say, I was looking up the dictionary right now on hieroglyphics.net, and the word myrrh came up as love. So I wanted to ask you, does it always have, it was a two-part question. My first question was, does it always have to be love when we see myrrh, or can it just simply mean love?
No. No, it don't always mean love. Like if you look at the myrrh symbol, it's not always the same. Excuse me, it's not always the same symbol. Sometimes it appears as a plow. Right? It plows the land. Excuse me, it plows the land. You can look at this same pharaoh's name, and it's not the myrrh glyph that we looking at. Pull it back up. The myrrh glyph that we're looking at, it's like I forget what it's called, Brother Chris.
Water. It's a water canal.
Yeah. Like so, it don't always appear like that.
Right.
Okay.
And the word myrrh comes from the verb marry, so it can be verbal. It can mean to love, right, or it can mean one who is loved. Right. So
and the last part of the question, I appreciate that. That was a good answer. The last part of it was the word pita. Now, I don't want to do the same thing with bear and bear with pita, because I know pet, as I'm looking in the dictionary in my studies, meant heaven, and ta meant earth. And if you put it together, you can have heaven and earth. But I heard you can't do that when the word, the pita don't mean heaven and earth.
It depends on what the glyph is. Like if you see
wow.
That's the deity, right?
Okay.
And that deity appears with the bald head with the staff, the scepter in his hand. He may not always look like that, but if you look at that glyph, you know that's Ptah. So it can't be about the heaven and the earth. That's literally his name. That's what I was trying to get.
That's what I thought. Oh man, all this time because
all I was trying to say earlier, like I was trying to say earlier, like if his name is Mer and Ptah, that's what they named him. So they named him, and we said it in English, beloved of Ptah. So
or lover of heaven and earth.
No.
No.
Cha is
that's
earth.
what I
so
Cha is not earth. Yeah.
Thank you,
So
yeah.
All right, I need that though. That's how y'all teach me.
But listen though, sometimes Ptah's name would be spelled out. It'll be the glyph, it'll be the bread loaf or the T, and then you'll have what they say the DNA symbol. We call it the rope. We call it the rope. They'll literally spell his name out too, or you'll see him in the physical glyph or the literal glyph. Like,
yeah, you're
so
right.
that's all I'm trying to say is like, bro, that's his name. They spelt it like that. That's just how they spelt it. Like, I'm not saying, oh, it's got to be honorific transposition only implies.
Nah, you messed up though.
Oh my God! Here he
No,
goes.
I'm saying I just came to let me respond to you. Let me respond to you. This is why your answer was insufficient.
Please,
now
please,
you what?
let me say
This is the thing.
I'm
You
gonna
could
give
be.
it to you. Please let me say this.
I didn't know you were still trying to talk. I thought you were surrendering the floor. Go ahead.
I'm gonna give it to you. Listen, y'all, and I want to say this on some real shit. I wouldn't even know what Medu was if it wasn't for Jonathan. I'm honored to be even able to argue with him about this. I would not know. Yeah, I learned from Wu Jiao, but
you learned from who? You learned from who?
The first person I ever
Is that a thought?
Can y'all let him finish giving them props, man?
No, I'm gonna be real. The first person I seen break down text was Jonathan Owen. Real talk. So it ain't no. I respect him. That's my bro for real. That's big bro. So like, I'm honored to even be able to argue this with him. To keep it real with y'all, this ain't no ego. This is me learning from a master, and I'm able to. He
All
know
right.
talking
But
about.
You be right and you be wrong, and that's something that can happen in the Medu Netcher. Because you was correct about what you were saying, but you was wrong in this instance, and it just happened that way. What you was just correct about that last thing you said. I'm sorry, but it was a big. So I'll let somebody else speak because my words flew away. Who was about to
Jonathan,
get it in?
Brother Jonathan, I wanted to say to you, I sent a sorry video, and it was dealing with the Dogon. Right now, they're trying to kill off the people in the Dogon village, the what they call the jihadists in Mali, and the government's not helping them, so they had to make their own small army of Dogon warriors. They're fighting. Every time they catch a jihadist, they take his weapons. That's how they build their weaponry up. But they going through it right now, real tough.
Interesting. I'm gonna look into that.
Yeah,
I just remember what I was about to say to the brother. Now, you were saying that. Oh my God! Don't let it fly away again. For real, I just was remembering.
No, you know all right. You know all right.
Oh, here you go. You were saying because it's a name. That's what you were saying.
I'm saying.
Now, this is what I would just want you to take into consideration. You was right that honorific transposition happens in the instance of names, but you answer correct for you just trying to throw out a answer to be right about because that doesn't answer the question real researching. Both of those are names in both Shinus. And if there was any consistency about how you not transliterate, but how you
pronounce them. Yeah.
No, honorifically transpose names, right? If there was any consistency to it, then we would see that because that's the same artisan who wrote two names. So that the question that they're honorifically transposed because their names is correct, but it does not answer our research question. Why are we looking at two names that are not honorifically transposed in the same way?
All right, now let me respond. Let me respond.
Hold up before you respond, Shetep and Rob. Hold up.
Okay.
Shetep, I'm gonna remind you of something, brother.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead real quick.
I'm gonna remind you of something real quick.
Go ahead.
You asked me this question a long time ago. And this is what I think it may be. And I'm not sure, but I think you asked me a long time ago, and another brother couldn't answer. Remember, we talked about it. You said, what are the different names of the king? And so we're looking at the different names of this particular person. He has more than one. He probably has the 5.
He definitely has the 5.
Yes. That could have something to deal with why we're seeing it transposed one way.
I said that earlier.
Yes.
I said that earlier. They called me crazy. Now let me answer this question. They go, damn, bro, listen. All right, so let me ask you a question like this. We talk about honorific transposition, right? If it's two deities in a Shanu, how do we know which one to honor first? If we're doing it honorifically, right?
Ooh.
Man, we spoke on that all show. You ain't been watching the whole show. I
that
propose
was the
that there
question
might
that
be a
they
hierarchy, and I'm not saying that this is true, but you
I
never
ain't gonna
see
lie, I didn't
nobody.
watch
You never
so
see
I
nobody honored over Ra. Everybody got a Ra in their name. That name is on the top.
no
It's
it ain't.
never Amon Ra.
Look,
Okay.
listen, look, bro, listen.
What name is it under another God?
No, I was wondering, was it
I
ever
do
Amon
Somebody
Ra?
remember
said
reading
no, it
even
ain't.
with
I heard
the
somebody say no, it ain't. They
It's the
trying to
tap. It
hide
was the
behind the voices. You can't hide behind the voices. Who said no, it ain't?
the tab.
Go
Look at
ahead, put it on the screen. Share your screen.
and I'm on my iPad, but listen to
Oh,
this.
here we go. Go ahead.
Listen, hold on. We're gonna talk about the same pharaoh. Like, well, all right. The pharaoh that preceded him. What about Ramesses? What was his throne name? Because I got my name from his throne name.
Ursa Ma'at
Yes.
Ra?
Yeah,
Exactly.
Ra, Tep and Ra.
Tepin Ra. Very
Exactly.
Hold on,
Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. My aunt came before Ra, right?
Yes.
What? No, y'all messing that
See
up.
that?
Oh my
Yes.
You
God.
just said we don't
Wait,
see
wait.
that.
No,
No,
oh,
no,
now y'all
I'm
really
not sure
telling
that
me.
that's the
Y'all
Go
is
break
showing
it
me you
down,
don't
Shay.
understand the phenomenon. You
no,
talk about Ma'at come before Ra because we say Ma'at Ra. But you have
no,
to go
bro.
look at how it's written. The
Bro,
transposition happens in writing.
but you know that's what I do. I learned from you, right? You know I know that. So why are you even saying that? You just literally said you don't see a deity come before Ra.
Can we put the
Then you
definition of honorific
what
transposition
I'm
on
saying,
the screen?
listen. All I'm trying to tell you is it will never make sense because it's a name. That's all I'm saying. It won't make sense. We got to go with what they told us the name was, how it transliterated.
What about Min Kepera?
no, because if we see it and we read it,
What does the name
it,
Min
it-
Kepera mean?
And is Min Kepera coming for
Hey, hold on, man. Can you hear me? Oh, you
well,
can't hear
Kappa
me.
Ra, of course, is for
I got to
creation.
come
Ra,
off
we know the
mute real
sun.
quick.
And then when we start to put it together, we see what the men portion is.
Oh man, you might be disqualified because you just messed up on your own name. See, you look. I put the glyphs on the screen just to front you off because you poking your chest. Now you frunked off. Look.
Oh, I'm right here.
There it goes. Sintep and Ra. You said the Ra didn't come first.
Did you share your screen?
But you not seeing that?
I can't see it.
You don't even understand your name, bro. I'm sorry. I must not be sharing it.
Let's break it down.
I'm not sharing it. I'm gonna help you because I just see where you messed up at. Look, you ain't seeing my screen? Hold on, maybe.
No, you gotta share it.
Nobody
share my screen. I think
An
I'm not the host no
transposition is a
more. I
linguistic
gotta take back the
phenomenon
host.
in which certain religiously
All right,
significant,
yeah, this is a good one right here. Pull this up. I love this.
such as names for gods or kings, are shifted to appear at the front of a compound word or phrase. That's just for the people in the
It didn't
audience.
say just names. It said compound words or phrases. What about the term him Netcher? Is there honorific transposition in that? This guy, you need to go get Ujahu next class, bro.
Oh no. Is him Netcher somebody's name? Like their literal
It's not
name?
a name, and that's the reason why I brought it out. It's still honorifically transposed.
The Netchers, yeah.
You said the reason why it was honorifically transposed was because it was a name. I even gave you credence on that and said, okay, but that doesn't exclude.
Bro, we talking. All right, is it a deity in him Netcher? Is it a deity in there?
Huh?
Is it a deity in there?
No. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
Which one? Netcher?
Netcher. That represents all deities.
What deity? All right, so if we say Medu Netcher, what are we saying? Are we
See,
talking about somebody, or are we
so
talking
here's
about
the thing: the
Sons
hymn
of Netcher,
represents
sons
a
of
man.
God.
The hymn represents a man or a priest. The Netcher represents the divinity. Now here's your name with the Ra in the all the positions it's supposed to be. Ma'at is not before Ra. It's a big fat ass Ra on top of Ma'at, bro.
Say that name. Say that name right there.
And we say the Ra last.
See, this is what you don't understand. The honorific transposition is happening in the text.
All right, what's that say?
We say it the opposite.
No, I don't want to hear that. If we break that down,
you don't want to hear the part you don't understand.
No, you understand what I'm saying.
Are you really trying not to hear the part you don't understand?
What's the Ma'at Ra, but in the glyphs, Ra is first.
Yeah, we see that bold.
Right.
Everybody see that.
Oh my gosh, are you
The
serious?
in
But that's not his name, though. I'm talking
the
about
other
what
ones.
we're saying. I'm not
Oh,
talking about the glyphs.
Wait, that's not his
But
name?
that's not how his
Move it
name
to
is
the middle of the
written. That's
screen,
what we
Smash.
asking. How is it
If we go off
transposed with
y'all's logic,
with the
if we go off
inscription?
y'all's logic, we gonna read it as Ra, Wooser, Ma'at,
no, you
Ra,
don't. We
Setep.
know how to read it. We transpose it when we read it. That's the part Wu didn't teach you. When you read it,
Whatever.
I'm
Whatever.
telling you, when you read it,
So
you
it's not-
read it the opposite of when it's written. This is
No.
the thing. So let's think about what this phenomenon must have been to the ancient Egyptian, right? Like, because they know that they're not going to encounter everyone who reads their text. Now, in honorific transposition, your likeness is represented as less than the Netcher's, whoever the Netcher is. But that don't mean your likeness isn't represented first when I address you. You see what I'm saying? And so people know that they would flip it. You just putting the Ra and stuff before the Sintepin Ra or rather because you
I
want to
didn't
keep
say that.
not you. I'm talking about the phenomenon is to put the
Oh, okay.
Netcher when
Take your
writing,
defense down
when
real quick.
writing, don't forget when writing to put the Netcher in front of your likeness because the individual who comes across that text should not address your likeness before the divinity that you worship. Yeah, that's how they look at that. But when addressing the actual likeness, they're not gonna walk up to him calling him Ra. They'll put that at the end. So when they really addressing the man, he might have been Sinqin Ra, just like we saying it. But it's written Ra Sinqin.
So watch what he
Now,
has
that's
on the screen.
sense. That
Let's
don't
look at the
make
shin
sense.
on the left real quick. It says Amen Ramses, but we know we read it from the Ra, the sun symbol with the stroke underneath. Then we go to the mess, the M and the S next to it, and then we go to the door bolt, the Z at the bottom. Then we say the Netcher up top. We say Ramses Amen. So just as he described at the end,
Beloved of
as you
Amen.
know, it's going to say Amen at the end. Go ahead, Brother Chris.
Right. Then obviously, yeah, beloved of Amun. Rameses Miri Amen.
Y'all not saying nothing I don't know.
Many births of Amen. I know. You know this. You've been in class with us.
All I'm trying to say is
I did say something I didn't know. I could prove it. I got the tapes.
you just
messed up honorific transposition. You do know it, but you didn't know how to apply it, you bruh.
Preaching because you know I'm right.
But if you ever wrote your name in the glyphs, you wrote Ra first, right?
No.
You didn't write the Setep come before the Ra.
But okay, so I see what you're trying to say. I feel you.
Look, the Setep before the Ra.
Now you see that's even transposed. So have you ever looked at Amen? That's graphic transposition. Now we got. Oh my God! I'm sorry so much. You got to learn to understand this, brother. But what you're dealing with right now is two phenomenons, and I'm about to prove. I can prove it with books.
You play on
But let me just explain these phenomenons. Now, the reason why.
Not a phenomenon.
Do you know what graphic transposition is?
You know I know what that is.
Well, what is it?
But that ain't what we was just talking about. You just said.
I just said we dealing with two phenomenons, honorific transposition and graphic transposition. We got to deal with this in this name and in the name of Tadak Amen. Have you ever looked at Tadak, or have you, it's certain words where they just put a T behind the bird, even though the T is supposed to be pronounced before the bird. And it's graphically transposed. Now, if you know that, then you can know I'm saying the only space that you have on this line where it says Sintep in Ra to actually put Ra is where it's placed. So write it a different way. Put the Ra in front. It won't. So since the Ra won't fit in front, everybody can see the Ra won't fit in front. As the Setep and Ra, the Setep would have to be turned backwards.
Right, but you don't.
So that's called graphic transposition.
You wasn't talking about that at first though. Nobody was talking about graphic transposition, so I just pointed that out.
Hold on, because I'm explaining the phenomenon why you don't understand why your name is in the position that it's in. Because you limited it to only being one. See, this is why I know when certain cats look at the wall, they're not going to be able to read. They can only read shit people showed them how to read. So if I pull up something right now that's brand new, that somebody go grab a text that none of us seen, you're not going to be able to work your way through it. It's evident in the fact that you don't understand there's two phenomenons going on, and we citing them. One is called honorific transposition, where you move things around to honor deity. But the second one,
Harris Papyrus.
but I know that's all we was talking about, bro. But since there's another phenomenon to address that explains what we're researching,
because we were talking literally about honorific transposition, not graphic transposition. You can't introduce something new.
Are you not understanding what's going on?
No, you can't introduce something new. Act like I'm wrong about what I was talking about. No, you're not about to
Somebody
do it.
bring up a papyrus.
You're not about to do it.
Why can't you say Mesura?
Right, ask Jonathan that. Because it's graphically transposed. He wasn't even about that. Introduce a new subject, man. The name about honorific transposition. That's all we was talking about.
Right. I'm not being heard on YouTube, but it's the same thing, basically, bro. It's something you have to.
And Christopher, though, too, I don't know why he's being silent. You know, we were not talking about graphic transposition. You know that. Like, bro, stop. Like, y'all trying to, let's bring a text. I got thousands of videos of me breaking down text. Y'all can bring it. Come on, man. You trying to play me like I'm a noob, though? After I gave you all the respect?
Hey, go show Woo this part of this video. Show Woo this part of this video so he can explain it to you.
I ain't dealt with that stuff.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, it's all right.
I ain't listen. I got on here, right? I ain't even been on no Woo show. The only shows I hop on.
Oh, I'm sorry, I threw us off. Let's get back to the subject. Let's get back.
Fooling, like, because I'm like, bro, like.
But I really did ask you that.
I know how to break text down.
If you're not taking our counsel over here, then you can't show anybody this portion of the text. And they will say, well, in the name Q and Ra, I asked you a simple question. How could you write that name without you be flipping around the Q and it'll be backwards? And so it has to be graphically transposed.
So you're saying this is the only way they wrote this? That's the only way right there? Because this one right here specifically, this is the one you pulled up, right?
Q and Ra is always written the same way. Most often.
That's Setep and Ra.
Please bring it up different.
Setep.
Setep and Ra. If you can, please bring it up different. Show us.
Man, I'm on my iPad, man.
No, not you. Not you. Maybe you can tell Jonathan where to go.
No, I'm just going to go to a section on graphic transposition, and I bet for the joke that they're going to be talking about this name, Setep and Ra. Watch this. It always happen like that. The book about to be saying, and when you see Setep and Ra, so let me find it. Hold
up. So y'all see how he just moved from honorific transposition. Now we're talking about graphic transposition.
Don't go nowhere.
No, I ain't went nowhere. He done went a whole bunch of places. So we still didn't like get to the bottom of the names. Like now we're talking about another facet.
So what part about it do you disagree with?
I don't disagree with nothing you said.
Well, then, I don't get it.
You're acting as if I don't know what you're talking about.
But you saying your answer, you accept my answer, but you don't like that my answer switched from honorific transposition to graphic transposition?
I don't disagree with nothing you said about graphic transposition at all. Then. That's not what we was talking about. But you came off.
But is it graphically transposed?
Yes. Nobody said.
But that's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
About. Yeah, we trying to figure out why they transposed it differently in the other shin, where the names are for the people watching, than that one. So me and you both mentioned it could be because of their names, right? So we see the Nasut Biti name, and then we see the Sarah name. So what we thought has no effect on it at the moment. So it must be something different.
What is it?
That's what we about to get to, I guess.
I thought you knew.
No, wait a minute. So
let's get back to syntax.
Listen, wait a minute.
It's the syntax of what's inside the Shanu that'll determine that. Because what's inside Shanus are normally, like I said before earlier, they're normally sentences. So
Let him finish though, Chris. I mean, let him finish. Sing,
Go
tap,
ahead.
set, tap, set,
Tepper
tap,
Rock,
set,
come out
tap.
your tough jacket, man. You
Bro,
with
that's
family.
all
Calm
I
down.
was saying
You good.
earlier, though. All right, Chris, hold on, wait a minute. Let me ask Christopher a question. Did you not understand when I said that earlier? Yeah, you said it a lot more elegantly than I just said, that I've been trying to. But did you not understand when I said that earlier? Because it's a name, it means something. That means it's syntax. I didn't say syntax.
Yeah,
So
you said it.
I did hear you say
We
something.
got you.
Yeah, I heard you say
Here.
I
something to
didn't
that
say
earlier.
syntax. I'm not that slick with
No, you
words.
said it 3 times. You said it with earlier. You said before I got on, I believe. You said it when I was on because I mentioned it. You said it. I said that already. And then you said it again. Then you said it again.
I didn't
when
say
Johnson was
syntax, but y'all know what I'm talking
We
about.
just we know what you said. We heard you. We with you, dog. Take
I
your
forgot what we argued about.
take your chest down. You good. You're good.
Okay.
What we argue? What's the disagreement again?
Hey, Chris, I need to add that word to my vocabulary.
Hey, nah. I never referenced this phrase "so in Discord" before, bro. But I think that's what you're doing. For real. I never referenced that phrase in my life. Now I understand. You know, it don't be like you doing nothing wrong. You just like "so in Discord." You know what I'm saying?
No, but what's the disagreement, September? I don't remember.
I used the wrong syntax earlier. That's what it was.
Oh, now you admitting it? Hold on, what you say? Oh, you admitting it? Okay.
I didn't say my words wasn't as elegant as my brother.
Oh, no, that's all good. No.
See?
You wasn't, see, don't mask not saying exactly what he was saying behind your words not being as elegant. I'm too sharp to pick up on that. Yeah, I'm too sharp. He didn't say exactly what Chris was saying, but he said something similar that required the same words, but brought out a different idea ultimately. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not tripping. I just be peeking game.
The thing is, I kept saying earlier, like, y'all know what I'm talking about. Now, Sar wasn't on here earlier. When Asar got on here, he instantly was like, yeah, I know what you're talking about, Satep. And I'm like, damn, Chris, I don't know why you being quiet. You know what I'm trying to say, bro. Like, it's just literally because that's his name. That's how it's the syntax in the name. Like,
but that still don't answer the question, but it answers it for you, so that's fine. But that don't answer the ultimate question of why the initial cartoons we were looking at, both were names. They both had honorific transposition, and they were transposed in different ways. Now, if you're saying that what we learn from this phenomenon is it appears how it was written down supersedes what you said. So the fact that because it was his name, in your instance, what you say as the name would supersede how you write it down. And that don't appear to be the case. So because they both names when you say them and when you write them, but when they wrote them both here, they just use different systems in each Shinu. And that don't contradict much of what you said either, but I don't think that you knew that's all we was looking at from the jump street. You know what I'm saying?
And listen, I don't know if that end part is correct, but I did jump on like soon as I think I watched like you had a white dude playing, but you had turned him off. And like I had jumped in right there. Like I got to the crib, got on my iPad, hopped on YouTube. So yeah, if it was some shit that preceded all this, I didn't know about it. But like we not talking about different things. Like that's why I was like, y'all know what I'm talking about. Like, my message just may come off a little different, but it's all good. We know what it says, right? Now we may not know exactly why they did it. My theory is this just a theory, right? Like I may be wrong, I may be right. Who knows? Like it's just a theory. Like that's just what we got. That's just what we got. Like
But
somebody about to pop that glyph. We need some humbling glyphs. Somebody find some humbling glyphs, man. We in the danger room right now. You didn't turn up too hard, Satep. You got caught up. We about to find these glyphs live. Come on, whoever want to pull them up, pull them up.
All right,
this the Magi Arches over here, man.
This what
You're not about to be able to memorize.
Hey, come on, Star, give us something. Give us something, Star.
This what we gonna do. What we gonna do? Since
let me pull something up.
Glyphs, I want to hear Joey break down some glyphs because he act like he knew what he was talking about.
Getting good. Joey knew. You give him his
props.
Hold up, Satep. Give him his props. He been like 6 months deep. He like 6 months deep.
I did.
Glyphs up. Nah, fuck that.
I did that already.
We gonna
and I explained to you something you didn't know.
Everybody
Hey,
who
I'm gonna
loves
pull from the reading lesson
who
in the
else? Who
old
else
book.
on here?
Here I
Ron
go.
Kufu. Ron Kufu. I want to
Now
hear.
I didn't do nothing to you, bro. I asked you humbly.
So hold on. Guess what you doing? Guess what you doing? If we was in the hood about to start throwing them, you saying, all right, I want you to throw them with him. No, you gotta hold your own. You gotta hold your own. It don't matter what happened with the other people. Feel me?
Listen. Hey, hold on, Jonathan.
Why you including other people in the jump
me.
in? You getting jumped in,
Oh,
bro.
no.
Hold on.
He's sizing everybody up.
You getting jumped in. You getting jumped in.
It's just you in the middle, bro.
I want to fade. Listen, I want to fade with all you.
Come on. We about to put it on the screen right now. Put the fade on the screen. We gonna see it.
Hold on, I'm about to pull it up right now.
Anybody, frivolous glyphs. Don't let nobody know what you put.
No, watch. Now, Assad.
Gonna go long.
Don't put something too difficult that I can't read and embarrass me in
Matter of fact,
I know you're going deep, huh?
Bring up that Book of the Dead. Bring that up, because I really want to test him. Yeah, let's see if you know what
do like when we first.
Anything somebody recommend, go the other way.
He
got
been
some homework in
studying
the Book of the Dead. Nope. Get a frivolous
Hold
text.
Hold
Any
up,
frivolous
Jonathan,
text.
you don't even know. Listen, I could name off a million Book of the
We
Dead.
in the danger room, family. You about
So
to
here we go. We in
on,
Egyptian grammar.
Pop it up. Pop it on the screen.
Yeah. Bring up a papyrus, man.
We need to sit him in the corner. We're gonna sit him in the corner the way the elders did, the ancestors did.
Whatever. No, I don't want to hear from you, Jonathan. I don't want to hear from you.
Watch, you're gonna have a seat. You're gonna take your own seat. Watch this.
Yeah, whatever.
All right, we need to see some glyphs. Yeah.
Hey, listen. It's it, and the floor is y'all, because since y'all have so many questions, I want to hear y'all start.
Oh, I see. The floor is ours. I told you he gonna start backing into that corner.
You don't count.
He running.
He's trying to shove it off into that corner.
You don't count, Jonathan. Stay out of it.
I ain't in it. I'm gonna let
Stay
you.
out of it.
We got some young archers for you.
No, we still hear you trying to shove it off. You still in there, bro.
Hey, what's this? This not
I
a
don't
primary.
like this book.
OG now listen.
Hey, who got this book on the screen? Cut that out.
Listen. This is me.
But
this
that's
is me.
gonna be Boosie. We supposed to go to a primary, make it hard.
Oh, you want a primary?
Yeah, he got to do the walls. Where J Mill photos at? Shit.
Yeah, pull up some.
That's what I was getting ready to say. Pull up some J Mill.
Yeah,
exactly. Let me find some J Mill. Hold on.
You're
gonna get the real Magi text. Hold on.
We don't run from text at all.
No, you know how. Listen, Satap. When I met you, when I first put you in the sesh, and then you went and grabbed Ujao, what we do?
Whatever you
read that Book of the Dead.
Hey, whatever you can pull up. I'm looking right now, but let's get this started. We gotta jump you in,
Listen,
bro.
I'm gonna keep it a buck with Joey. I ain't read no text in over a year. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, but I guarantee I'm gonna dance circles around you.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
I ain't broke no text.
Some text you probably will.
He been reading a month and he can handle it.
6 months. 6 months.
Oh no, man. Satep ain't.
Satep, you cool? I think Joey's sharp, bro. He been reading. He doing good. Let's see.
You can pull that up, right?
He pulling up frivolous. He
Hold on,
coming
pull that
frivolous.
Peppy up.
Nah, that might not be right there.
Yeah, this might be wrong, but we can go back here, I believe. No, that's some fake one.
Yeah, that's fake. Go back to that one. I seen the Pyramid of Peppy on there.
You seen Peppy? Hold on, let me go back.
Go back.
You know what? Go to Pyramid Text Online. Oh, that's real. Just type Pyramid Text Online.
Yeah, we can read some Pyramid Text.
I made it easy for him. See?
We can read whatever, bro. We can read Pyramid Text.
Look, Satep ready. Y'all got him pumped up now.
We don't see it's cool.
His Tep over there doing the Ali shuffle.
We can read whatever, man.
Trust me, we put glyphs on the screen where cats get the teaching.
Joey don't even know how many types of text it is. Look, we can read an obelisk. Like,
all right, so we can, Joey, I think you got the. Well,
pull up that Commos.
Nah, this not really fair because this ain't really Middle Egyptian. Oh, y'all choose your walls. Nah, y'all choose your weapon.
Hey, go to Middle Egyptian.
Look, I need the
Yeah, tell the truth.
How do I go to the?
He said go to Middle Egyptian. It would help us. This is kind of like Old Kingdom. They still probably can make it through this, but
listen, that's easy for him, not me. I'm trying to help him out.
Oh, okay. Oh, he can read it. So pick your wall. I'm pressing mute and I'm listening. Pick your wall, y'all.
Yeah, sit back. Pick your wall, man.
I need to. I needed to kill the text from it though.
Grab that south wall right there, man.
Okay, well,
might got a little damage.
Well, they
on
got the text too,
Yeah.
so you're gonna have to open up. If you want to do it like that, you're gonna open 2 windows, and the text will be in one screen. Here's another one. This is the easiest way to
How
do
do
it.
I get to the
I'm
text
sorry.
again?
I'm sorry. I'm gonna give you the easiest way to do it. Now, this just was giving us primaries, right? And I know this is kind of complicated. Do y'all want to go to those texts from St. Andrew's text corpus, which has all 3 lines of the glyph, and you just scroll down a little, and cats read, and then we scroll up, and everybody can see if they right, or stick with the primaries?
Yeah, do
St.
that. That way
Andrews.
we could.
But you could type it
we can
in.
get
Type
it
it in. Just type in St. Andrew's text corpus.
Listen, we could go to fucking graveyard of Seti the First. We could go there. That's a long. That's long there.
Man,
That's
stop mentioning text you practice for homework with
could go,
Yahoo,
listen,
bro.
man, ain't nobody read on that.
You know I know the game, bro. You trying to tell your old homework. We want to see you on the fly. Like we just plopped in the pyramids.
I'm giving y'all every type.
Is it in the collections?
There you go, Shipwreck Sailor, our collections.
Shipwreck Sailor, no, don't go to that. That's
look, he don't look.
The first video we ever did.
Oh, okay, that's gonna be too easy for you.
All right, go ahead.
All right, pick one that say. Wait, we'll go back. You got to make sure it say all 3 real quick. Look.
He don't remember that Shipwreck.
It gotta say Hiero English translate. Anything, picking, catching by surprise. Hiero English. All right, now let's scroll. Just don't scroll too far down. Only reveal the glyph.
Why you trying to catch me?
Oh, see, hold on. You revealed the words. So the way you do it is you gotta make the page a little bit bigger, right?
Oh,
go
man,
up to your because you was just came in with your chest out and we jumping you in.
No,
we trying to see if you got the right to talk the way you was talking.
Oh, we want to see primary.
Slow down. Now, hold on, look. Listen to everything that be happening in the hood is starting to happen. He just asked why him, y'all. Did y'all hear
Notice
that?
how we talking like
he was like, why they picking on me? See, it's all happening. They want to see you down. There you go, right there. There you go. Uh-oh. Have at it.
Already said I wasn't going first. He can go first.
Uh-oh.
Champion.
Now we did. Black men, we do the same
Nah, you
thing.
on the map.
No matter what, we do the same thing in all scenarios.
Listen, I
like
gave y'all
this is scholarship. You still pulling the hood stuff. You pulled go first. You pulled why me? You pulled go first. You pulled why me?
Hey,
Oh,
Chris,
you ain't
we're not
ready,
helping
bro.
nobody tonight.
So that sentence, if that sentence is too complicated, I understand. Like we could go to the next one. That's not.
This is good money though, right here.
Let's do this.
You know, Setep and Rob was the first session.
Wait a minute.
The first session. B.
Let's do this. All right, I'll take that. I yield. You got the floor, Joey.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try.
Nah, don't even try. Don't let him have it, Joey.
Go ahead and try, Joey.
All right. Pit, something ta. I'm not sure what that is. Met. Something heru. That something mertif.
Wait, you hear?
That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad.
He had to give me some props.
Oh, listen, y'all on here trying to.
So he's scraping you right now just because he had the heart to try. We don't care about messing up. Anybody can make a mistake, bro. But you can't be teaching, and then when the glyphs come up, you scared to try, bro.
Whatever.
I know the last part said he's beloved.
Whatever. I don't want to hear all that. You did good, man. You did good, bro.
Oh, now I did good.
Scroll up, Osama.
Nah, man.
So, hold up.
I thought I was learning things. Y'all real combative.
Hold up. Is anybody else going to attempt?
I'm being real. He did good.
But is anyone else going to attempt? No?
Go ahead, Septet.
Why everybody work? Listen, it's 9 people on here. Everybody was real vocal. Why y'all still so focused on Septet? I want to hear some other people.
So watch. He was close.
So this is how you doing that you're jumping in right now, huh?
Anybody want to see me break down text?
So this is how you doing that you're jumping in? Don't scroll down no more. Keep it right here. Go ahead.
Videos doing it. Like
hold on,
y'all ain't slick to a can of
we gonna help you. So we see where you at now. We know how we can help you, bro.
I watched a lot of y'all start. So listen, this is Ertet Pa'at
Hold on, wait a minute. The shit is down there. You can break
All
it
right,
down.
but we're gonna
Yeah,
go
Yes,
to the
but
next.
we're showing that
Translate
he
it.
was right in what he was reading.
Slick.
So pay attention to
Why
what
would
he
you
did,
put it
right?
down, then start breaking it down?
Hold on. I feel
We
you on
need to
that,
cover
September.
if he was right or not.
Real quick. He's just showing people how the transliteration lines up with the glyphs. But I feel what September saying. And the next
I
stage,
don't.
let's slow down. Let's slow down real quick, gentlemen. The next part of this game is if we engaging is to not show the English, and you got a second chance to tap because you the one who came in hyphy, and now you on the front street. I told you we gonna humble you real quick, right? So you can go and say you got the transliteration and the glyphs. You can tell us the English. What it mean?
So we need to.
Look at
let him go.
Y'all
Let him
really
go
at my head. Y'all really at my head.
So hold up. We need to. He's silly. So we need to see if our brother was correct.
Don't show it yet. Don't show it yet, please.
No, I'm not. So listen to the audience. Is R up here?
No, bro.
We don't need to do this, really, though, bro. If we ain't gonna do it
that.
at the part when we ain't showing the transliteration,
you done gave transliteration
that's crazy.
It's easy now.
Yeah, but they don't know how it's transliterated.
They still ain't gonna know. They need to get in the class.
How it's transliterated. They need to be up to see what's going on.
You got people in the audience trying.
All right, well, on the next line, do this first, then.
Yeah. Don't put me on
I ain't
the square.
saying you can't, but I'm saying so that it stick with the context of the game we're doing. Anybody could do it after.
We wanted to see if the brother was right, so we was going to go
All
over
right,
the text.
go ahead.
No, we don't need to see that to know if he was right. We don't. It's three people.
I don't know. This is the
brother
funnest meta game I played in a minute.
Yeah. We don't need to see that to know he was right.
We're gonna have to make it this fun for everybody.
So go ahead, brother Sitap. It starts Nebet. What?
Since you knew that last line, let me see you do this.
No, yeah, do
so
the whole, no. You know Asar could do it. We playing left.
Yeah, you know that's easy.
He's on the
I don't even know why you
spot,
saying my name because when you asked me to do it back in the day, when the was on the phone, I made it look simple.
No,
right? So you already know.
You know Asar can do it. You also know I can do it. So why is
exactly?
Hold on. Nah, I don't know that you can do it.
Whatever.
And I just simply ask you to read. It's not like I'm saying dunk real quick. Dunk, family. Go get your hoop closed. No, it's just reading something on the screen.
No.
So I'm going to
assume. Father of the show. I'm out. May never discharge keep the whole family.
Peace. So check it out. I know you're trained, and I know you know Medu Netcher.
And I know enough.
But we all got is levels to the game. And you're at the level where you can't read publicly. Now, remember English?
Whatever.
Remember English, Satep and Ra? Remember when you didn't want to read publicly in English?
Whatever.
That was like the 3rd grade.
Yeah.
Second, think about it. By the time you got to the 4th or 5th, me personally, I kind of got past my don't want to read in front of the class.
Yeah. Oh, keep
so
that up.
Now I'm going to say you probably at about the 3rd grade level in Medu Netcher.
What happened? Where'd the text go?
Oh, no, he didn't say where the
text
go.
Text still there. Just giving Owaspy a warning. Owaspy, you've been talking in the chat. That's your warning. All right, keep going.
There's some Owaspy in the chat? Oh, wow.
They about to get washed.
Where they at? Come on, let's invite them in.
We had Cosmon in there and the brother with that star
they
thing.
Can hit the link real quick. It's all good. Peace to the Owaspy brothers. I mean, you know,
Saturday.
Y'all might got Smash Rock coming through. I don't know how y'all gonna play that off. Y'all better start doing something.
You better go do your homework.
I thought they was gonna be dealing with hella Jabaris. It's not gonna be no scream session, so turn y'all wit up. Y'all need some writtens.
Now who y'all talking about?
This debate
they about to debate them on Saturday. They about to get this work.
But peace to the people if they in the building. Shout out to y'all. So come on now, you about to get kicked up out of here. Not in real life. I'm talking about out the jump session, not out the Zoom.
All right, I got two.
You got one more line before we realize we don't need to jump you in because you ain't ready. You ain't got no metal hands. You know what I'm saying?
So I'm not.
So read the sentence. Hold on, let's let him read the sentence.
Right here.
No, I'm not on the hot seat. Listen, I'm not
on
right
here. This is
all right. I'm gonna let you off, Setep. I'm gonna let you off. You've been on it for an hour, and I only did that to prove that when you come in poking your chest with the magi, bro, it will go down, bro. And
Listen,
it might get flipped all on you.
the
Everything
only
that you're trying
way
to
I
do.
would break down text
You
if
ain't
I
about
sit.
to read, so you gonna give us words. Your words is like what
Tap,
losing.
break that down,
You
man.
devaluing yourself, family.
Listen, the only way I
Your
would break
words are less
text.
valuable the more you speak. You should just read the text.
Good. Nah, listen. Go
I'm
to
just
go to
That's
telling
my
you the
about to
truth.
read that joint like
Tap,
one
you've been
read.
around me for a long time. Read
go to
that text.
go listen. Go to Kofi Pie Side Research Team
We
and
know
look
you
at
good researcher. We
Kofi
understand.
read the
gotta
text
go.
too, but
We
Kofi
can
will read
all
it on the
read it when
spot.
we
Read that text.
look. This is what I'm saying, Satep. I know you can read the glyphs, but it's not really functional right now. And this is the new era. We taking this to functionality. We want to even look at this and read it in the English before we even have to refer back to that to make sure we got a supreme understanding. And so
Come on,
again, you can teach me plenty things, but you was
Whatever.
huffing. You don't sound the same. You was huffing and puffing. You had
'Cause
a
I'm a
whole
whole
different energy. And I'm saying, let me give you some humble pie and you tasted it. It's no big deal. I get it all the time. I get it from gentlemen right here on the panel. I got it
Yes.
today. You don't remember when I was saying Moret too? And Chris was like, nah, that ain't that.
Well,
Okay,
no,
you feel me? So you just getting yours because you brought it on yourself. It ain't no
no,
issue. It's
Hey,
all
watch
good.
this. Watch
It's
this.
all
Watch this. I'm
love.
part for him. You do this first part, right? So we got Hemet, Hemu, Nebet, Didjet, Ket, Nebet. You read this first part for us real quick. Go ahead, brother. Because I know you got it. You've been
All right.
around me
I've
too
been
long.
waiting for the last 15 minutes, man.
All right.
Chris, let me
Read.
Y'all want
Come
it?
on, sit up.
Y'all want this?
Yes.
Go check out Kofi Pie Side Research Team.
Oh man.
Shout out to you though. I ain't mad at
That
you,
was a
bro.
hell of a
So
side
look, start studying with us then, man. That's what you
I
need to
also
do.
studied, and we did Freestyle Fridays for years
Damn.
on Seshu, my Medu, Netcher page. If you want to see your boy step in action, go check me out.
All right, but let me say something. You have better
Tap,
ways
you
to
gonna make me
handle
go
this.
pull up the old hangout and on the
Bruh,
show when
Satep,
you
you could
first
have handled
started,
this
man.
better. You could have handled
Damn
this
it.
better, bro.
Listen,
You made a lot of bad decisions in this show.
Satep.
I can literally break down
Oh my
every
Who's
list.
talking to you?
I'm not gonna give you guys the thrill of the.
Tap, what was my score on the
You
test?
got it. Ain't no thrill.
Listen, y'all. I'm gonna just leave y'all in mystery as it's a Tep don't know what I'm talking about. So next time I come on here, I'm gonna stop a butthole.
I tell the truth. Tell the truth. Don't wait the next time. Somebody was about to say something. I think it
Probably
was
gonna
Chris.
be one though, cause y'all. Wow.
Oh,
He
just-
rusty.
I at least know you know the Neb Bowl, though. Tell the truth. You know that Neb Bowl, right?
If I was to see that, I would say Nebet.
Yeah,
right?
there you go. Let's walk through it. Ain't nobody tripping.
But
We about to
you
walk
try
through
to,
it.
What's the next one?
you try to
Yeah.
trick me. You try to trick.
Mott.
We
So
trying to
I-
get you started. We not trying to. We putting
No,
your
you don't gotta
training
get
wheels
me
on,
started.
man.
You
We
try to
trying to
American
tie. We
too.
trying to tie your shoes, bro. You want to
Nah,
walk around with
dude,
your shoes untied? Go ahead.
Listen, my
Lace your
shoes-
boots.
I just
Satep,
proved it.
tie your belt up, man, and get on the mat.
If the man ain't gonna read, let's go back
Come
to
on,
the
come on,
honorific.
Now listen to this. This is funny. My brother Christopher didn't have much to say earlier. Now he got so much to say. Now, Chris, I know you know how to read this, just like you know I know how to read this. But I see everybody.
No, but just show though. You know what I'm saying?
Chris be reading.
Everybody is being real combative to us because you could have
Chris that already went through
I
this.
just turned them on you, dog. They wasn't combative. You got love. I said you was being combative to us, and I knew the way to humble you because you were being pretentious. We're not supposed to be proud of what we know. And you were so proud when you walked in, and I was like, okay, this is an ancient Egyptian tale right here.
What did I say when I walked in?
You came in huffing and puffing. Stop playing. People was asking you to calm down, nicely.
Whatever.
Am I wrong, y'all? Come on, man. Don't let me.
Not at
Man,
all.
you was like, y'all
Right
don't
is,
know
man.
what y'all talking about.
Hey,
You know what
I
I'm saying?
know Satep
Facts,
about
you
longer
can't-
than you, but you're right now, man.
Facts,
Come
you
on,
can't. You
Satep.
made Joey read. He got to read.
Listen, everybody got so much to say except for to read that text. Everybody got so much to say. That's
But I
crazy.
read one also.
So you stalled your way out. Like
I read
at this
one.
point,
Flip master though.
we
Let's
know
read it.
we know the
Read it.
play
Nah,
you just
I read
ran,
it though. I
bro.
read it
We
though.
gotta read
It's
our
over.
fellow.
You ain't gonna read it, so let's go on because I don't want to keep on.
Right.
Just
I
read
wanna-
it. Just
I wanna-
read it. You're allowed not to read it too. It's totally fine, bro. You could be at any level you want to be at. You just can't be acting like you teaching us something, and when we whip out the text, you can't read it.
Right, but nobody else did.
I
Nobody.
just did.
Oh my
No,
God,
wait a
that's
minute.
what you
Dog.
did. You missed the point,
Nebetu
bro.
started reading it. Joey read
Then
it. I started
Somebody
Merete,
already wrote, but I
Merut,
read it.
It's all
Ready.
good.
Hemet,
It's totally fine,
Nezaret.
bro. Yeah, it's all
There you
good.
go.
Look, Aat. What is that?
Merut,
Come over
Merut,
now.
Merut,
Done.
Listen, hold up.
Merut, Hemet,
Don't be
Nezaret.
helping him out. Come on,
Tell
man.
him.
See?
Tell him, Chris.
You said we
Whatever.
helping him out. He started reading for himself, and then
But he
Chris
didn't
finished
even
it.
say it
Come on,
right, and
B.
then the brother stepped in when he said the murder. That's
Oh,
why
there's more lines on the screen,
crazy.
Setep. Are you
I'm
playing a
sounding it
game?
out for you because you ain't read one yet.
All right,
I
whatever.
need to
Chris,
step
you
up.
could
Let's go.
You could have bailed me out.
I could have bailed you out, but you was on
And
my
what I was
head when
saying,
you came in. I was cool on
Hurting
bailing
my
you out.
feelings right now. I'm looking like goddamn, but I know the brother on point. Come on now.
listen, just like I said earlier, Christopher, you knew what I was talking about earlier, but you didn't say nothing. Just like you know, when the sergeant started breaking this text down, he didn't know what he said, and then you just bailed him out.
I knew exactly what I was saying. I
Yeah,
was sounding it out for you because we want you to read it.
He ain't
Whatever.
When
gonna
I
read
read
it, so
these
let's
back here, it was
continue.
flawless. It said Hemet, Himu, Nebet, Dijet, Ket, Nebet. We want you to do the same thing, my brother.
So this
Leave
is what
with
I'm
no
gonna say.
regrets.
Setep and Route. This website is St. Andrew's Text Corpus, and these are very good texts for training exercises because you already know how to read. I know you know how to read. I've seen you read before. That's not the issue. I'm saying it ain't functioning right now. It ain't functional, and so. And graze over some, that's not an insult, that's the facts. And we want to, we all know, look, we all know Medu Netcher, right? And we don't even speak at a level to where we could say things and we know what we talking about because it's not functional amongst us either. It's not just you. But with you, reading is not, your reading ain't functional, and you can work on that, bro. Get it right. Shit, come on, man.
I don't need to. Because
You
I
don't
know what
need
it
to.
says.
It's all good.
About to take your badge, man. You better read.
Now, listen, I get that money.
All right, so we off that line. So what we gonna do? What it mean?
All right, yeah, let's go down. Let's see what's up.
Oh, so what was that been read?
Right, exactly.
Grace. I mean, look, reading you're allowed
This
not
this
to
is
know a
this
word.
is how I
told
said it. This is
you
Meru.
don't gotta be perfect, said that.
Remember, you said
Ain't
no,
nobody-
Chris, and you helped them. This is
y'all try to
Meru.
test me, and then y'all niggas
This
get
is
it wrong.
Meru,
Correcting you,
brother.
help you out.
You don't
No,
want to
you
read
said
because you
Chris.
don't want to make a
You
mistake.
said Chris, you
It's
helped them,
fine.
but it
It's
says
okay.
Meru,
Whatever.
like I said it.
Yeah, that's right.
So
That's what
this
Chris
is what
said
I'm
too.
talking about, right? So
You're
here
right.
goes.
Merut, not Mertu.
What?
Merut.
Nah, it's okay, Chris. It's all good. Hemet, Himu, Nebet.
Y'all both said it wrong.
No, I said it
Chris
correct.
said it
I
right.
said Merut.
No, we didn't. We said
I
Merut.
said Aat.
Oh, now we
Right
said
there.
it.
Merut.
That's crazy.
This is Nebet.
Wait, he didn't say Merut?
Yeah,
No,
I said
he didn't
Merut.
say that.
He was like,
He
no,
said
it's
Merut.
it's the other way that and Chris
All
had.
right.
So,
All right.
all right,
Chris
so
had-
I mean, I don't
No,
want
no,
to.
but you were so
I'm asking.
sure, sit
So
down.
let's all
Now we're
participate
here.
because I don't want Sintabara to feel like the rest of the show is about. I wanted you to feel that 15 minutes of funk, but you ain't got to get a whole hour of it, though. You know what I'm saying? We can all participate on the next. I mean, Joey, go on and cook him some more, Joey. No, cook him on. I know you know that line,
this
Joey.
line right here.
Joey know that line right
Nerut,
there.
Neb,
What did you say?
Nerut. No,
No,
Eru.
Did you say
That's
M?
great.
Did
That's
you
ear.
pronounce M?
Eru.
Hold on.
Eru.
Uh-oh. Satep want
Yes.
to cut you off now. Go ahead,
Eru.
What's
Satep.
this?
Ne. Sa.
Hold on.
Heru.
Y'all want me to make the biggest mistakes and just read it all through? Or are you gonna about to? Are you at Heru?
Oh no, Joey going in.
What's
Hold
after
on.
Heru?
Heru. Nefer.
Hold on. No, slow down. Look at that again.
That's not Nefer?
No, look at it at the bottom.
Heru. That's not Heru.
What's after
Not
Heru?
Heru.
You would not.
Nefer.
Yeah, that's not Nefer.
Yeah, it's not Nefer.
You probably
Okay.
don't know that. You might could continue,
It's
or
okay.
you can let you want us to tell you.
Skip that.
Nebet. Sawi.
Oh, wait,
Nebet.
you skipped hella far. What did you say?
You said him, Matt?
Heru. I said no. I said Heru. Nefer. Iti. Nebet. Sawi. I know that Nefer was wrong, but that's what I said. So I'm just going to repeat what I said.
Close. You're close.
Where did you get the Nebet from?
Oh,
He This is wrong, but he
And
said
wet.
But he's
That's
fixing
cat,
it
right?
though. What did you say it was?
Cat. Sorry.
I wouldn't think it was that. I thought, but do
do
anybody else
this.
want to say something?
Do this
That's
real
some
quick.
kind of ball.
Listen, brother
That's some
Joey.
kind of
Look
ball.
here.
Yes.
Look
And
up
wet.
Somehow.
in wet. So what is this
Hem wet.
here?
Hemet.
What's this?
Sorry.
Yes.
So what's that one that you thought was Nepher before we revealed it? Anybody?
The one after Heru.
Not anybody, but anybody learning.
Somehow.
And wet.
The one that's highlighted.
I think somebody accidentally just said it though. But you already know the glyphs, the voice I heard.
That's yeah.
Chris, you know that. Don't say it. Let's let them, think about it, Joey.
I was about to name the image where they probably seen it at.
Oh, okay, yeah, you can try to say
You got Heru and Seth got their foot on one when they're
digging up the dirt, huh? Breaking land.
What? A shovel?
So
Sama.
He just said it. Who said it?
Somebody said it.
Sama.
That's Zoo. That's there you go.
What's
Ken
Sama?
White. That's Ken White. So when you know what that means, Joey or Sitep, don't mute Sitep now unless you're doing something else.
Sama is like
Go ahead.
You was all on
it means two or two. It means something like two, right?
Nah, Sama.
Oh.
Sama Taui. Sama Taui. You heard of that statement?
The two lines.
Yeah, the whole word is
Sama mean?
Samait.
To smite.
Everybody
Somebody said to smite, and that's correct, but in another instance, that's not what this one is. And he said the whole word is written out.
Unite.
Samait is written out. So to unite, who said that? That's right? I think that's right. I put my money on what somebody.
Yeah, but
said.
Samait can mean it can mean like it can mean Sama can mean unite, but Samait can mean like someone that you're united with, a companion, a friend.
Okay, Samait, yeah.
I was thinking like uniter. Is that all?
United the two lands.
A consort.
But hold on though. I mean, because this is still just the You're right. I ain't saying that's wrong. I'm looking at how it's different.
That's his Haru name though. That's one of his names. That's his Haru name.
How about that Auntie at
course,
the
the
end?
United.
What y'all doing with that Auntie at the end? See how it's a little different? That's why I was like, hold on, no. It looked like
this is a state of unkti, so it can mean something like
what that mean
love.
again? What that mean again, bro? I forget that because that's at the end of a lot of Haru names.
Which one?
Wait.
It comes off.
Hold on. So are they leave out things for me?
No, it's like giver of life. Giver of life. Giver of life.
But that's not D. But is that another way to say
Unkti?
Living.
It
means one who is enlivened or enlivened or livened one.
No, I think that's
It's literally Unkti, but I forget what it means. And look it up in the dictionary, John.
He just told you.
Yeah, I just told you.
Oh, my bad.
So shall we reveal?
The name is almost right.
Yeah, go reveal.
Let's do the Shenu. What's the name? So you got the jet as opposed to Erie.
See, I thought it was Erie.
Let's break it down. But you would hold on, go down.
How we get there?
Down. The jet. I just want to see. I can't see the whole translation.
Actually, you're right. You're right. It's Erie too. So remember the jet.
That's not wrong.
Yeah, the jet is up on the next line before.
Yeah. So after the Nebet, this sentence starts. Erie to Nest. But can we please show people how that lines up? Let me just real quick.
So Erie is here, and this is where we're starting. This
I was kind of like trying to show them with the translation. So the one it says
with translation. I'm sorry. Let me look it up.
So the home is the two, correct or incorrect?
The whom
for whom all is done. I don't see all represented in there.
Because when you have Neb, you have all. Well, that's Nebet though.
I don't see.
And
where's Neb? You talking about above in the sentence before that?
That's the
So they put in the Nebet within the bet, if it's all, it would have to be following the word.
Yeah,
because it's done. The done is the
All
verb.
things.
Verb
Okay, so
iri.
they got all things.
All
Okay,
up here.
before it.
Iri two after. So iri two, and you see that iri two, and then you have your nest right here, this water symbol and this
That's
door
her.
bolt.
Now they said all is done that she says.
The word says isn't here.
Yeah, that's
Well,
what
yeah,
I'm looking at.
she's a lordess up here, remember? So she's ket nebet, and she says the jet in the beginning.
Word spoken.
Yes. So the jet ket nebet is right here. The jet ket nebet. Then when we get to this line, we've got iri two, which starts here. Iri two nest.
That's the all right there.
Yes.
Hold on, no. This is
That's the whole, but this the nest.
yeah. So look, so let me say. So
Like she said,
the iri two ns. That's the verbal portion where it says done is actually passive, a passive verb. All that which she has done, and then the words, all the words is up here where it says jadet het nebet. Words, all things that she has done, or that she says jadet.
right. And that's why I said the nebet is up here with the all.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
he
Yeah, you heard
said that
Mhm.
earlier. He said
Yep.
that. The SAR said that earlier.
Yep, he said it. No, I'm saying, but someone looking at this, and I started breaking it down though, but they would think that this for whom all is done is in this line right here with an iri two, and yeah, it's not right there, right? It's up on the line above.
Comma right there. It's a comma. They got a comma, mistress of all. Then boom, the jet starts right there. But we don't see the translator or the manual decodage till we get down to that second line.
All I didn't see is the hair after the Semite. I didn't see no hair. I still don't see it.
Right there, showing.
Yeah, it's right there, Smash. Semite hair.
Oh, that's honor. Now you just got killed, bro.
I knew it.
Hold on, where you at, September Ralph?
SAR.
Honorific transposition strikes again.
Yeah, there. Who said that? Oh yeah, somebody peeked game. Hey,
SAR.
September Ralph, tell me what's going on the screen.
My head, bro. SAR, showing where the sentence start at down there, where it says knee. Showing where the sentence start at.
Huh?
Where it starts.
We on number 4. We
right
strictly
there,
on number,
right there.
No, we
Yeah,
strictly
82
on
and
number
that's
4. We not
That's
on
not
that.
what we've been talking about.
No, we talk about the honorific position in Semite here.
Oh my god, bro! Listen.
What? What? You don't want to address it? Is that a name? Is that a name? Is that a name?
But watch this.
It is not a name.
Audience. So this is Semite to the
Man,
T.
you're not about to keep teaching after we show everything. You got to do that when we ain't showing everything, bro.
We
That ain't
literally
good.
was just talking about.
Asar get the cooking when all the words on the screen.
Semaiti.
You got a little lag, that's all.
Yeah. Cook when the words ain't on the screen next, Asar. Then come on, next line.
I need some of that Cali bud.
Go on and cook. Yeah, boy. Go on and
I need what you got, man.
Nah, you don't. Nah, you. Oh, that's the end.
That's
the end. You lucky, boy. They let you off the hook.
Remember, this is the Abid sound, so it's like Abid. When we talk about month, it's mess. We didn't. I don't think we translated.
Yeah, mess. Yeah.
Here is almost down here.
Man, I'm starting. I don't know. Sorry, you ain't reading nothing without the answers, bro.
You know I need my answers. Man. You know, hey.
You gotta read without the answers.
Yeah, we don't need the answers, man.
Yeah, come on, man.
So let's go to another text. Let's grab another
All right,
text.
I'm gonna get on Front Street. Let me be allowed to mess up in front of y'all so y'all can feel comfortable. I'm still about to body it, golly. But cats think you gotta be perfect. You just gotta show the will to learn. It ain't about being perfect.
Just play and have
whatever.
Well, we try to make. I'm saying these humble words to make you feel better. We can cook. We can go and cook.
Moving the goalpost, man.
All right, now I don't even know what you about. You shouldn't have showed me that it was the man in this box. Cause now I can start reading.
No Netcher for
all right, well don't reveal the stuff and let me just cook for y'all real quick.
Let me make sure it's got the thing.
I'm gonna read straight English, bro.
They got up here.
Don't hit me with nothing crazy. Oh, see, you gotta click one. They got
messed up from the beginning. They got it underneath.
Oh, we can't do this because they got it underneath.
God, dog. Yeah, let's go.
I was gonna show you that hella easy though.
Yeah, you was gonna get that. Let me see. Let's go to Thutmose. Let's see what my man Thutmose talking about. Let me blow it up.
Yeah, so that we can't mess up. Let me get on the mat real quick, man.
Kaya. Come here.
Let me see. You might want to mute Chris. Let me see. All right, man. Come on. Why you gonna hit me with this easy ass text? I'm from East Oakland, man. So who want to get on this mat before I do? Because this is just so easy. So, all right, let me just read it. We just got a story.
You should know this because this is prayer talk right here.
But some people might not know this.
Oh, I was looking at the wrong screen.
I mean, and so it really says something like, you know what I'm saying, with Ser, the Tati. Now, I don't know if y'all want to agree or disagree, but I got with Ser, Tati, Ka, in, I said, I'm sorry, I meant Aa, Kepper, Kara. Right? So I would probably say Aa Ka Kepera. Aa Ka Kepera, Aa Keper Ka. So his name must be Aa Keper Kara, Aa Keper Ka Ma'akaru. Now this should say Wasir. I don't know, but this don't seem like they're talking about Osiris, because this person's name must have been Osiris, but they calling him a visor, a vizier, and it seems like
he's becoming an assault.
Appearing to this person who is Ka Keperu, Ka Keper. I don't see a Ru. Ka Kepera, Keper Ka. So I'm so Keper Kara. That's what it gotta be. And he's justified. And he is Ma'akaru, or he is justified. You want to go to the transliteration before the go to the transliteration?
Hold on, before you go there, let me see if I can read the name. I think it's Keper Ka Ara.
No, they tell us afterward. Look, they say his name they say it outside of the cartouche afterwards. Look. So you see 3 of the symbols that's in the Shinu are outside of the Shinu right after it.
Yeah, I think it's Keper Ka Ara. Go ahead.
No, but look, you ain't paying no attention.
Whatever, just pull it
I'm
down.
asking you, at least I need to know if we are you acknowledging what I'm saying. Do you
I'm
see
using
that?
the Keper first.
Keper Ka.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I just was asking, did you see that? That's fine. That's totally fine. I just was asking, did you see it? Now you see why you're wrong?
All right, I can
like
be
having a hard head don't help, bro.
Okay. I just proved that I ain't scared to be wrong.
But I just tried to show you. Now it's different when we don't know and we don't got nothing to go off. See, this is the thing. When somebody if Chris is telling me Smash is not that, you hardly ever hear me say because I got somebody telling me. Now, if we both trying to figure it out, then what you saying applies. Like, yeah, okay. But I'm saying, if I'm sitting there telling you.
All right, so I just said what I thought it was. You said what you thought it was, and I said scroll down.
Oh, no. Okay, I feel you just saying. I wasn't really saying what I thought it was. I was reading.
Wait a minute. If I'm wrong and you right, and that ain't what this is about, you shouldn't have a problem with me saying, "All right, scroll down. Let's see what it is."
Oh, I don't. I was trying to get you to understand that, like when we saying
you had to shift it and go to your.
So there's certain parts of this where we don't all know things, and then we're all probing. And there's certain things, like if we come to an glyph, imagine if we came to an glyph and this same type of thing occurred. We all are so familiar with that we'll know that it would. You see what I'm saying? So there's some of us who's more familiar with something. It ain't to offend you. It just must be a misunderstanding. Let's keep going.
I already said.
Is that Tati?
Yeah, right here.
Chai.
So I said Tati Ka. I said Tati Ka. And yeah, so but who wants to trade? All right, Satep and Ra. Go on and tell us what this means.
Here we go. Look.
I mean, what? Go on and tell us what it means. You back on the mat. I was on the mat. You tried to trip me on the floor.
Wait a minute. All I did was offer my opinion about what I thought.
All gravity. Read now. Tell us what it means.
You was right. You elaborated on it. I still was like, all right. And now you like, this is what you wanted the whole time. That's what I'm saying. Like, y'all been had it out. Like,
family.
Like if that's
It's
what it is,
all good, dog.
That's
Come
a lot
on.
of
your
explanation.
flower. Hold on, wait a minute.
Nothing you're saying is
Read.
helping right
I
now.
gave you
Let's
your
just chill.
flowers earlier, bro. Like,
It's
and you
still, and I
still
gave
own
you your
one.
flowers. I
Put some
consistently
water on
give
them
you
and
your
read.
Own
flowers.
one.
I'm
You
giving
still
your
own
flowers
one.
all throughout this conversation,
No. I gave
right?
you flowers earlier. You still own one. Like,
I
all I
mean,
said
that's
was like,
all
this
right.
is
All right.
what it
Look, I was just on the mat. You injected yourself. Remember, I said now it's my turn to be
So I can't say
scrutinized.
what
Remember,
it
and
is.
I was reading, and you came in and said, "No, I'm going to inject the other way that it should be wrong." This is the thing. It's called an erroneous correction. See, if you're gonna correct somebody, you truly should be right. We wasn't vying for chances. I said, I'm
I
on the
never said
mat.
I was
First,
correct.
you was
I
on the
said
mat,
my
and I'm under scrutiny, and I'm just fighting off your scrutiny now. It's all good. Let's go to the next line. All right, if you ain't gonna read it, I can read it, what I think it says. Oh, well, this is why I don't think they're talking about Osiris the god, because they say Tati Kau, and if I'm reading that wrong, it'll be revealed next. I normally know a Tati to be something like a vizier, but I don't know a Tati Kau as a compound word with these two words. And so whatever is a Kati Kayu in well, I mean, you know, Kara. And it's just saying his name again, his voice is justified. Anybody want to try this Tati Kau before we scroll down?
Yeah, so Chai can mean, besides Vizier, it can mean man. Or it can mean like, and I say that because the word after it, Kau, this Kau means, alludes to like the guy who makes funerary furniture, or
Raw.
what's the other one? Funerary furniture. No, it's a utensils, like a guy who deals with or makes or mans or keeps utensils. Kau. And that's why they got that's why they got the wood stick.
Yeah, it was in the title, you know.
After it, yeah. So it's kind of like a title or
It said he
position.
was.
Yeah.
You don't know if you read the title. It said he was the sword bearer.
Okay. So utensils. So he's the keeper of the man of utensils. In this case, the utensils are weapons.
But the title said sword bearer.
Now I understand what you're saying, but the word kau can also mean utensils or instruments.
Yeah, so it's more general than the title, basically.
Right.
I think because it says Kepra Ka-Ura, that it could be talking about the souls in Ra, and then it repeats it over here. But then it's
no, this is a genitive. This is the indirect genitive.
And it's like Kepra Kara, not Ka'u.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm tripping because I'm reading the Ka'u over here.
Yeah, so he's the keeper of or utensils, the man of utensils of Kepra Kara, the great Kepra Kara.
You want to scroll down now?
Let's check it out.
Ma'acheru.
So
Osiris.
Well, we did know that this Osiris wasn't really Osiris in the sky. They call him an Osiris, correct?
Yeah, that's why he's dead. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
And pointed that out earlier. So this is the weapon bearer, as both gentlemen pointed out, of Kapakara. And this is the name of Kapakara here, obviously. Kapakara justify. Anytime y'all see this at the end.
All right. I felt like I was cheating, though. Go ahead, Chris.
That's why we at this end. For people in the audience, too, we got to be careful because they probably would try to look up the word chai for the word weapon. But I'm telling you, if you look it up, it's going to say something about a man or a person of utensils or of funerary equipment, something dealing with things. So if you look up the word weapon, you may not find chai like that. You're not going to. Chai normally means a man or a person or a position, a man in a position.
So what we got next? Amak hymnity. I mean, or did I say Amak wrong?
Yeah, we kind of got what we already read with these two glyphs here, just kind of spelled out here with Netcher.
Yeah, so he's Imahi, Her, Netcher, Ea.
Oh, hold on. In the you present. Said hair.
Yeah, hair.
Well, where's that at?
The placenta.
Here and all.
Oh, you said the KH hair.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah. Okay.
Bad.
I ain't want
to... No, I thought you was, I was looking for HR here. Amaki hair. So this is revered under the great Netcher.
Yep.
Yep.
Or in the presence of or before. Yeah.
All right, let's see what they say.
Imaki, hair, Netcher, Yup. And we know that's revered with the great God.
All right, I'm gonna try one more and I'm off the mat. I know the reason why this is the easy part, and so if any context that's different it'll come after this. Oh, that's all it's like?
Yeah, it's just
that was too easy.
It was a short test.
Come on, Sintep and Rob, where you go, boy?
Still here.
Shout out.
Come on with it. Come on. Let me see what you're working with.
Avi double Stella or Jehutimos the first. Oh yeah, this is
Although y'all at my head, I am enjoying this.
Nah, it's all good. We just doing you like you was doing
I ain't
us,
tripping,
but not
man.
no more. It's all good.
I'm you, man. I got thick skin, dog.
I only could do that for like 10 minutes. I ain't young as I used to be.
Big step up. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh no, that's broke all up. Stop playing, bro.
Hey, but I swear, man, y'all need to pull up some like real live glyphs though, like on some.
No, so this the thing.
Wait, I thought this what you wanted.
Yeah, exactly.
Gosh, man, why can't I see? That's what I'm saying. Y'all all at my head. It's clear.
No, I could have swore I heard you say earlier,
you
and I agree with you.
nothing
Pull up
earlier.
some primaries. I agreed with you.
I already just said I was chilling. Now you turning up. Come on, man.
No, you doing that, Satep. I'm telling you, he ain't doing that. He ain't doing that.
I'm gonna get up off of here, man.
No, don't. I mean, you can if you have to, but don't leave.
I don't got to up
like
there.
it ain't all cool.
Where
It's
I'm at,
all good over
right
here.
here. I'm chilling, bro. Like,
yeah, you chilling. Don't like make a hostile escape, family.
How am I making it a hostile?
It's your favorite word, remember?
God,
you good. So hold on. Let's slow down and let's deal with the text only. We ain't even got to trip off each other. But these first two lines I was saying got too many crossed out spots for us to even be true. Unless y'all think the second line don't.
Let me pull up a different one.
I mean, now really, somebody could say, "Oh, y'all just looking at the title and doing what he's doing."
Yeah, pull up some ink. Pull up some papers with some ink.
Yeah.
And why is that Harui instead of Peru?
Why is it Haru instead of which one?
Harui instead of Peru.
Wait a minute. The last, I don't know what screen we so far from that. Are you talking about when it said Amak here?
Where you going?
No, it was on that broken one where it just had the pair, the house glyph or the temple glyph, and
yeah, sorry. Go to that site with Smash Go where they have all those papers at. The one where
oh hell yeah, Ushabits.
The chick and the woman.
Choppy. Yeah, hold on, let me see.
Oh, I forgot all about that. Yeah, that's a perfect place to go. There you go. Yeah.
Shopties.com.
No training wheels.
See
Which one
now all we got is us as because they don't show you the translation. So
no, which one
if
y'all
you can't
want?
get past the people in the chat, the papyrus. Ashley,
go. Damn it, I done pushed you.
Oh yeah, it's coming. Scroll down and do the same thing you was doing with those collection of papyri.
Which one you want?
Keep going down. Keep going down. You're gonna see all of them.
Papyri publications.
Yeah, just you can click into any one. It's getting hard for people now. See, when you do it like that, it's too hard.
Down for real.
This is Pelagians.
So you was asking for the Book of the Dead, Satep?
Sorry, go. Let's start at the beginning. Go to the
I swear, man. Y'all literally.
Sorry, no, you're going the wrong way.
Y'all done walked him into the back alley with this one right here.
Wait a minute. When I literally just said something, y'all shut me up.
Right there.
You all good in my book, family.
Oh
Trust me, you all good in my book.
Man, listen, this is a test about this community, man.
You don't want to start this off?
Oh, crazy, man.
Now, it's a lot to learn when we start addressing these texts.
How I make it bigger?
That's what I was trying to do. Make it
Oh, hold on. You can't. It should be in the lower left hand. I mean, it ain't in one of those corners. They got the thing where it can make it bigger. If not, if the zoom ain't working, I'll be snipping it sometimes. Like or you can press you press, what is it? computer button or whatever, the Windows button, Shift and S. And it'll give you a snipping tool where you can make things heck of bigger after you snip it. That little
I'll start. in ger ek Netcher ea di ek peret geru.
Oh man, don't do nobody like that, bro. They don't even know where you at. They don't even know where you at. Or just don't even try to read it. Just tell me where he at.
You got Sarai
Somebody
here.
hold on. Go on and tell me where Chris was at.
Oh, you up here. You on this line right here. Okay.
Chris just started reading right.
Yeah, he started reading right from here, y'all. Just so y'all.
Yeah, but he didn't say that. He just started reading.
Well, that's what we're gonna get advanced.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I identify where he
can
was
tell
reading
because we
from.
can read it. It's right here.
Yeah,
It's starting
exactly.
here.
Oh well.
Yeah, so that's the
So
that's
say
the
in
ger ek Netcher ea di ek peret geru ku aped het nabet neferet wabet. Oh yeah, okay. This is all the usual stuff right here.
Now he done went crazy. He went way over here. So he about giving the offering right here.
He's stunting, man. He's stunting on us now.
Well, you could. So one thing we'll do is if we ever get to really taking it seriously, we're going to go over these texts and have them as homework. You know what I'm saying? And eventually, if you start to ever write them out by hand, they really become a little bit of your fibers. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you can just run through.
No, that's a fact.
Yeah, and so I got that off J Mill. I didn't really start writing the glyphs out, and when I start doing it, it'd be like, oh, this is sticking with me more than any other way. And so I ain't trying to filibuster, but we can keep going or whatever.
So he said right here, he said ket, etep, neb, neferet, wabet. And then he stopped right there.
Oh, where did he stop?
Second line right here after neferet. See the little bread loaf? Wabet, the wob over the foot, and the B because the foot, and the T right underneath. So he's got these two lines here.
Then we got Cincinnati, Chau, Ni Meh, Ni Wusir. Non-suit.
I was starting the next two, but those are the easy
What's under that Chau, that first Chau?
Ni.
Ni Mech.
No, he said the first one. Go back
up here.
Chau
Right.
Ni Mech.
Mac, not
So
Mac. Is that a Mac or a Mac?
A Meh.
Yeah.
Mac.
M capital H. Meh.
Yeah.
Zoom in, Asir.
And then what's under that? That's the same. That's the same. No.
That's
that's the determinative of Meh.
Okay.
And then an N.
Mehi. Ni
You see the
Wusir.
H right there?
Ni, yeah, the H N Ni, and then the Wusir.
Up here, third line.
Go ahead, you got it.
Tawi.
Yeah.
The suit in.
And the shinner was hard to see. The shinner was hard to see, so just go above over there, yeah.
What's this?
We got the Sarah.
Yeah.
The new.
Let's say something different. Go ahead.
Hetep. Meref.
Start at the Sarah again real quick, please.
Yeah.
Sarah. Ni Hetef. Meref.
Menef.
Right. So that go back up again. So that cow udder, that's Chetef, his flesh.
Hetef. Yeah.
Chetef.
You can almost make out
what
the
I said.
You said something close, but it wasn't the hard K. I think
it's the KH.
Yeah, I think you said Hetef or something.
And then you got Miri F beneath it.
It was like a pie something.
Yeah, that's hard to read. It says you're right. Emin, Miri, Emin, Pa. Or I don't know what that is. Pa E. Looks like Nejum, but I don't think it's Nejum though. I don't know what that is. We'll have to catch it somewhere else in the text. And then we have Ma'acheru, Wusir, Shetef Nebet. Wait, Heru. I skipped the Heru.
So he said Ma'akeru right here. You see the line and then he said right here Asar.
Wasir.
Astef, Setef, or Setef, Nebet, all his places.
Yeah, something like Imset means like in your proper place, in all your proper places.
But I was
your
gonna offer for another person to read that back from the beginning in English. If anybody want to try, if not, I'll try. But anybody want to try to just do everything Chris just said, the English?
Remember, if you have your prayer, this is it. And they telling you who they praying for over here. It's the same thing basically. With
So
a few adjectives.
what is EE
Under the
in?
first part,
Go
the
ahead.
first part is something. Under the first part is something about giving an offering to the deity, right?
Hold on, nah, that shouldn't be right. What is the first word you see? Don't you see the two legs under it for a determinative?
Any.
Fourth.
You see two reed leaves with the two legs, small determinative. EE. So think about when they teach us about people like, what, am I wrong? Is his name Imhotep? What do we say when we say EE and Joey on that name? It's something. It's traveling because it's
go.
Go ahead.
Like to go forth.
Something like that. Yep. It's to either to
Or
come
go
or to
forward,
go.
something
But
like
now, how is this one exactly? Is it to come?
I would say something like to go for. If I'm wrong, correct me.
Right. Never divorce the text from the picture. Look at what the guy is.
Bring for.
And he had his leg, the one leg forward, so he's not standing there. So he's
come forward.
Going forward. He's going forward.
Right. And then it's a subject that's not written. So it's I come. It's really E-E-N-E.
Okay.
Now look at what you see next under that the EE.
And
and so how you addressing that?
Two.
In what did you say? In core?
No, I said N means like two. Something like that. Or am I wrong?
What I couldn't hear you, brother.
Oh, I know the N you're talking about. No. That N underneath the EE is an infix, a marker for completed action. E-E-N-E. I have come.
So in the grammatical sense, is that called dative?
No, this would be the perfect smash. It's perfect.
So this is perfect.
Yep,
So,
I have come or I came.
Okay, so but so it is just an N suffix on EE?
No. There's a subject. It's a subjectless verb. It's implied, but they didn't write it there for spacing. So it should be a seated man right there or a reed leaf.
You're saying the seated man isn't written.
So basically, it would just be another subject in their form, but the man ain't there to see.
Yep.
Oh, got it. You understand that, Joey?
No, not exactly, but
NF
means like he hears, right?
Yeah, he has heard, and so the N is still holding basically the same position to let us know it's past action. That's why we say has. Right? And so when we see this, what he explained to me is I should have identified that, but since the last man ain't there, it's easy not to identify that this is actually like a E-E-N-E, like you said earlier. Yeah, E-E-N-E. Right? And now I understand fully what you were saying when I heard you say this is an E-E-N-E about 10 minutes ago. Okay. So I hope everybody is clear on that. Like, you know.
So he has come forth to us here.
I have come forth.
Okay.
But
before
Netcher.
The great Netcher.
Well, so we got correct, right?
Yeah.
Now you said before.
Yeah, before you.
Exactly, because care don't just mean under. It also could mean before. And we know that the act, I'm just making sure everybody's seeing every symbol that we talking about. And we know that the act is suffix onto the care to give us care act before you. Right? So then we see who he coming before. Somebody wants Setap. Don't trip. Go ahead, Setap. Who is he coming before, real quick?
I'm right here, man.
Well, you have to participate. Participate. It's all good.
I'm right here. Listen, I'm chilling, right? Be like, every time I say something, somebody cuffing my head. So it's like,
no, you good. We done with that. We was doing that for a minute, but you good.
I'm like, man,
it's all over. That's over.
So he's coming forth before Netcher Doesn't say a
So
just
who is Netcher
Netcher is a sar.
So, but I'm saying for the people, Netcher or Netcher
Netcher
And then what does that mean? Like, what does that mean? What does that mean?
Here. Like great,
the great God.
The great God.
So he is coming forth before you, great God. Now they don't got no definite article. Are we allowed to say coming forth before you, the great God? Or comma, coming forth before you, comma, great God. Yeah. How do you translate that? No, you ain't injecting a definite article, you just putting a comma, right?
Right. Yeah, but you can put the article there.
Okay.
Black. So you think about how we talk and how they would talk. I keep it in that same sense.
I am before you, the great God who's here.
So what do y'all see after that?
But it doesn't say Wasir yet.
So you see, it's two hands and then a papyrus rolls. What I see, but then I see a hand sticking out with
strong.
So, but
strong.
Who's strong? Is that strength?
Or give? No, that's a D.
Yes.
Hold on. So, is he giving it or is he receiving it?
Giving.
Well, the person to the left is doing the giving?
Yes.
So, I see, do y'all see RDX or DX?
Yeah, so it should be D, no equal sign X. So because this D here is well, I don't want to use all the term, but it's giving you.
And then we're going to talk about giving.
Yep, giving you.
Okay. So here we got what?
Bread, beer, and wine.
Well, just real quick, help me out real quick. And I'm asking these questions because I know some of this stuff, but it's for clarity. Now, when we got to the Urdi in giving, normally give, what is give? Is that what is give? No, I'm talking about verb, noun, give. The word.
Okay. Yeah. So in this case, it's normally a verb, but it's acting here. It's a weak verb, so it's acting as a noun. So it's like giving you. So I'm giving
exactly. So that's what I'm trying to kind of get us to trip off real quick. So it giving. So how is giving a noun? Because you gotta attach the you, giving you. I'm trying to figure it all the way out.
Yeah, so you're taking I guess literally it would be to give you if you did it literally as an infinitive, or it'd be the give you or the giving you.
Okay, perfect. And then everybody see what he's giving them. Who remembers besides the teachers in here the name of these? Anybody remember any name of what's being given to him or what's it called? You know what that's called?
Is there alabaster?
Well, what's the it says something first before you start reading the things he's giving them. What is the Yeah, what is it though? What does it say?
It looks like alabaster, beer,
and bread.
Voice offering.
Thank you. It says per karu, or would y'all say karu per karu?
Per karu.
So those are voice offerings. What are those offerings?
Bread.
Loud.
Voice offerings to the T Henket. What's that one right?
Is that an animal?
All I see is, I mean,
is that a goose?
I see. I thought that
Arpeggio,
would be a tie head. I think I see beer. I don't know if it's a tie on there, but what? How would you say the beer? Do I see beer in the jug?
yeah.
It looks like beer. It looks like beer, bread, and probably wine.
He said hen cat. Did you say tie for bread, or what would you say for bread?
I just said bread.
So y'all doing that big loaf that's under the Carrera Peru, or is you doing the little thing to the right?
Yeah, the one on the right is the bread, and
Yeah.
the one on the left is the beer jug.
Okay, so y'all said hen cat tie?
No, I didn't say. I just said bread and beer. That's what I
Who
said.
said the glyphs? What did y'all say?
And arpeggio, but I'm trying to hint for y'all.
But I don't
one
see
of y'all.
iPad on there. Ain't that the duck head? iPad?
Yeah, that's iPad right there.
Oh, that's
right,
the duck head right there.
That's
So that
iPad.
is
Or
iPad
iPad.
Kai or Kai iPad?
That's a duck neck right there.
Great.
Body.
Now that was wonderful. I hope people enjoyed that because again we could read it through fast, but going through slow, showing people that what you was getting, your thought process when you were reading it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We can switch up and go to the first line over to the red. What about that? Oh, I'm skipping. I skipped
Over
that
here?
with Sarah stuff.
Okay.
But that just looked like an MER of the. He's just the overseer. I like reading in English. It looks like he's the overseer, even though we got that one thing under
Is
there
that
that look
Setet?
weird.
Might be Setet. I don't know.
But he's
No, that's Emi Resachau.
so he's the overseer of the lands, though, right? But what's after the MER?
Emi is Emi Resachau.
So
Sacha.
Chow. These were Chow.
Oh, so let me go slow. What I normally say as kasat for a foreign land, you just pronounce it different?
Those are the determinatives for that word Sachau.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay. So he's the MER Sachau, which is where?
Well, no, one who is in Emi, right? This is the this comes from the preposition im. This is a nisbi.
Yeah, okay, I got you. So then, but I'm not familiar with the word Sachau.
Well, it's reset.
Always remind me of the budge joint. He always had the raise a towel,
reset jow for the out.
So is that like one who's in the temple or something?
Nah, literal translation means pathways to like under, something like that. Literal translation. But Resachau is like the grave area around Giza. It's the
south. Yeah. This is
not south
like
as
underworld.
Yeah, exactly. Pathways into the underworld. Yeah.
So then we see Niu Hai, Harry, Pet, I don't know, what's that, Sha?
When I was reading the wrong way, you got to start at the last column on the left and then go right.
Wait a minute. Oh, so because it's retrograde on him.
Yep, it's retrograde.
So okay, thank you.
Sar, Kenti, Amentu, and then you cut.
So what does that mean for people to know that it's retrograde? What just happened? Let me tell you. When I just went into the text, I just went and read it the traditional way that we are instructed to read it. But when we come to particular texts like this, you got to remember what I just remembered, that it's retrograde. And so even though it's facing certain ways, you don't start at the formal beginning. We start at what we would consider the formal ending and go, and somebody could explain that better than me. And we're going against what we're taught in the training when they say it's a retrograde text. Would somebody want to explain that better?
So you saying instead of formally like right to left, and I guess has something to do with funeraries or funeral texts, where it's sometimes retrograde and it's left to right.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound right?
So somebody explain what would be the real life phenomenon for them doing that, if y'all could understand that. You feel me? Is it so that the text is facing why is they retrograded basically?
That's what I was gonna say. If you look at the man standing up, his text is facing him, so his text reads from right to left. And then if you look at Wusir, the text facing him would read from left to right.
Because they wanted so in these type of texts, they wanted to be facing So let's go look at another individual in this text, if y'all don't mind.
That next line right there.
So, like,
I think
all right, let's look at these
go back.
up
It went
there.
really fast. Who was texting me like this? Y'all crazy. What about the
Yeah, go to one of the captions, probably like one of the little small, like
I
right
could-
there. Yeah, like right here, somewhere right here. Yeah.
Now that bar is facing that direction, and that text is facing that direction. But the thing I'm tripping off. Wait a minute. The text is facing the bar.
Yep. It starts right there where the hand was just at, where he left that. What the word beck is at, which is the word for hawk, beck or beak.
It ain't. That ain't a Becky. Am I tripping?
That's
That's not
that's
Becky.
Webbin. That's Beck M Webbin me M new.
All right, I'm with you. But I'm just on the back. I see a reed leaf on the end of the back.
Right.
You'll see the news.
So that ain't Becky. It ain't Becky.
No, that's a determinative for hawk.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. So you said back M within M, and then what do we got? New. It looked like three new. Yeah, new. Okay.
Yeah, new.
With the jugs over the heaven.
That's cool. Now,
So heaven.
When we try to real quick, we try to scrutinize retrograde. Now, in the other, it's still consistent that these glyphs is going into the face of the birds. I mean, into the face of their characters. But is the big blocks of text under that following that same? Yep, it's going from.
Look like it is.
Okay, so is it? Are we trying to? Or is that to conclude that that's why they did it?
Why they did what? Retrograde, because the
so
column text start on the far left,
which is way over there.
Exactly.
Man.
And
we're reading from left. We're reading. This is so crazy, right? So let's look at this column here. You see the birds are facing towards the right, and we're reading this going. Well, hold on.
Yeah, down from the left. Yeah.
Yeah.
So right up, yeah.
And that's what's crazy about it, because even though the text is written as if we should read it in this direction, right to left, we don't. We start way over here as the beginning. And so technically we're reading here first, going back, and then we go to this line over here, and we've got Asar, Kentiamenti, we're reading here and going this way and going this way, even though, the text is facing this direction to the right.
So then, just like you said, that's hella cool. And this is cool. We almost at 5 hours. I guess I'll shut it down in the next 10 minutes.
Hours.
Oh, that's all good. I think I talked for 2 hours before y'all came in here. Remember, so. But I think I need to think about eating or something.
Fire stream though. This was fun.
Oh, but yeah, so Taparod, thanks for coming in. We always need somebody to whip us into shape like you did tonight. You know what I'm saying?
You already know.
Yeah.
I got good towards the end. That's why I shut up. That's all like, man, just leave me alone. Go in. Yeah. I like it.
I think everybody watching the show, seeing the show, so it's all good,
Shout out to the OWASP. This is the great honker right here. We're going to talk about him on Saturday.
The OWASP.
Oh, man, so I don't know much about that, but I mean, I'll give my commentary on it, you know what I'm saying? Like, we ain't even talked about none of the, I guess I could teach them how all this is for black people. And the ancient Egyptians said that. And I can show you that. I mean, I don't know where they say that about OWASP. Like, that's for us. But anyway, I'm not mad. I'm going to let y'all go. I appreciate y'all. Thank everybody in this chat. And not specifically thank everybody, but Chris, thanks for always chiming in to make sure we on point over here. Brother Alan Flagg.
I appreciate
you.
That.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Alan Flagg, for always stopping in and make sure we stay on point. Asar, Kim Way, and my man Joy. Y'all know how we do shares. Moo. Y'all know how we do. I'm about to close this down, and we'll have another good show on another time. Peace.
Peace.
Yeah. Yep, and thanks everybody who watched this show. It was just a follow-up to a show that the King's Monologue was doing on his channel. If y'all didn't watch that show, y'all probably could go check that out too. And there's a series of channels that's trying to disseminate this information. Most of the channels I see are working in good faith. Ain't nobody the authority. And so we got to use our common senses. And if somebody got the floor and you can see that they deeper than you in it, let's just humble ourselves, because that was a lesson we got today. Shout out to my man Satep and Ralph for coming in and making this a teaching moment. That, I even have to show my humility all the time on my show. It's nothing wrong with being wrong. We want to get to the bottom of it. Hey, yo, thanks for the contributions I got early in the show. I really, really appreciate that. And anybody who ain't had their chance already, here you go right now. Look. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. Let me look and see some names. It was Brother Flat. I can't say all the names, so I'm gonna look at my Cash App and see if it's some names that I left out. Real quick, because you deserve your props. Oh, yeah, it is some names. My man L, you done came through. Because people don't like you saying their real names, but LX, you know what it is. And then my man Q Dub. Oh, Q Dub, you the man. Shout out to y'all for hitting up the Cash App. All right, I